Hello, LPL enjoyers far and wide. Welcome back to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we are officially 1 week away from the start of play-ins and playoffs here in Split 3. And yep, you heard it. Hulk Battery's excited. Of course, you'll have myself, Leo Slayer Silverman, alongside Dimitri, Hulk Battery, Toledo.
My whole name!
I hit it this time. I got your last name. Taking you guys through the matchups today. Hulk, how are we feeling about, let's start here with the Group Nirvana matchup. We're getting to see EDG try and complete that run to keep the top of Group Nirvana their own.
Now, I was really sad because I only got to catch a single NIP series that I casted this season, or this split, so I was a little bummed about that. But Ultra Prime, from their last series versus Thunder Talk, really showed a couple of things that are really exciting as we go into the last couple days of Split 3. And EDG, looking fallible for now. I still have them as favorites coming into tonight, but as we've seen with Group Nirvana, anything's possible.
Anything is possible, but let's talk more about the Group Nirvana as a whole and Group Ascend, as we always do, checking out what the standings as they currently look. And I always get more giddy when we get to these screens later in the season, all because I get to see the lovely colors start popping up as we start locking certain teams into certain scenarios.
And tonight is going to be all about locking in some teams right now. Obviously, EDG's already locked in for those play-ins as a top 4. Ultra Prime, a win tonight gets them that spot as well and completely locks up our Nirvana group. And later on tonight, JDG versus BLG. Those two teams are looking on two different trajectories, but could lock themselves into the playoffs already.
what a fun day it is to have playoff and play-in scenario implications. That is music to my ears. But let's start breaking down our Group Nirvana matchup of today. Ultra Prime taking on Edward Gaming, and we'll go through the formalities as usual. First here, introducing Ultra Prime and their roster moving into our matchup. It hasn't really looked too different since their change coming into Split 3. Zhang in the top side, Junhao in the jungle, Saber in the mid lane, Baya at AD carry, and Xiaosa to round out a team that we're going to get into a bit more, but definitely likes to play aggressive in the bot side early, speaking on Baya and Xiaosa.
I love this bot lane right now, at least from the aggressiveness that we've been getting from them. The issues that we are going to see for Ultra Prime tonight and from their other series is setting up around objectives. The clips you're going to have on your screen right now is from their last series, an absolute banger, a 3-game series where me and Rafa got to go through and watch Ultra Prime absolutely dismantle Thunder Talk. And in so many, I feel, different ways than what we've got from them from the rest of the season, but more of that identity that we have seen in Split 3, which is Zhang and Junhao outplaying a lot of their opponents and then letting the rest of this team kind of come in, sweep up, and be those kind of damage dealers that we expect in Saber and Baya.
Yeah, and what really showed out as the series went on, too, is I'm glad you pointed out how this game 1 win, how dominating it was, but, you know, game 2, it's back and forth. I think a couple of misconstrued fight setups kind of end up screwing them at the end of the day, but yeah. I'm really proud of Ultra Prime how they finish out this game. Not only because they win a game 3, which a lot of Group Nirvana teams can kind of struggle to do in spots when they fall behind after a game 2, but more importantly, they were behind for a lot of this game. They were facing this Exodia Smolder that's terrorized the LPL for the entire year, it feels like, at this point, and they still are able to overcome that with a little bit of help from Baron. You'll see from the clip, but the fact remains, Ulk, is that Ultra Prime were able to play from behind and still look for aggressive picks on a comp that really should fail in this sort of stage.
I just wanted you to note right now, 28 minutes, 300 stacks Smolder, and they're going to get Mountain Soul here. Me and Rafa were ready to, we were like, okay, game's over. Like, most teams don't come back from that, and especially here in Group Nirvana, the draft looked a little bit iffy, but there's a Baron fight that'll come up in a clip after this that I was really proud to see that Ultra Prime took an advantage, and it came off of their top jungle here. I got to see Zhang move in with this Cassante, force one extended outside of the Baron pit, and Saber as well helping out. I was super ecstatic to kind of see this, and these were games that were so important, especially the fact that these two teams were 2-5 at that time, so this was the battle for a chance to get into top 4 here.
Yeah, and that, you know, that note, being able to play aggressively in that behind spot in a game that all of us felt like they're going to lose and still come out on top, that could be a very similar scenario they're finding themselves in this series up against Edward Gaming. You know, even if we're not saying they can't take a lead, you know, look like they did in game 1, but it's definitely expected that they're going to be playing from behind in certain scenarios, knowing how Edward Gaming liked to pilot their early to mid games, having won so many games in series so far in Group Nirvana. But speaking on that EDG team, Dimitri, let's introduce their roster as well for their matchup up against Ultra Prime. A roster that has really taken the Nirvana group and LPL as a whole by storm. ZDZ in the top side, Xiaohao in the jungle, Angel mid lane, On and Palkia round out the bot side for EDG. And Dimitri, you mentioned it, they come off a loss. You know, they're now battling with NIP, but who is still standing out to you the most throughout these last couple of sets from them?
I mean, kind of stuff that we've just seen from them in their start of the season, right? They come into Split 3, 6-0. They go undefeated during all of that. And then we see some slip-ups. A game to Thunder Talk. The entire series to NIP was a little bit more unfortunate. And the things that are still working for this team kind of feel similar. I think that Angel has been pretty rock solid, maybe a little bit boring in my opinion for a mid lane right now. But Palkia is still the same old aggressive support that we've gotten from him all Split 3. And if there's ever a chance that we're going to really see Edward Gaming find a victory here tonight, it's going to be relying on those fundamentals that we have kind of got from them all here in their 6-0 start.
Yeah, and you know, what really I think can kind of plague them as well in this matchup is the fact that I still think that their strength of being able to kind of neutralize some of these top side matchups into most opponents is it was hard to lean on against an NIP team where I really think Solo Kill has been one of the standouts in Group Nirvana across this entire split. So yeah, it was kind of like a bad matchup scenario. What I really like to see, though, coming into this series, you mentioned how we know what we're going to get from Palkia, right? This young gun, he's always aggressive. He always wants to fight and find good angles because he sees them. I feel like Cao Hao had a bit of trouble, setting up to be that kind of dive buddy with him that we see often from this team. So I'd like to see them get back to that. Maybe draft some compositions that lean into both Cao Hao and Palkia, creating a lot of the action for EDG.
I think the second clip and then this one as well, just Cao Hao, why are we walking into a Braum? Well, what's the point of this? The Braum's going to be fine. Aurora's always super hard, and these are specifics, but even the Nocturne game didn't look incredible, and it's a little troubling, especially when we get into the back half with how important mid-jungle is going to be throughout this season. We've seen that ZDZ has been really, really impressive, and while Zhang is a great top laner in his own right, ZDZ has started to make claim to be one of the best top laners here, alongside players like Solo Kill and even our boy Zika, who is in Elo Hell right now.
Yes.
But
Yeah. Hey, I think we talked a lot about top junglers. I don't want to open the conversation. I just want to make my statement. Yeah, let's get Zika and Xiaofeng onto a team that can give them more competitive in mid lane and bottom side. That's all I'll say for LG. But, you kind of teased this next point I want to bring up with you at the top of the show, and I do want to shout out Rafa for kind of sprouting this idea, but it's technically not mathematically incorrect. Let's have a conversation about Edward Gaming making it to Worlds in 2025.
Thankfully, it's me that's here. I believe this a little bit more than some of our other broadcast talent, named Cubby. But yeah, if we want, we can take a look. How can EDG make to Worlds? It's a long road. It's going to be really tough. Let's just start off with the fact they have to make it through their play-in series. Guaranteed. The only way they're going to make it to Worlds is if they do that. Then, they have to at least make top 4. Which is really, really difficult as is. You are asking BLG, Top Esports, and Invictus Gaming all to somehow stumble. Which, with how BLG is looking, maybe if Beichuan, rumored to come back, that might happen. But still, I think that it's a really long road, and so we're here to pray for Rafa. He is the EDG hopeful, and maybe we can follow up. Maybe we can get some magic here in the LPL.
The last note that I'd like to leave here as a fun little thought, maybe it's gonna make me come off as a doomer. I just want to make this a very factual thing when it comes to EDG and Group Ascend teams that you were able to key me in on here, Alex. So I'll give you credit there. The teams that EDG has played this year that aren't Group Nirvana mainstays, right, is a BLG Split 1 team that lost to Thunder Talk in a best of 5. You can take that as you will. Split 2 was WE and Weibo, and then they got run over by IG in the playoffs. And then it's just NIP. So not a lot of time playing some of these, especially bigger name Group Ascend teams that they will have to beat if this World's Dream is a reality.
Also, remember that this team was different at the beginning of the year than it was here. So they haven't had like the full gamut of the entire year to really test out all of this roster against Group Ascend teams. When you are a top-level Group Nirvana team, I assume you're going to have at least a little bit of access to Group Ascend teams in that manner, especially because they were going undefeated. So most deservedly, they're probably going to have a little bit of experience there. But not only that, I look at their championship points right now. When you've looked at all of this, they are at 10. Or they're at 0. They have less than 10. They have 0. So the road to Worlds is very rigorous, and we're going to be seeing the 3rd through 6th place teams play in the regional finals. So EDG have to make up a lot of lost ground here.
All I'll say is if we're comparing how Split 2 had playoff risers like WE and FPX and how fun of a story they were, there's been a lot of coping for those two teams in Group Ascend. Don't seem like they're going to be a playoff riser, so EDG, we need one for Split 3, and the door is wide open for you. That's all I will say. You know who hasn't really been rising up too much for either of these teams, though, Alk, that I do want to broach a conversation on? The AD carries in our matchup, and I will say for by not a ton of reps, I'll give him a little bit extra leeway, but not a lot.
Yeah, Bai has been unfortunate. All the stats you see on the screen, most of them are right. Don't look at On's DPM. That may or may not be my fault. There we go. We're going to get rid of it. Beautiful. I'm glad we could just do that live on air. I didn't know we could do that. But Baya is obviously very new. It's his first year in the LPL, his first split here playing after one game replacing Wako in Split 2 before his retirement, on a lot of experience playing in this role. And for EDG, they have been at the top of the group, but inconsistencies here and there from EDG have led me to believe that our AD carries are probably going to be having a lot of impact in this game. It's an AD carry meta for the most part, around getting 2 and 3 items. And for Baya, he has a tendency to either get caught in rotation before an objective or just be late, and he's not there at the fight. So numbers advantage is going to be really important here if Ultra Prime are going to find a victory tonight.
Yeah, and we'll get more to, how the champion selection also for these ADs kind of plays into that, but I do really want to reinforce further that, first of all, you just heard 2 AD carry player casters say it's an AD carry meta.
Hell yeah.
You're not going to hear that for very often ever again. Second of all, like Baya is a guy who will consistently be comfortable leaning onto the Sivir pick, right? We saw a lot earlier on because it's a straightforward champion where you don't have to, have a lot of extra playmaking. We have a lot of super scaling champions that we've been seeing in the meta that can kind of let these ADs relax but be much later game threats. So I'm curious to see how the champion stylistic matchup comes between these 2 ADs as we are welcoming in our players here live on stage to get this very important Group Nirvana series kicked off with all the fun implications that we will be pushing all night long.
I love it because we're 7 days within this split. We are currently on day 34 of Split 3, and we still have Group Nirvana games that matter. That's really impressive. I know very early on into the Split 2, we were like, okay, well, the group is kind of locked. Thankfully, I think that has been mostly because of the schedule, our Super Saturdays, including usually a Group Nirvana series, and we also didn't wait until 3 weeks into the split to start doing our Nirvana games. That was a really weird decision. I don't understand why we did that, but thank you, LPL. I appreciate it nonetheless here for Split 3. Yeah, I'm really excited. I think that Ultra Prime, despite the fact that they are going against our favorites in EDG, they've got a lot of spirit, and you could maybe take down a team that is maybe on the downtrend. EDG have had a large break. They have a lot of games to catch up on right now.
Yeah, and they, like you heard Ulk say at the top of show, if they would like to stay competitive with ninjas in pajamas, they can only afford to drop one singular game of League of Legends in many series that they have in front of them. So we'll have to see if they can start that road off right here up against Ultra Prime as we are getting set to hop into that Game 1 draft. And before we do, Ulk, now that I know for sure that we're not going to mess this up like I may have done last time on my cast, let's talk some 25-16. How are you feeling about the jungle changes? Are they warping the jungle as much as you thought? Or
I think Nautilus is kind of fake in the jungle. It's probably just a solo queue thing. The flex is nice, and if there's any of our junglers here that are going to really experiment, I do expect that Junhao is going to be that player. Silas jungle is kind of interesting. Rek'Sai, not really all that interesting to me. The biggest one for me is maybe going to be seeing Varus taken down a peg, especially moving towards his on-hit builds.
Yeah, hey, maybe we'll get a brand jungle. I mean, what was the game, the series I saw? Was that LNG? Who am I blanking on? LNG. It was LG LGD, I believe.
Yes.
We saw Brand Lilia jungle matchup. That was fun. I enjoyed to see mostly I enjoyed to see the Lilia come back. Not really the Brand. The Brand
come
is,
on! You like
boring.
Lilia, not Brand? Whatever, man. We've got ourselves into draft here. It's going to be Ultra Prime on blue. Some pretty expected bans getting rid of the Azir, not something that we've seen from them so far throughout Split 3. The Aurora more interesting, I think, as a playmaking tool and a really strong laner for Angel.
All right. Do EDG want to pay the classic red side ban? You heard all talk about how Varus is kind of maybe taking a bit of a dip, open up more towards the on-hit build. This would normally be a spot where you see Varus get dropped off the board. Would leave things up like the Rumble. Zhang wants to attack that. You also have a lot of his mainstay picks that are going to stay up outside of the Gwen. But also Talia.
I like Talia, though. Talia, a strong laner for Saber, something that's going to be really tough to gank on a lot of instances. And against Angel, I think taking one of his most played, really, really strong when you think about the profile that Angel typically fills. Control Mage, I mean, some of his most played this season are Talia, Victor, and Orianna. So I think is a good enough start here for Ultra Prime.
This is going to be fun to see, though, because, yeah, with Rumble being traded back, JDG will happily gobble that one up. And if you're EDG, you got to be kind of happy to see, hey, Varus also gets back to us in this spot for on. So some pretty comfortable champions for EDG on the first 2 turns. But I'm curious to see how Zhang approaches this Rumble matchup, because the last time he faced a Rumble, he picked Sion and slapped it around silly. Yep, you heard it right.
That's tank top lanes right now, man. There are some carries, but a lot of them have gotten nerfed. If you think about, you know, Gwen getting nerfed, Rumble is actually a little bit stronger because they did that tick rate update for Singed and Rumble, so his win rate's actually spiked because of it, especially in solo queue. We'll see how that actually ends up occurring here in the game. Right now, EDG have a lot of range that they can play with. We are expecting it to be the on-hit build, which kind of limits some of EDG's ability to fight, but for Ultra Prime, it seems like they really want to play on multiple lanes. The range that you have with Taliyah, the Deadly Flourish allows for Baye to actually be a little bit more effective when we talk about him being late to fights.
Oh, yeah. I love this, though, right? You talk about all those nerfed top laners. You know who isn't nerfed in the LPL carry-wise? It is the Ambessa. So Zhang is going to try and take hands and bring them up towards the top side to slam ZDZ home. But EDG, I would love to see this lock-in as well. We talk all the time about ultimate combos, layering ultimates, and I do not think J4 Rumble gets enough love for laying out a circle around that lava flow, and EDG are going to lock that in, make that a clear pick tool, and I love it into that Jhin as well. All means with it, when Baye doesn't have flash, he should be dying to this combo every single time.
All right, so we're going to be seeing some pretty interesting gameplay here. EDG right now, they have a lot of damage in that way. The ability for them to slow down fights and, like you said, pair very well with all of their ultimates so far. It's all going to be about how they can synchronize some of these fights. And when I'm looking at it from Ultra Prime's perspective, it's going to be pretty hard for them to get to place first or correct their minion waves. So we'll see how Ultra Prime actually end up moving around the map with some of the matchups that they have, especially that top lane matchup we'll see a little bit later into the game. We get in the back end of draft here, flying through bans, the Nautilus taken away. What engage support are we going to be picking up here for Palkia? I imagine we still have the Alistar, we still have the Rel. All right.
So he's going to go and lock in the Alistar. This does make it interesting that you mentioned the Rel angle. You know, there's a lot of really common Rel pairings in the bot side. I was about to say, I don't think Jhin is one that you really see too often. I like the slipperiness of the Rakan as well. But Junhao had a standout Game 1 performance against Thundertalk on this Trundle. It's a lot of good picks for Ultra Prime to go with. I think Rakan or Trundle are 2 solid ones. You could just, I mean, I'm forgetting how blue side works. You could just get both of them right here, Hulk.
Yeah, that's true. Trundle seems a little bit strange, but usually Trundle is not going to be the one that's getting ultimate by Jarvan. He has a lot of mobility. I think the Pillar is super underrated for what it gives you, forcing potentially a flash from one of the mobile carries that we're seeing from EDG in that Rumble and the Varus. So for Ultra Prime, there are no real tanks, but if you're going to be able to sap the stats away from an Alistar, Palkia has been one of our most aggressive supports. I think getting that away from him potentially opens up some numbers advantage when we talk about fights. Suddenly the Alistar is out of a fight, and EDG are looking at Jarvan being your only form of engage from that point on.
I think form of engage in this game is going to be a very fun thing to track going forward, as we do get Angel locking the Ahri in, trying to counter pick this Taliyah, interestingly. But you talked about Alistar, right? Like, if Palkia gets caught a little bit too far forward, he's out of the game. But also for Ultra Prime, Rakan is very slippery, but also very squishy. And outside of that, you're hoping for Deadly Flourish and flickbacks on Taliyah to try and set this Ambessa up. There is not a lot of reliable engage outside of Xiaoxia in this game for Ultra Prime.
Thankfully for UP, what we can see from them is, yes, Zhang can dive into the backline. That is what the Battle Dance will be able to allow for Xiaoxia to dive in on. But I think the lanes are really tough for them to play right now. You're going to be having an Ahri who's going to get wave priority, at least for the first early bit of the game. And the Rumble versus Ambessa matchup is really punishing early on. So I want to see how EDG are actually able to leverage some of their gold advantage. They have some of the best gold difference at 15 in the league, but my worry is how are they going to be actually able to maybe turn some of these advantages into objectives, because they struggle, especially around using the Heralds, but they know Dragon's one of the most important objectives. Let's see them actually push for it.
And on those objective setups, that's been something marred by mistakes for Ultra Prime. All split 3 long. Thought they might have turned a bit of a corner, though, up against Thunder Talk to keep their play-ins hopes alive. Again, if Ultra Prime can come out on top in this series, they are locked into extra League of Legends after the regular split for the first time all year long for Ultra Prime, but they have a tough opponent in front of them. EDG on the other side, a composition that we are looking to definitely take control early in some of these lanes and try and snowball like they have so many games so far to reach this 6-1 marker. It's time to hit Summoner's Rift, game number 1 for a critical Group Nirvana series.
All right, it's been tough. It's been tough.
Yeah.
Some of these Group Nirvana teams, the fans have not. There was an EDG fan in Split 2 who was real obnoxious, and I respected it because that guy was putting in work. But we're already here into the game. Something that we'll have to watch throughout, especially, is our 2 supports. A lot of impact to Chaosha, especially in their wins, and for Palkia, one of the most aggressive supports we have had, join the league this split. So the Alistar, I think, has so many different ways of making Ultra Prime basically impossible for them to actually play fights. And the bottom lanes between these two, very, very aggressive.
Speaking on that aggression, I want to talk about on his decision here on the Varus. Don't put intended there. Going in the comments, so he's going the lethality still, despite the on-hit changes we talked about. Also rocking the teleport. I'm actually kind of a fan of it. I don't think if he's going lethality, should be under a lot of threat in this game. So why not just try to be able to match the early game that we expect to be pretty dominant bot side by being able to reset much better?
Yeah, let's see what On's able to do. Will mean, like we said, that ability for EDG to play on multiple lanes, to get priority especially, should be something that we get to watch. Jungler starting on opposite sides. Junhao on his bottom side, already starting his 3rd camp here, and watching how Xiaohao is able to pilot this Jarvan, already on vision, however, thanks to Ultra Prime.
While taking teleport will be helpful for the holistic game plan here for EDG, does obviously give combat power over to Baya and Xiaosha in these early levels like we talked about. They love to try and start getting some skirmishing going down there, but right now they are pretty effectively zoned off from this wave. I'm going to wait for it to crash back in. So push is going to be over there. That should allow for Xiaohao to pick up this first crab on the bot side pretty uncontested, as both junglers will comfortably trade their crabs.
All right, so I did a little bit of scouting. And by scouting, I mean I just went and did math. For Ultra Prime, they've been a team historically that have been kind of bottom of the table. EDG, mixed success, as we've seen in more recent times. But the last time Ultra Prime beat EDG was in Split 2. It was a regular season game. It was week 4 of the season. But past that, that is the only time Ultra Prime have ever beaten EDG in LPL. Ever. In their, wow. They've been in the LPL for 4 years now. They beat them in NEST, but a lot of stats don't usually include those kinds of tournaments. So pretty impressive for EDG that they've consistently been able to beat this team.
Consistent thorn in the side of Ultra Prime's young time in the LPL. That's a good note to follow if this series starts to get a lot closer.
Oh, come on!
All right, we've lost Xiaohao mid-clear. That is unfortunate.
35-50. My mid laner is saying Talia has not been ganked. My enemy Talia has not lost flash, and my Jarvan is doing bottom side scuttle.
So you're saying is this is team sabotage on a certain disconnection issue for Xiaohao?
It's jungle diff. It's jungle diff 4 minutes in already.
Jungle diff 4 minutes in. Yeah, that is a very unfortunate spot for a pause to come through, because as just we went through the most mundane kind of normal 4 minutes, right? Both jugglers full cleared. They both took their respective crabs. Now they're gonna go reward other camps to catch second rotation. And we didn't get the bottom lane throwing hands at level 2 like you were talking about. What was the number? Ultra Prime have 6 first bloods across Split 3 so far, I think you said?
Yeah, so I looked at it for their Thunder Talk series. In their last 8 games during that time, they got first blood in 6 of them, and in 4 of them it was for Baye. So we've seen a lot of action usually from Baye and Xiaosha. It is more uncommon than it is the other way. So I was expecting, but you look at the matchup, you're playing Jhin and Rakan, not a lot of agency for you to be able to kind of leverage that fact. And we've seen already that Ana and Palkia, from the short amount of time we've gotten here from this game 1, already opening up an advantage for themselves with this poke Varus, who is nerfed. Again, for everybody who's joining us, we have been on 25-16 for 2 days. I am not expecting a lot of teams to have already reacted very fast to the patch, especially with the proximity that we are within to playoffs.
Definitely have to give that a bit more time. I was curious. I wanted to look. This is just the second Jhin game coming across here for Baya of the split. He's actually, for a guy who I felt like might play, you have a tighter champion pool because he's playing, he comes into a team, like you mentioned, having only subbed in for 1 game in Split 2. Probably was getting a bit more scrim time, but he's actually been played, I believe, I'm doing napkin math of my own over here. That looks to be about 10 or 11 unique champions played across the split so far.
Yep, 10. 10 is right.
10. Yeah, 6 Lucian games as well. So I was interested to see the Jhin priority in this game. Maybe Ultra Prime are starting to cook some more compositions that are diverging from what we saw them do earlier, like we talked about up against Thunder Talk. I feel like there was a big Lucian game there. It'll be fun. I'm curious, so when we come out of this pause, you kind of talked about how Ultra Prime were able to take a pretty good swap game 1, never look back. It seems like we're getting to a spot where we might be able to see EDG actually force that first swap, maybe get Palkia up on the map as early and often, like he usually tends to do.
If I'm Jong on Ultra Prime and my bot lane tells me, hey, we want to swap out of Varus Alistar, can you, the Mbessa, play against that?
Can you manage?
I'm asking the ref while we are in this pause, can I get my bot lane turned down to 0? I don't want to hear them for the rest of the game.
Can I take? Well, yeah, that would be a criminal swap. But I'm saying I think EDG. Well, the more that you think about it, yeah, I think EDG would be a lot more comfortable with that swap. I expect that swap to come across because the Rumble would thrive a lot more in it. And from what I saw, the early trading, ZDC is definitely a bit apprehensive about some of the trades he's taken into this Mbessa early. So
Jong is throwing hands already. I love to see it. Jong has been really impressive so far as a player that came over from formerly the PCS, now the LCP. Was kind of had an okay career there, was not the best top laner, but I think a really exciting mechanical prospect. And while Ultra Prime's season in 2025 hasn't been the best, he's really started to grow, and I think this is probably the best time for this team to start spiking in Split 3. You have only a couple games left here in the season, and you need to make every single one of them count. You have 2 series left as Ultra Prime, and every single one of them is going to count whether or not you can actually lock in a play-ins best of 5.
And that's, again, something the Ultra Prime, like Plains has not been a conversation for them. The playoffs, none of that. They have not been able to play extra League of Legends outside of the Rumble stage, outside of the group stage, regular season, whatever you'd like to label it. So that is pretty big. They'll be able to return to play-ins as we return to the Rift, and we seem to have gotten Xiaohao back up and running. And now we get to test our theory here, Ulk. That's the fun part. I see a reset coming through for the EDG bottom lane. Are they going to look to make the swap? It'd be a pretty tough time for ZDZ.
Oh, the TP's immediately coming through. Huh.
Oh, all right. I forgot about 3 TP. That makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, usually what we see is that you'll kind of give up this next wave and Rumble will sit here. This is a very good spot for EDG. Thank you to our observers for showing that top wave. It is very much frozen in favor of EDG and this bottom lane. Like I was saying, typically you want to wait so that your bottom lane can try to sneak in, and if Jong overextends, your jungler's in the area, you can kind of make a play there.
Power of triple TP. And yeah, look at this wave that On is able to stack up comfortably. Baya is going to have to cower under the tower to catch this wave up nice and good. Do see both junglers pathing opposite ways as that Drake does spawn here for Xiaohao, but that's where a bit of an interesting spot will be, knowing that Zhang has been able to get decent push into this Rumble so far. So we'll have to see what can really break that mold, or maybe we'll see LPL teams kind of not prioritize the Dragon early. We've seen that often, actually. Later Drake takes. LPL teams have been really obsessed with the Grubs fights over forcing a first Drake take.
If I'm EDG,
I spoke too soon.
Jong?
Hulk, I spoke too soon. Jong, what is gone? Is he rusty? Is he off this game? Because he just got slapped silly by JDG for first blood. No Rumble ult needed.
He played the 1 through 4 very, very well, and then this level 5, very dangerous. Now, all in all, I think if you think about where the state of this game is going to be, it's fine that he's able to die there. It will mean that EDG now get a timer to move onto this Dragon like we had seen, but coming into the Grubs fight in 2 minutes, Jong will not have flash, but he'll still have that ultimate, and ZDZ is a much more pliable target for Ultra Prime to find. So let's see if they're able to find a comeback there.
Going to the replay, and
you just got owned by Overheat. All right,
yeah,
there's not much doing here.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I need an eloquent ult breakdown, because yeah, there's your breakdown on that one for Jong. And hey, it's funny. You got ZDZ'd. And as funny as we're talking about is, I wonder how Xiaohao can get that Drake started up with no push in his top laner. Well, just solo killing the top laner will definitely get you that Drake, and that's what Xiaohao was able to pick up as we went into the replay.
And Bessa. Jong has to be so careful. Now with Junhao on the top side, he has to know, look, his camps are up on top side. He can be on this lane. Jong, you just have to wait for the wave to come to you. And ZDZ's doing you a favor right now. He is pushing because he knows we've got to go. We've got a Grubs in a minute.
Okay. Long is not going to take the bait. And that means that Junhao is going to be able to pick up some Krugs back here and then allow himself to back on up pretty comfortably. Grubs in a minute. This is one of the spots you were talking about with setups for Ultra Prime. What do they do in that last minute? Is they want to get picked off? Doing a pretty good job here, setting up for those first Grubs, I would say. Oh, Junhao, do not.
Okay, Junhao's here, but it's fine. He does not have pillars. Xiaoxia's in the area, and Saber will have ultimate.
Oh, here we go. It's Palkia again. The fire starter for EDG. Headbutt pulverize Junhao back out. Cancel from the grand entrance. It's going to force a flash out of Junhao. There's the Cataclysm through onto 2. Junhao holding on to that flash that he doesn't have, and he'll drop to On, who finds the first kill. Now Baya is going to have to expend some of his summoners. There's the Weaver's Wall coming down, going to cut off some of the EDG attack. Really good use of that ultimate from Saber. And now the rocks are starting to flame. There's the flash forward from Xiaohao. He's going to eliminate Baya's Palkia with no HP. Does not care. He's trying to set up more kills, and they're going to cash them in. 3 more kills picked up for Edward Gaming, and the curtain call coming down on the Saber. The flash doesn't mean anything. 3 kills to On. EDG routing in the first 8 minutes.
Oh, that is such a nightmare fight. We even got to see some cool tech. Saber saving the point into his ultimate so he can activate it if he ever gets into combat. A small Talia tech, but just a disgusting amount of gold now here for EDG. Like you had mentioned, 3-0 for this Varus. We can take a look at this yet again. There's no level 6 here for Xiaoxia. I think it's really tough. And with Junhao no longer having flash, I mean, you can make this instant engage. I had said during the draft, usually Trundle's not the person who's going to get ulted, but with no ability for him to make an outplay here, very, very good punish coming in for EDG, who now have a incredibly fed Varus while they're still giving up the Grubs.
Saber really tried to do everything he could to kind of save this fight. He gets so much damage down. But just that EDG aggressiveness, you saw Palkia. This is what I wanted. All right, was Palkia and Xiaohao committing to these aggressive angles, and you saw with the flash forward from both of them. And yeah, that's a tough interaction.
But part of that is because that is true. But part of the reason why ZDZ can even be there is because he got the kill onto Jung. He pushed the wave and then was able to move so that Jung could never answer that fight. And even with him not having the flash and TP, that was a big punish. Somehow, Ultra Prime, with their 3 Grubs, they're sending 4 people. They want first turret.
Want? That's a past tense. We're going to have to go with that one.
Oh,
they got. They're going to pick up that first brick here. So ZDZ, I mean, no Grubs. Yeah, you're going to get what? Maybe, 2 plates probably. That's a great swing by Ultra Prime to at least stabilize some of that gold. But still looking pretty hurt and behind here. And Zhang, oh, he wants revenge. He wants revenge for that solo bolo. He was out of that last fight. Now he's trying to throw hands into ZDZ, but he's once again fighting him near overheat. And yeah, all right, Zhang, we've learned from our lessons so far.
If he didn't get hit by the Ultra Harpoon, the Electric Harpoon, maybe it's playable. But the MR shred that is on that ability is very disgusting. And like you said, getting closer to overheat makes it very, very tenuous for Jung to ever find a 1v1 in that sense. But forces ZDZ out, and this opens up a little bit of a timer here for Ultra Prime. See how they're deploying right now. Xiaoxia's already getting vision. Jung just pushed in the bottom lane wave, and with Saber and Baya, they have the range to be able to access this river. So let's see how Ultra Prime are able to answer this. Remember, there's no teleport available here for Saber, and they kind of use that time to push the top lane wave. Who is going to catch this wave for the rest of the game? This might be a numbers advantage, as Angel does still have that summoner spell.
Really feel like Ultra Prime is just going to have to sack this win con coming online for EDG. Getting the Cloud Drake off the board here for a comp that doesn't really utilize the Cloud Drake that well, like Palkia probably likes it, is big. So I think they're going to have a pretty potent soul on their hands for that sort of a win con to play towards. Yeah, we're going to see Saber just match up against Angel. On doesn't have his TP back up yet either, but not going to see this Varus move much either from this mid lane. Feel like this is just a free dragon, and Xiao Hao recognizes that as well.
Jun Hao took his recall because he has a completed Sundered Sky. Xiaoxia's actually going to get, Xiaoxia's going to get spotted here thanks to that minion curving around the minion for no reason, thanks to, on EDG side. 2 dragons to start. They lost their grubs, but I don't think it's a very big deal. We talked about how easy it is for EDG to get priority thanks to the champions that they have, and I love that we're seeing them leverage that. Already the first 2 objectives of the game, and it seems like that Herald spawning in 3.5 minutes is more than likely going to help us decide feats of strength.
The Heralds have been kind of a sore spot for, well, you could argue both of our teams on some of those objectives, but I want to look at some of the items that will really be coming online, especially for the EDG side, that are going to make any sort of Herald fight in about 3 minutes a lot more potent. You can see about 1,000 gold lead here for On. Once he's able to cash in a lot of that gold and get back, he should have himself well on his way to the Moro Mana, and also going to see, okay, Chains of Corruption going to go wide there. Maybe the most missed ultimate I've ever seen in competitive play, nonetheless. And hey, we don't see our team's Group Nirvana fighting over nothing. I thought we were about to see one kick off over a pink ward.
For now, it's just going to be EDG establishing vision in the river. Really important for them to do this, not only to track where Trundle is, but also stop a roaming support, someone like Saber, even potentially roaming from lane to lane and using that ultimate to make a side lane play. We don't have an objective to play for the next 2 minutes, so watching how both of these teams kind of pilot around the map, and especially our 2 supports, is going to be pivotal.
Oh, ZDZ. All right. Here's the bowling execution down. They're going to use the quickness charm as well to knock the equalizer layered over, but ZDZ should be picked off. But the TP is coming in now. ZZ's going to flash and get it followed by Zhang. This TP was a bit off here from Angel. He does have help, though, from the top side of the river. Xiao Hao coming in. Charm going to be held here. There's the flag trap. Good jog from Zhang to get around that one, but he's still going to get trapped in the Cataclysm. Is there enough damage here with Angel? Palkia gets the knockup, and they will trade their top laner back.
All right, but can they actually grab this turret here? Because what they're giving up for this right now was at least a camp here for Jun Hao to be able to grab up on top side. Maybe they try to long chase them out of this play. Again, 1.5 minutes before the Herald. If they can maybe get some more summoner spells, that feels really, really nice. And I thought Xiaoxia was going to tank up the Ahri charm. He has Cleanse. He's been sitting on Cleanse for the last 4 minutes. So wouldn't have been surprised to see that for himself. But early items already starting to come on through with a Black Fire Torch now completed for Angel.
Interesting to see the change up there on the Ahri build, the Black Fire Torch. Good to point out. I want to also highlight the fact that On does have TP of his own. So I wondered if they were going to switch up lane assignments with him being the only one to TP up. But right now, Ultra Prime are saying, screw your minute 30 objective timer they're all even talking about for them. We're just going to try and run down a turret with our grubs, which I don't hate, angling into the one thing you've been able to take control of in a very murky early game. But now you're late to the Herald.
Oh,
Maybe everyone's late to the Herald.
Oh,
over the wall, in with Palkia, Knockup City. Hello, Ultra Prime. No way for Saber to even move there, as Jun Hao has to use the pillar defensively, and that one pick, the problem we've seen so many times with Ultra Prime before big neutrals.
They didn't know that the ward was in the tri-brush there. I think it was a fine look because you have this Trundle. I like how they're leveraging it. You talked about the grubs, but Trundle's also really dangerous sitting around turrets with his Chomp being able to now reset on turrets. That's 10 seconds before the Herald. can EDG actually play for this, right? So Angel doesn't have teleport, so he's going to have to back and spend his gold, then walk over to this objective. On doesn't have ultimate, Palkia doesn't have ultimate, and all of this stuff is still up and available here for Ultra Prime. So I expect for this to be a bit of a harder fight for EDG to play.
Palkia going to try and get some of that vision taken care of as Ultra Prime are already on top of good old-fashioned Shelly, cracking her outside shell down to about half HP. They don't burn the Herald too quick here with the Jhin, and Palkia, as always, is looking for an aggressive angle in as Xiaohao is wanting to see if Junhao's up for a bit of a 50-50. He's going to pop the Subjugate now onto Xiaohao, and with that big ultimate down, they're going to secure the Rift Herald. Curtain Call's going to come out here. We see a flick back onto Palkia. Good usage of the Q4 to get out of the flick back, but he gets knocked up and severed down thanks to Xiaosha. Palkia dying a bit out of position for the sins of EDG.
Ultra Prime do need to take a reset here, though. We've got Dragon spawning in 45, and looks like EDG will be able to play. We're seeing this tug and pull here from our two teams. We take one play, the next team is able to grab the objective, and then vice versa. Ultra Prime, though, they've got all the objectives that help them take down turrets. This mid turret is really, really healthy, so are they going to opt to go for longer side lanes and help Saber and Zhong get a little bit more gold? Seems like that's going to be the case. As you see, they're trying to make a deployment onto ZDZ.
I'm a bit cautious with this game plan. Public Execution, though, down. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. ZDZ once again finds himself in a 1v number scenario that he just never survives. Just like that. And now, yeah, Ultra Prime, don't worry about the Dragon spawning on the bot side. EDG have to answer this Herald play.
Okay, they're gonna pull it away.
Oh, no.
All right, Junhao, can we get
people.
this into mid lane right now? That's one curve.
Okay,
this could be two curve. They don't have enough damage. They're going to get mid lane. I mean, he didn't push fast enough, but...
Junhao.
Oh, it cancels!
No. He runs out of time. He would have passed his driver's test too, Hulk. That's so unfortunate.
That's not his fault. The car broke down.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not his fault.
The car did broke down. Yeah, that's true. Don't dock him on his test for that one. The unfortunate reality of that too is you also pulled all of EDG's attention back towards that Drake pit, and now off the reset here for Saber and Junhao. It's going to be hard for Ultra Prime to wiggle their way in towards this Chemtech Soul point that EDG are making a priority.
And it'll be feats of strength here completed for EDG. Grabbing themselves that would feel very nice. Obviously already having a lot of their boots, giving them that small edge in fights. Only going to be about 1,000 gold in the advantage of Edward Gaming, but so far their objective setups have felt a lot cleaner than their opponents, and these fights have felt more, I guess, intentional from EDG, where Ultra Prime are making a few too many slip-ups, and especially with that Herald going basically to waste, they lost a large amount of their ability to actually pressure the rest of this map.
They're still waiting for a lot more of their damage to become a pretty threatening spot. Is okay, enhanced blast cone. Ooh, I like that. Fade away from the grand entrance, then throw the Cataclysm onto Xiaosha, but he gets an ally to dash back out of, so you now lose that ultimate.
No!
Here comes the equalizer, though, that Xiaosha was just not expecting. So ZZ is able to clean up the scrap started by his jungler.
But can they turn this into turrets? That's the big thing. EDG, they've only gotten a single turret for themselves. They now have Angel sitting in mid lane. They use the teleport for this exact play. Saber's coming through.
Oh, Xiaosha, he has to flash over the Weaver's Wall. Great placement there. Is going to allow EDG to escape, but I like the looks Ultra Prime are going for, trying to catch some of these Edward Gaming members a bit out of position.
They trapped him in terrain. That was the Trundle Pillar. That was the ultimate coming in from Saber. That was very, very clutch. And getting that flash from Xiaohao, maybe not the biggest impact, but now there's 3 ultimates taken away from EDG. This gives some breathing room over to Ultra Prime, who having to feel the effects of how they can play some of these lanes. Losing that bottom lane tier 1, the longer lane that exists in top side. Ultra Prime are, in my mind, they're a little bit dizzy right now because they're constantly having to go to fix their outside waves first and then move into the middle of the map towards these objectives, towards the mid lane.
And Ultra Prime have been dizzy against many opponents in Group Nirvana so far. You can see it supporting their series score, but I do want to make sure to remind everyone watching that in that Thunder Talk series where they kept their play and hopes alive, Game 3, do or die Game 3, they early game into mid game were looking kind of dizzy too, right? They did give up a Mountain Soul. They gave Scaling Smolder a lot of problems, but they were able to kind of recollect themselves and win that game in that series. So this is another spot that we kind of talked about we might get into in the pre-show, where they might fall behind, but can they show once again they can battle back against a much bigger opponent?
Well, if EDG wins, then I think this just proves the fact of in competitive that Varus is just more broken than Smolder. It's results-based analysis.
Results-based
2.5
analysis.
minutes before the dragon spawns, ZDZ is trying to hover on mid lane. I like that we've seen from Ultra Prime that they've been willing and able to defend this mid lane wave, even against the assault of this Varus. It is something we noted in draft, that it'll be significantly easier for Edward Gaming to play with priority with the champions that they have available to them.
Trying to leverage that priority towards the bot side where all their goodies are going to be encapsulated. Right now, it is Otacon. In about 2 minutes, that will be a Chemtech Soul in pretty early fashion. Definitely helps as much work we've talked about EDG have to do on the turret game, that the one turret they have knocked down is thankfully on the side where all the big objectives going forward are going to be playing in the next 5 minutes.
Be EDG right now. They're in such a good spot. And if you're Ultra Prime, you've got to be worried. I mean, item completions are coming through here for UP, but the dragon spawns a minute and a half. That's the soul that you have to fight against EDG. And then, depending on how well this fight ends up for EDG, they'll get a team fight win, they'll get the dragon, and the Otacon is right next to it. So, Ultra Prime, they're going to have to play really, really heavy on these next couple waves. And watch where ZDZ is going to be able to teleport here. I think they're one wave too early right now, but maybe Ultra Prime, maybe they want to try to pull this after they get the next bot wave in.
Alright, safe TP in for ZZ. Gets the Riftmaker completed. Is a play on a Zhong. Cataclysm traded for Flash out of the Ambessa. So we have a 4 on 2 fronts. Good charm coming across on South Shug and make sure he can't jump onto Palkia. But Ultra Prime are making a priority to knock down this turret, but they're allowing themselves to get routed. Xiaohao still chilling all the way up in the enemy river, and they're not going to make the call to go for that flank. They protect their tier 1 turret.
Xiaohao's going to have to recall, and he doesn't have ultimate. I think very, very pivotal there. The flash from Zhong, I'll be honest, flash on Ambessa is pretty meaningless for the most part. I mean, this champion has a million dashes anyway. Looks like EDG, they're going to make the trade. They're going to go ahead and take this mid-tier 1, and now they'll move into this bottom side. Can Ultra Prime, even if they grab this dragon, or this bottom lane turret, I don't think it actually matters because they can't spend the gold now, and Ari's going to instantly delete this wave.
Big that you can see the item discrepancy right now, especially in top jungle for EDG, makes fights very worrisome for Ultra Prime, as Junhao's going to have to heal up off of his chickens. But look how dark the now Drake Pit and Otacon River have become here for Ultra Prime.
They can
With the
find it.
For Zhong, they're going to go right on top of this rubble, and a great flick back from Saber is going to pick up that first kill. Curtain Call's starting to rain down as well as the TP's come in. Angel needs to find this charm, doesn't get it. Zhong gets to still run wild, but the Spirit Rush will catch him and cut him down. Now it's Edward Gaming's turn to try and step up with piercing arrows behind coming through for On, and with Junhao much more chugged out, EDG get to reap all the rewards on this bot side river.
All right, he's just going to have to play his life, get some jungle privilege, come back out onto the map. Maybe they try to see if they can contest later into this fight. They still have the Weaver's Wall. I think it's already too late. Ultra Prime now, they lose the soul to EDG. And that damage, I think that fight was as good as it was going to get for them. They had the Unraveled Earth already set up. They had the Public Execution onto ZDZ, but they just don't have enough damage right now. I mean, Junhao not close to hitting his second item. Zhong teleported back in with a completed Spear of Shojin. This should have been their fight to win. Take a look back at this play. Baya's not really dealing damage until now. Saber finally gets a little bit, but I just think that the damage is too much here from EDG of an incredibly fed Varus that we still have not dealt with since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and you know, it's always been the pick on the ZZ this game, also. In a sense, right, EDG losing him early, they're kind of used to that, the way the game has been going. He has the most deaths on his team. He's actually sporting almost all the deaths. So it's like, all right, yeah, in our view, we've now knocked away some clutch ultimates just losing ZDZ. I'm gonna have to see that priority hopefully land back on to On, but it's starting to get too little too late, especially with how much Chemtech is gonna happen if fights ever do get close, as we expect them to around this Otacon, that Ultra Prime are still camping out.
Oh, we are just doing it. Ari showing top lane. She doesn't have teleport. On just teleporting into a mid-wave. Ultra Prime, I know I've been saying it, but they really need to win this fight. And even if they do, I'm very worried for their stakes here in the game. It's the best it's going to get right now for them.
Keep in mind, Angel now just hit mid lane, trying to sprint down here. Let's see if Xiaohao looks for a steal angle. That's a great equalizer from ZDZ. Ultra Prime now have to walk out of the pit momentarily. Piercing arrow smite combination is big here, and now they've allowed Angel to come around for the flank, and they're not even trying to step up to go for this Otacon because they know the turn's coming out. Great flash forward from Angel. Does get Junhao rooted up. The Cataclysm comes down on 2. Xiao has to flash back out, but the Otacon they can just take, and now look to turn and burn with CDZ leading the charge. Public execution on top of him, but Zhang can't get enough damage down, and EDG are just too big, too bad, and too broad-shouldered to ever be knocked around in this game. 4 kills cleaned up for nothing, and Xiaosha's gonna make it a clean ace. Edward Gaming looking like they're back to that dominant form that we saw from them at the start of this split.
Well, it's only a 4-0, but I think at 25 minutes, you'll take a Soul, you'll take an Otacon, and you'll take a 4-0 ace. So let's push out on these waves, and let's see how EDG are able to clean out this game. A dominant start to finish. I mean, we go all the way back to the first set of grubs and stuff. We're looking at EDG fighting a full-on ace almost. They get multiple kills here for On, and he has been absolutely untouched. The only people to die, ZDZ and Palkia. I think that's a perfect game if you are Edward Gaming.
Go back to see this fight. I thought the equalizer ult was just so big to get EDG control of Otacon.
And then the rest of this, just a fantastic snap from Palkia yet again. Rookie support here for EDG. Angel flashes and finds the charm onto a crowd-controlled Trundle. There's not much else to play out from there. Like you had said, the equalizer kind of set them up, marinated them, sizzled them up, and then Burgers landed cheese side up for EDG. You just got 3 kills. Palkia.
Oh, hello. Look at this flank coming across here. On. They pick him off. What a find from Junhao and company to get that one started. Can they clean up the fight now without On? No, it's just too little, too late. Welcome to Ultra Prime getting wallet diffed, everybody, even when they find the golden goose of On.
And this is what we needed to see from EDG for them to be able to get first place in Group Nirvana. They cannot drop a single series. And while their schedule isn't particularly tough, we already saw them drop a game to Thunder Talk. They dropped a whole series versus their counterparts in NIP. And thankfully, we are seeing more of the same. Ultra Prime's first series of the split was against EDG, and it looks like one of their last couple of games is going to be up against this team.
Baron secured onto 4 members as we get a look back at a very creative flank here from Xiaosha, though.
Yeah, this was very deep, but there's just no damage here from Ultra Prime. I feel bad for them because they know they have to fight. They're not allowed to just sit back and let the game kind of come to them. But Angel's keeping the backline completely preoccupied. I'm just watching Baya this whole time on Jhin. He's doing nothing. I'm sorry, Slayer. The champion is not good right here. He's got his third item. He's got his third item, but he went RFC second, so he's kind of useless.
Yeah, paper tissue Jhin, you see when you get the Yomus. Again, in a competitive stance, Jhin is very much used as a facilitating functional champion. So, yeah, he's going to hit like throwing pebbles at a stone wall, but it was not intended for him to be a big damage dealer in this game. This game just got out of hand very quickly. Like you mentioned, that grub fight, them losing 4 members that quickly against an EDG team that we have pretty lofty expectations for from a Group Nirvana stance, and maybe even further. You can't give them those windows, or you get games like this where 28 minutes in, you're getting 4-1 split onto 2 spots, and it's really hard to find any engage angle right now in Edward Gaming.
And there's also item advantages in almost every single lane right now, especially for Xiaohao, who we needed to see step up considering his last couple series have been less than stellar. Palkia is going to try to go on in. He's going to force Ultra Prime away. 2 inhibitors are going to fall, and they still have Baron for another minute while this Elder spawns in 15.
Elder. Man, I forgot. Yeah, we got Soul at 23 minutes. That means Elder gets to come in at about 29 minutes, but EDG looking like they want to take the express route to a Nexus explosion. Still hanging around here. Guys, let's not fall for the Nexus turrets fallacy, all right? If you're going to go for it, you got to win it here. And all right, Xiaohao finds an angle on Baya, who gets the pig lava curtain put under him. Still surviving, though, with this redemption up. He'll finally drop, but Ultra Prime, there's nowhere left for them to run. There's nowhere left for them to hide. Even if they go back into the fountain, their Nexus cannot come with them. What a game one here from Edward Gaming, showing they are in a class of their own, along with NIP in Group Nirvana.
And they kind of ruined some of their KDAs at the end. Not happy about that, but if that's the only thing we're critiquing them for, then I think you're very, very pleased as Edward Gaming, taking a incredibly dominant Game 1 here. About what we expected. I know I was a bit more on the hopium here for Ultra Prime, but
yeah,
still. EDG are the expected favorites for not only this matchup, for the rest of their series, but potentially even making it all the way into first place.
And that game did kind of go how Ultra Prime liked to function somewhat early on. They got the Grubs into a comp with the Trundle, and they were playing strong side towards Zhang, who was able to pick the Ambessa. So those two things they did well, if we want to lean into that hopium. It's just against EDG, your other lanes kind of get poopied on, and that's what ended up happening.
It was tough. I think that part of it was after they weren't able to contest the Dragon, where we saw that Saber had to go topside. They had put him in mid lane for a small bit of time, but they weren't really able to find anything. I think also the Otacon setup, the fact that they weren't able to immediately stop it, part of that is you are playing against a Jarvan. So a Talia wall doesn't actually do all that much other than maybe get some of those spells out for a small time. We just didn't really see Ultra Prime pull the trigger on some of these fights, and while they got early gold thanks to their Trundle and 3 Grubs, it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough in this game, and you brought it up at the very end there before the next explosion came back across your Ulk, and I do want to give him his flowers. Yeah, I think this was a huge game from Xiao Hao, and this is such a driving force, because when he is off and not in the right spots, you know, not coordinating with Palkia, it doesn't just make him look bad. It doesn't just make Palkia look like he's kind of trolling with some of the engages. It just decks down EDG's power a lot, actually, I would say. And this game, you saw what it looks like when those two are both looking aggressive to constantly fight.
They're not even like the most mechanically proficient amongst all of their roles. If you think about it from EDG, a lot of their wins come from kind of slow rolling a lot of their games. Angel especially being really good about getting waves on sides, making sure that he's farmed up. I always think about his Victor play being rather clean and trying to, you know, kind of puppeteer the rest of the fight around him. And we didn't see that from Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime weren't kind of pushing the pace of the game to get ahead of EDG. We didn't see them really focus on ever. Part of the Trundle value is that if you have Flash, I'm forcing you to use it, because I can just Trundle Pillar you and there's going to be a Recon. That didn't happen. I think part of that may also be because Zhang was muted this game, unfortunately.
Zhang was muted this game. He saw the swap come out and he's like, all he did was ping that he's following the Rumble, right? He's like,
yep.
You okay up there? And he's like, spam pinging. Nope, I'm going bot side. I
am okay. I'm going to be fighting this guy. Don't worry about it.
I picked this to lane against Rumble, all right? I don't know what this 2v1 business is. We'll look back at, well, really the start of the end here. As in our first replay, Hulk, this was the ace that set the EDG train rolling.
And after this, I'm like, okay, can we, you know, there's a long time before we see Edge of Night completed for On, even if he starts this game 3-0. Can we please find something onto him? Can we look mid? Never the case. Zhao Hao was more focused on trying to steal away camps from Xiao Hao. And because they couldn't leverage the Ambessa being a better dive tool, by the time we got to see the Ambessa from Zhang actually apply any kind of team fight damage, I feel like the game was a bit too far gone at that point. And then On gets his Edge of Night, like we had mentioned, the spell shield plus the HP that the item gives you. Like, watching this fight, you're on to ZDZ. Already, I feel like we're at a bit of a tough spot. None of your damage is there. We're halfway, we're through ZDZ's entire HP bar, and Jin has only fired a single bullet of his ultimate. It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, and then there's an Unbreakable Will ulted up Alistair standing in front of him as well. I thought this was the one spot where Ultra Prime, you know, were able to get to OddsCon first. They're still staying aggressive, but it's just the spacing here from EDG. I remember Angel started this entire play up topside. That's how much time EDG bought themselves.
And for their opponents, when you look at Ultra Prime, you look at the rest of their schedule, you kind of look at the standings right now. If they lose this match in 0-2 fashion, this still allows for a team like team like Thunder Talk, a team like LNG. They can still potentially make it. That would keep their game differential pretty low. And if they go to -6 in game differential, that opens up a lot for these two teams. So if you're a Thunder Talk or an LNG fan, first of all, I'm really sorry. This whole year has not been great
Really
to you.
sorry. Yeah.
But there's still a chance. Still a chance.
I'm especially extra sorry to Thunder Talk fans because for LNG, it was just kind of always depressing. So you were like in that state the whole time. But Thunder Talk fans, you were lied to in Split 1. That was they did you dirty.
You were lied to, Slayer. You lied to them.
I am an unbiased journalist, and I only represented the facts, which were Thunder Talk were winning games. I have no idea what Ulk's talking about. We never ran a graphic.
It was never on tape.
About how
there was no tape of this.
There was no tape that Thunder Talk only wins when I casted them. That never happened. Let's talk player of the game so I can segue away from my bad takes here. Give me your take, Ulk, on who should get Pog here for EDG.
I mean, honestly, if you think about his impact in the game, ZDZ unironically actually did a lot this game. You know, he was basically big raid boss on campus. Probably is going to be going over to On with how he started and how the rest of that game looked from him. You're playing Poke Varus. Even with the nerfs, still is pretty good.
Still is pretty good. Let's see if On is going to grab it. No, hey, you know what?
So,
you're not going to believe it.
You did call
Okay,
this.
I was about to say, because I was thinking in my head while you were saying On, I thought you were going to call me out for going biased what they pick. Xiaohao, the guy who you looked a little bit off in these recent series here for EDG, I think put together a masterclass of a J4 game, and the scoreline dictates that so eloquently. 4-0-18 as a main engage tool. When you go deathless on an engage tool, yeah, you should be getting some love in the player of game conversations. I, though, Ulk, would like to give some love out to a very special group here when it comes to the LPL English broadcast, and that is our coffee supporters as I campaign anyone out there looking to support us to join in on the fun. If you would like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee linked in chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So big shout out to all you supporting us through coffee. And you know, is this a good time? I watched the video about 8 billion times of a certain giveaway that's also going on around here in LPL
We do
English.
have a giveaway, everybody. Please, it is currently pinned on the LPL English Twitter. If you saw some of our MSI interviews, only possible thanks to fans like you watching the show, we are giving away the Polaroids that we took. Every one of our interviews, we were able to grab a Polaroid of the player, also signed by them. So go ahead and check out our giveaway to potentially win one of those Polaroids for yourself.
You know, and Ulk sold that well, but I'll sell it with my big boy voice really quickly for everybody. Signed Faker Polaroid. Signed Faker Polaroid. You could win it. That's enough to get me involved. Hopefully it gets a lot of you involved. I'll give you some time to marinate on that thought as we will be going to a break. On the other side, see if EDG can take care of business in 2-0 fashion or if Ultra Prime are going to make this Nirvana matchup interesting. We'll see you guys in a few. So nice to have you back with us here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we have got a little bit of a taste of our Nirvana pie with a big helping for Edward Gaming, taking a dominating 1-0 win up against Ultra Prime. And well, it feels like they kind of got back to their dominating ways, as we pointed out, with Xiao Hao getting his player of the game, really leading the charge there alongside Palkia, as they've done to demolish so many games this split.
Yeah, it was very exciting to see. They had an early kind of start to the game with what we saw from the topside player on Grubs, 3-0 start for On, and then the game kind of played itself. We didn't see too much from Ultra Prime, which I will say was a bit disappointing with the kind of trajectory you've seen from this team. It felt like they were, for the most part, going up and to the right. It did start with them finding 2 victories up against LNG in Week 3 and Week 4, kind of back-to-back in that double round robin. Then they find the 0-2 to NIP, and that game kind of doesn't look close, but there's glimpses, there's hopes. And then we see what we've seen from, I think, this team just in general, where if Junhao and Zhang don't find an early advantage, this team can feel a little listless, a little bit lost in the mid-game.
And the problem with that, very sound logic, Ulk, is that when we do bring in Fearless into these conversations, right? Game 1, it's not like, oh yeah, it's fine. You know, we had Zhang on his Cassante, we had Junhao on, like, not a priority jungler. No, they picked Mbessa Trundle pretty early on as to kind of run over the early game like they did against Thunder Talk. So you now don't have access to those 2 champions, and that is going to make kind of that playstyle a little bit harder moving into this game too, in my mind.
Sorry, you said harder, and I immediately got flashbanged by the LPL player of the same name. He used to actually play with Xiao Hao and ZDZ. He was a mid laner. Was a part of anyone's legend in my debut split on LPL, and the only split on LPL I had. As we get back into this game, we are going to be seeing more of the same of the bans, except Nara's now moved over to the red side. I don't think Baya has not played this Yunara so far, so it's very clear that Ultra Prime do not prioritize this champion. Kind of a weird take here from EDG, but maybe expecting that there isn't going to be a curveball thrown.
Let's see if we get that curveball. Aurora, Azir, a lot of mid lane posts maybe thrown towards Angel's side. To talk about how he's kind of a boring mid laner. It's partly because, well, hey, he's going to draw a 3-ban. That's not boring. They take his Orianna. So that's the plan for Ultra Prime. Try and make Angel uncomfortable in this game, too.
Okay, so 3 champions taken away. Maybe they're going to just first pick the Victor. I don't see a reason why not. You got rid of some of his worst matchups. There's no Rumble. There's no Jarvan on the enemy team. Ryze is now the takeaway. Is that what we're going to get from Ultra Prime, or are we going to see a focus into the jungle? Wukong and Xin Zhao still up.
No jungle ban in a round 1 in the LPL. I don't see that too often, and there's that Wukong. So Junhao going to get one of those priority junglers once again. How much does that ban slate from Ultra Prime shake up the EDG draft? Because now they, if they really wanted to, can try and get Angel one of his last few remaining comfort champions on this R1, R2, even if it is a blind angle for him.
Could go Annie. Still very strong. You also have still, I think, a few top laners that we still have not been able to see. Obviously, talking about things like the Scion in particular for these 2 top laners. Very, very dangerous in the hands of someone like Ultra Prime and Zhang. So getting some early skirmishing here. Very easy setup, I think, with what EDG are trying to flip through.
Well, yeah, I just like to see them block the Annie, play into their power strengths, but they're going to blind the Galio. Ulk, how much flexibility does this have between ZDZ and Angel in your mind?
There's no Rumble top lane anymore, so I don't think this is going top lane. We also haven't seen Galio top lane from ZDZ this split in its entirety. So
right.
I know that Saber is a bit of a melee specialist. We've gotten his Tryndamere and his Yasuo. There's a Kassadin hovered there for a moment. Probably was, as we saw in the player cams, asking, like, hey guys, you know, like, we could flirt with it for a little bit, but instead going for the Victor. I like what Ultra Prime have. They have a very strong top side here with the Victor and the Wukong being able to skirmish. I think already countering what EDG want, and how many matchups does ZDZ really want to play? I mean, carry top laners right now versus Scion, for the most part, has been Cassante, Aatrox, the Renekton.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough into Zhang, who was able to kind of slap around. All right, okay, listen, it's not the same guy. Hoya is Low-key the easiest matchup.
Hoya's
you'll ever
worse
get in
than
the top
ZDZ.
lane.
We could be fair.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
That is
fair to
fair.
say.
You know what?
Move on.
No digs being thrown around. He will go for the Aatrox, so ZDZ going to have that world ender. A lot of, in-your-face skirmishing power coming across for this EDG top side. And that's going to make talking bot lane pairings pretty intriguing, I would say, specifically for Edward Gaming with what they've got together so far.
Yeah, and because they're on red side, they will have first pick coming out of the bans here. We have Rel being taken away. I wonder if Nautilus is something that they're going to be looking at, because when I see what EDG have, I kind of look at what Ultra Prime's damage is looking like right now, and this Aatrox is unkillable for a large portion of the fights. So who is going to be dealing with him? Typically, we tend to see supports be able to kind of stop an Aatrox, and you're going to need a high damage bottom lane from Ultra Prime. I think a Kai'Sa could work here. You have a pretty short range composition from what EDG are showing, but they're already starting to take away things like the Lucian and the Sivir, and Ultra Prime themselves are going to actually ban this champion away.
So what remains here? Smolder angles are available. I don't think either of these teams can afford to lean into a Senna this game either. If you want to talk scalers, still got your Ezreal floating around here. Corki would Corki. I think this is a pretty fun Corki angle with all the chaos EDG have created with that short range comp like you're talking about.
If EDG can hold the front line forward, for this Corki to fight, it'll be fine. He's going to have a lot of skirmishing potential in the early game. And instead, Ultra Prime are going to be giving themselves some tools to be able to play for Baye. What is the bot lane pair? We separated the Lovers duo thanks to our first game and Fearless. So, Ultra Prime, they can play for some early objectives, but I think EDG are just going to be too tanky right now, especially with Xiaohao on this Xin Zhao. He has an incredible amount of ability to survive thanks to his ultimate, and when becomes lightning, then becomes very difficult to play. Oh, and now we have Nico bottom lane. All right, so I have a very hard time seeing Ultra Prime win this game. Yet again, another situation where you have winning lane setups here for EDG. I think they are super tanky on 1 and 2 items. If this goes ultra late, maybe there's a chance, but I need to see something from Ultra Prime in this early game if we're going to have any chance in this game.
And like we talked about before we got into this draft too, as nice as we felt like Zhang Sion was against Hoya, you are still playing Sion, and that does take away Ultra Prime's most potent game plan, which is playing for Zhang and playing through him. No matter how you twist it, no matter how you slice it, you are inting if you are playing for the Sion lane. So Ultra Prime, at the very least, outside of everything all just talked about, now have to come out with a new strategy that they've rarely gone through, like you talked about with maybe playing for Baye, maybe playing for Saber later on. I just think, looking at these two drafts, Junhao is going to be in jail. I don't know how you play Wukong this game. I think playing Wukong is abhorrent.
Now, to be fair, Wukong does get a fair amount of value in this game. There's a lot of champions that are going to be low range into him, so his passive's going to give him a little bit more resistances. The ultimate can also be a stopgap measure versus a champion like a Galio or even the Aatrox. I want to see how he's going to be able to pilot this one. We talked about the aggressiveness of our two bottom lanes. We're finally now going to be able to see what Palkia looks on his first game of Nico. I think it's just really important for them to have a strong showing here, because this champion seems like it is not going anywhere in the meta and needs to be a champion that they're going to have ready going into best of 5 Fearless games for the play-ins.
It'll be very intriguing knowing that Palkia usually likes to sacrifice his health bar for engages. Can't really do that on Nico. As we hit the rift here. Silent Jayos, so I am going to continue to plead out my point, even though I wish I would be shut up by some awesome fan word. Yeah, okay, we're still in Nirvana.
You should have just kept going, and if they happen, then just egg on your face, okay? That's just how it goes.
Well, it goes nowhere with the Jayos, as we get to see exactly what the solo queue super server algorithm feels about this game, feeling like Ultra Prime need to be in control in that mid game, which is an intriguing thought here, as we continue to see On also showing some summoner prioritization a bit different here. It's been a while since I've seen a Ghost taken on a Corki.
I think it makes sense. You want the movement speed. They're from Ultra Prime. We said that for both of these teams, they're pretty low range, all things considered, so the movement speed's going to be pretty nice. I like that On is kind of experimenting in that way. And Palkia he was one of our supports that with the spellbook changes, he ignored them. Very early on in the split, he's like, I'm just going to take my Aftershock, and I'm going to face you and try to win the lane outright. Now they have a laning rune yet again here. Let's see if Baya and Xiaoxia can actually apply pressure in the lane, because Xayah Braum can be dangerous if we can get some of those Winter's Bites and concussive blows down.
Have to see, as we have both of our junglers once again pathing opposite. So Xiao Hao will be making his way towards this bot side. Well, Junhao will be pathing towards that Scion. Both these guys, well, more so Junhao going to be waiting for that ultimate, so we'll give some of a skirmishing edge here towards Xiao Hao, but expect both junglers to not really come face to face until we start talking about first dragons, first grubs, and all that, as we get a look at Palkia and On as expected, making sure Xiaoxia's life is hell, double range into a Braum.
Both of our junglers, like you had mentioned, going to opposite sides, but for EDG, I think it is slightly less advantageous for them, unless they're going to be going for a dive. They have no vision as to where Junhao is, but know that he started on the bottom side of the map, and I wonder if, there's any potential here for Ultra Prime. Maybe you see some early action, maybe around mid lane. You know that Saber is going to be needing at least a little bit of attention as is Victor, but mostly just to cover for him in this lane.
It's always just so tough to try and make a gank work earlier on or pre-6 with Wukong. It's just such a difficult spot to be in.
It's blind!
Blind canceling it. Does he even I don't know if he realizes even that he just canceled a Decimating Smash, because I don't think it shows. So hey,
he'll have gotten the proc, right? He'll know like, oh, okay, I hit something.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
All right, here's the swap though. This is big from Ultra Prime. We always talk about the Scion. You want to get him into the less fun 1v2 and get him out of the matchup against the carry top.
This is what we have to expect, though. That's my fault for not calling it out, but we have a Scion in the game, so swaps are going to be encouraged. Now, Xiao Hao does make his way all the way to the bottom side, and they know that Xiaoxia's backing. Oh, God.
Oh, there we go. They get the root down coming across from Palkia, and this one was just faded. The way EDG set up for it, excellent spring trap, and they got the kill onto their snowballing Xin.
But how much of the wave does he get? Oh, he doesn't finish the full wave. He's not going to be able to teleport for this. Now they're going to be swapping On and Palkia all the way up to the top side. ZDZ is going to be able to get this wave under the turret, and I don't think he'll be able to grab himself an entire plate, but still a good advantage already opening up here for EDG.
You heard Alk there talk a bit about teleport prioritization, also especially for top laners. It's a big thing that even you guys at home playing your own ranked games could really learn a thing or two from. And don't take it from us low elo casters. Alk, I'm only talking about myself. I'm not talking about you.
I think we're the same rank, brother.
Okay, don't take it from us low elo casters. You can take it from the pros as well. I'm going to stop my point, though, because this bottom lane really wants to fight. They're showing you how to fight like a pro. And they're going to get the ghost out from Baya. So now I can finish my point. Our awesome sponsor, prodiff.gg. You can improve your game, learn from pros in the NACL, ERLs, and even the LTA. LPL 10 to save 10% off. Thank you to Prodiff for allowing us to cast these team fights as a great feather pullback is going to come across from Baya. And they get rid of Palkia, but Xiao Hao was here first, and he's going to make it Ultra Prime's problem, as he is going to be able to pick up Feats of Warfare for Edward Gaming.
Again, 5 minutes in, and the bottom lane's been killed here. This is tough. And Junhao, he's like, okay, well, what can I get as a jungle? I stole his Respawn Raptors. That's as good as it's going to get for the time being. Junhao, I feel bad, but Ultra Prime, their bottom lane, you had to know that Xiao Hao was going to be in the area, not respecting the damage from On and Palkia. Now you've given over a pretty massive lead. You've dropped that wave, and On had already picked up the call beforehand, so he's getting more gold per gold out of these minions right now, and that's just going to continue to compound the advantages that we're seeing here for Edward Gaming.
Gold on gold. EDG are just not messing around, showing that they are much more confident in this matchup against an Ultra Prime team that they were able to wipe the floor with to start their amazing first half in Group Nirvana that they went perfect on with a 2-0 over Ultra Prime. Looking to do the same here, as they have, once again, like to remind everyone, if they come across with this 2-0 win, they're giving themselves a lot more breathing room in the first place in Group Nirvana scenarios. They have 1 game worth of wiggle room, so every series you can get through without having to drop that game for Edward Gaming is pretty huge for playing stuff.
I can't believe that this was actually the first matchup of the season for Split 3. This was the very first games that we played. It was also a 2-0 for EDG. And it seems like as things have changed, a lot of things have stayed the same. Like you had mentioned, Ultra Prime, or EDG, they can only lose a single game in the next 3 series that they will play, including this one. So a 2-0 here gives them breathing room like you had mentioned, and already starting off very, very well. Almost 2,000 gold is a lead, and they'll be able to play for these grubs that are spawning in a minute. For me, what I'm going to be watching is our 2 supports. The experience differential between these guys is huge, and having access to that Pop Blossom for Palkia should make a pretty hard case for them to be able to grab whatever objective they want.
It's also going to be hard to leverage any sort of fight for Baya without ults. If that... Well, the ult should be back around, but no Ghost, no Flash. They will grab both those Summoners off of this Zaya that doesn't have a lot of big damage power at this point. It feels like EDG, whatever neutral objective they want to take in this next sort of window, it'll likely be the Grubs, but even the Dragon, Ultra Prime is just going to have to surrender.
And there's just so many powerful ultimates. Saber using the Arcane Storm to try to get priority versus Angel. He comes back to lane. He has a Spectre's Cowl. It seems like for now, Ultra Prime are going to stay away from this top side. They do not want to play anywhere near this Nico and Corki. Let's just go to the bottom side of the map, and hopefully we can grab ourselves the first dragon. Xiao Hao is going to grab himself Raptors and move on down. And for a small window here, Zhang has been able to grab priority versus ZDZ.
And it's dwindling after a couple of sweet spot combos, but Junhao, yeah, the attention here is, oh boy, here's another small window. It's called Xiao Hao's gonna bust down the door to the Drake pit. Hello, you want this dragon? Let's see if he can take it away, and he will. With the wind becomes lightning into the spine. Oh, poor Junhao. There is nowhere for you to go, but back to base. The flash. Oh, does get around the wind becomes lightning. Hold on, but yeah, Xiao Hao had his own flash. Xiao Hao flashes forward to try and slow them. Bit of a lost cause play there, and it's getting depressing for Ultra Prime.
We gave over a kill. We had Xiaoxia come down and flash. I don't know. I feel like I just got Wukong ulted in my house. There's many things that I'm confused about. And like you had mentioned, I think perfect descriptor for that, a lost cause fight. Just let Junhao die. Let's try to get some vision on the top side of the map right now. Xiao has, I think, perfect pathing here. Raptors, get the dragon stolen away, a kill for yourself, and now you can use all of your bottom side respawn camps to go and move into the grubs that are here. This is a smite fight. I mean, he gets level 7 off of this. I guess if you're like a really big fan, you're like, cool, we got the Galio ultimate from Ultra Prime. You're like, yes! But Xiaoxia had to use his flash and his teleport. I don't know.
It's a lot of copium for one Galio ult, because guess what? Grubs were still up here, by the way, the entire time, and now Xiao Hao, that Pop Blossom you called out earlier, ult is here for Palkia. Yeah, the Ultra Prime, we are still getting in a giving spirit here. It's not the holidays, but it's feeling like it on the Rift.
We are not playing for this, guys. My jungler is taking his 3rd Raptors of the game. My Braum right now is trying to walk over and help Baya, and Baya already was looking for a recall. He thought, as most AD carry players, one more wave. I can do one more wave. Now he's going to miss that extra wave and potentially his full turret. I think if Xiao Hao comes here, they can actually go for 3 plates, but instead they're going to get the teleport out from Saber.
Yeah, Saber's forced to catch this wave, and On still gets... Oh, gets a plate there thanks to the power of those 3 grubs that EDG picks up. Oh boy, I am already struggling to figure out ways for Ultra Prime to kind of break this blockade that EDG are kind of slip into pretty soundly. Lanes are looking rough.
There's experience differentials in a lot of them right now. I mean, this bottom lane is essentially a full level behind when you think about the advantage that On and Palkia have over their counterparts. And the jungle right now, Xiao is almost level 9 at 11 minutes into this game. So the tankiness is only going to get worse here for Ultra Prime. And especially when you look at their team composition, it's going to get worse before it gets any better. Maybe on 3 and 4 items, I think Ultra Prime can fight, but I think at that point the game's going to be too far gone. Junhao is going to be here to protect his mid laner.
But here's the jungler up 2 levels. Yep, here's Xiao Hao. Tricks are going to come out, and Cyclone from Junhao just to make sure he doesn't get knocked down by the point of Xiao Hao's spear once more. So that kind of fizzles out any top lane play Ultra Prime are trying to make. And, well, they're going to probably have to seed this turret as well, unless they can cover for this dive with the Glacial Fissure, but
yeah,
I'm
I
still
think
feeling like they're in the
should
Gimmick
be
Spirit.
fine. Baya can move over. I think right now what we're trying to do from Ultra Prime's perspective is just protect Junhao's camps. He's already behind as it is. Almost 4 camps. It's going to be 5 camps now for Junhao, and they just try to get him his wolves. Baya's losing and consistently having to just drop waves to move into his jungle and protect his team. This is like the black hole of pressure now for Ultra Prime. And when one thing starts to go wrong, everything starts to slip.
Yeah, and on the shady side of the map here, it's like, can we get Zhang to move? No, he'll lose a turret doing that, and he's got to ult back to wave with no teleport. Oh, we are stuck. We are in a rut if we are Ultra Prime, and yeah, like you mentioned, it really feels like there's no way back out unless they start to really get proactive with some of their playmaking here, but the items are only going to get more problematic. Angel should have a first reset for a pretty tanky legendary item for his own start. Believe that On, once he gets this cold done, is going to have the Triforce. Oh, he already got it done. He's ahead of the curve there. So
yeah, Trinity Force at 13 minutes. I mean, ZDZ's looking for his recall so he can finish his first item, which looks to be a Sundered Sky. I don't think this gets much better. It's maybe okay now with Baya finishing an Essence Reaver, but Junhao is nowhere near completed with his Trinity Force, and we have 10 seconds before the Dragon. Another game here where EDG are going to have the first set of grubs. They're going to have themselves also now two dragons to start the game. That's Fates of Strength gone already.
Without a murmur coming over from Ultra Prime, they actually have to watch that dragon get started with the ward that they had in position. I'd like to see them maybe look to punish someone in these lanes as the Drake's going, but Junhao is not in position to come anywhere with this Cyclone, and he now, I believe, has to cover for this top turret. His Saber doesn't have TP to get up there. They're going to drop more waves. It is death by 1,000 cuts by definition right now from Edward Gaming.
All right, so if we are going to scale as Ultra Prime, look, I've got to get all the copium because it's looking more like a 2-0 than it is. We have got to wait 7 more minutes, which means another Herald that's going to spawn in 1, the Dragon that spawns in 4.5, and we also have to get Baya to 3, which, from what we've seen from our Zayas, he's going to be picking up a Navori Flicker Blade second, which means he's going to have no damage on the second item spike. And that's really problematic when we talked about the 2 solo laners here for EDG. You have an Aatrox and a Galio. Who's killing these guys?
I don't care if you have 5 people with heal cut. That is not stopping ZDZ anytime soon. You know who spikes really hard on 2 items? Corki with more mana completed. Oh, yeah. Not going to be far away in that aspect either. So, Ultra Prime, we are failing to figure out ways for you to maneuver your way back into this game. But hey, in the LPL, we like to fight over buffs. And EDG really want this blue buff, but even that Ultra Prime are kind of let go to the wayside. I do like Baya able to get a wave up here onto that mid-tier 1, but he's got to be careful, that he doesn't just get wrapped. Saber
could actually just die here. ZDZ presses the ultimate. If he lands this Q1, let's see what happens. Darken Blade's going to come down. Now, Junhao is coming.
Yeah.
You can already see that Palkia is making his way down. If they can stop this wave, I think Ultra Prime are somehow even worse than how they started this.
Okay, they're now invading back for a blue buff. They get smited away by Xiaohao, but the Cyclone going to pop on him. The good thing he has the Crescent Guard, and a great Pop Blossom is going to stop
they don't know he's
Baya.
coming!
Flash out from Xiaohao. Palkia low as well. Junhao has to bail out. It's chaos, but look who's on the back end of the fight. It's ZDZ. Cleans up 1 kill. First world ender reset. Flashing forward after all of Ultra Prime. His Angel has a flake of his own. He's going to flash, land a huge taunt onto 2. Luckily, he only grabs the tank, so Baya is able to get a Blade Caller back. Ultra Prime are trying to steady the ship, but over the wall comes Xiaohao, and down comes the damage from Edward Gaming. Zhang is just not taking enough to survive what EDG's doctor prescribed.
That's 2 kills, and what a fantastic amount of patience there from EDG. Wait for Palkia and Xiaohao to get into position. ZDZ playing Vision so well in that fight. I can't wait to look back on the replay for that. Just watching this Aatrox walk through Fog of War where Ultra Prime could get nothing done. They don't have any damage in this instance. And now they lose out on multiple kills and this mid-tier 1. So everything is continuing to go the way of Edward Gaming, who continue to prove that they don't belong here in Group Nirvana. Just look at the minimap right now. The ping's coming out. They know that Victor is coming, and for Ultra Prime's sake, they don't know where this Aatrox is right now. He could be coming from mid lane. He could be following behind Xiao Hao. So once he pops up behind them, they know that this is cooked.
You know damage is low, all Quinn. You got 3 people hitting a Nico using Pop Blossom, and the Nico doesn't get one shot.
Yeah. It's tough. It is a
That's
tough
my
look.
synopsis.
Ultra Prime, they had few windows for them to find, and a lot of the matchups have so far not gone their way. Speaking of, we come out of live, and that is going to be Xiao Hao picked up right as the Herald spawns, so perfect time.
Yeah, yeah. Also, fits into your window of Ultra Prime not getting picked off in within a minute and a half of another neutral, because technically he dies at 1 minute and 28 seconds away from third Drake, which is Infernal, known very well to not help out teams snowballing, as I've heard.
You know what's also funny is because this was the bottom lane getting caught here. Baya has no flash now,
Oh,
so
Angel doesn't either.
okay.
All right. Phase rush. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're here to cover even for Angel. Oh, Ultra Prime. Nothing is going right.
Well, guess what? Usually it's not Junhao who's the victim here, but getting caught out before an objective. No flash for Baya. No life here for Junhao. He's going to have his camps taken away as well. Baya's now going to be forced away from the mid lane wave, and EDG, the riches become even more so. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we are just absolutely demolishing Ultra Prime.
And here comes the Herald. Oh, they've caught up by and Saber. Featherstorm's all he got, but he still eats the Tangle Barb down. And On's Rocky picks up the 9th kill here. Turrets going down. The only thing Ultra Prime can desperately clutch towards is that they won't be in a perfect game scenario off the 1 kill they've been able to pick up in this game.
One grub. Or one kill. That's as far as it's going to go here. Palkia.
Oh, Palkia. Yep, able to grab himself 2 members as the turret goes down into a double taunt. It's just layering masterfully coming across right now for Edward Gaming, who are just pushing the tempo more and more forward, trying to get this game wrapped up with a nice bow.
All right, Slayer and everyone in chat, I'm going to have to hold this potentially as they look for play under the turret. I don't think it's very real.
All right,
Okay.
Palkia just died for very little, but hey, turret's down, and that's what we call plus EV gold play for Edward Gaming.
Okay. Oh my God, the AI crap.
That's the most one side I've ever seen.
77%.
That. Yep.
It's very fair, very fair. They're going to take all these topside camps. Maybe they just decide, look, they can't go for the dragon anyway. Let's just play for top tier 1 as well. Okay, sure.
Junhao. Time to chase down Ultra Prime jungler. ZDZ used all of his World Ender timer, but the demise is only coming here for Junhao. Hey, good redemption deal. Hold on. Saber's here.
Okay.
Hold on. Angel's dead. All right. There's no World Ender. How did Xiao Hao get that deep? How did Baya die? I don't know, but all right, guess what? I think Xiao Hao might just walk through the turret. No, he's not going to need it. There's a TP coming in. This is dysfunctional by definition. EDG gonna look to re-engage. Flash over Palkia gets 2 for 1 special on the Tangle Barb, and both tanks should drop. And yep, the rocket over the wall on. Let's see how much he wants to limit test with this lead. Nope, he's gonna let Xiao Hao survive.
There was no Otacon to try to do that for. I was like, okay, what are we doing this? Are we trying to play? This is the play of how we got to see Baya get caught. I assumed it was either him walking back from base or something like that, but in a small span of time, Zhang dies twice. Remember, he died in mid lane, teleported top, and died again. And EDG just got themselves 4 turrets in the last 2 minutes. And there's still a dragon to play for. I don't know what else to say. There was some shutdown gold that goes over to Ultra Prime, but continuing to snowball this advantage that they find themselves 2 games in a row.
Just look at On's items, guys. It's 21 minutes and enemy Corki
And he has, oh yeah. Oh,
3
God.
items. Okay. Yep. And more Armada completed. That alone should terrify you. And yeah, I mean, oh, because it's just like, yeah, Dragon's up, we'll take that. Oh, Ontacon's right there. Why don't we just do that too? Like,
yeah.
the rich
Kind
get
of.
richer.
The player gold you just saw on the left side of your screen definitely, I feel like, exemplifies this fact. They could start this up. I think they do need to wait for ZDZ to move on over, and it seems like EDG do want to spend some of their gold that they just got from not only killing Dragon, but taking multiple members down from Ultra Prime. So probably going to be playing on not this wave, but the next one for EDG as the Otacon starts to get spun up. Still a lot of summoner spells missing here for Ultra Prime, and it doesn't get easier, right? We said maybe on 3 items there's a chance here, and Ultra Prime, they've hit 2 items for Saber and Baya, but not huge spikes, especially with the nerfs to Leandries a couple of patches ago, and for Baya, that Navoric Filter Blades is all attack speed.
No AP, Saber? No AP. That's what that build says to me right now. And yeah, him getting the heel cut orb is also just further pushing down his damage timer. This game could just be decided very much so with a final stamp at Otacon, the way Ultra Prime are just going to yeet themselves toward this objective. Angel can eat a Braum stun. Engage comes across the Junhao, but they weren't ready for Palkia in the bush, who grabs himself 3 for 1 on the Pop Blossom. Zhang into the backline, the Argon execute Palkia, but he was on a one-man mission. The rest of EDG should be here to clean things up. Featherstorm down for Baya, try to create space up against Xiaohao. Blade Caller back, but he gets flashed on by ZDZ, who knocks him back down to the base.
He's teleporting in front of them.
Oh my god. Angel just TP'd over their head, says, you've got no escape route, Ultra Prime, and you have no way out, Saber, as he desperately tries to kite himself back towards the Otacon, buying himself a lot of time, but death is inevitable for him in this game. Another wipe down fight from Edward Gaming.
You could see it in the player cams. Palkia's having fun. I'm assuming the boys on EDG are having a fun time here in this series. A good bounce back after their loss against NIP. And they're back from their break, and it looks like they have not missed a beat. I feel bad for Rafa, honestly. He is the one that was really hoping for an undefeated split, and won't be the case, but when you look at this fight, it is just so easy to see. I mean, Ultra Prime, they're too far behind. EDG are really slapping them with their wallets and the combat efficacy of their champs. We come back to live. Xiaohao and On have killed Junhao. This is just a formality, the rest of this game. We're 24 minutes in, and there is a 15,000 gold lead here for EDG. All right, this was kind of the bet that I wanted to take. Do we see a 20,000 gold lead? I've only seen it once, both in NACL and in LPL. We've only seen a 20,000 gold lead a single time.
It's a great question. I'm trying to think about...
It's a bet. Over, under. Do you think it's going to happen or not?
Under. I'm going to say under. I don't think there's enough standing gold, and I don't think these kills are going to, A, be worth enough gold to catch up, and B, are going to be plentiful enough for them to get here. I think the way they're knocking down turrets, if they win one more fight wiped like that, they just win the game. But Ultra Prime might make me eat my words. Zhang is going to TP behind. It's going to be spotted here by EDG. They're going after On, who has a fat bounty of his own to try and collect, but Xiaohao's doing a pretty good job playing bodyguard. Drops the crescent guard, so Baya doesn't get any damage. Palkia can go over the wall to get himself another multi-man Pop Blossom. One-man mission, but EDG with ZDZ's flank should be able to just mop up the rest of these kills like a knife through butter. Downfall Ultra Prime once more. It's only Saber alive, but he has ZDZ chasing him down rapidly. And he might just carry all of EDG into the base with him, the only one to survive. Another white fight for Edward Gaming.
All right, 16,000 gold. Baron's gonna give them 1,500. I think it's possible. They're gonna have to wait another wave. They had no minion waves set up. I think we're gonna see a 20,000 gold difference. This gold graph is gonna be so terrible at the end of this game.
Oh boy. I think they are gonna get it. Baron with all the turrets they're going to knock down. They win one more fight. I feel like a very silly better.
Dragon spawning in 50. Oh my god. Yay! It's
oh my lord.
They can feel my casting. They know what we're talking about on the show.
Oh lordy. Okay. Ooh, I'm running out of words now too. I don't. That is a sea of red in the gold graph. Wow. So Ultra Prime, you got a really important series coming up after this one.
Yeah. yeah, that is true. Ultra Prime, the rest of their season, they still have a single series after this. They will play against LGD to end out their split, and that will be, I think that's actually on the last day of the split, potentially. No, it is on the 25th. So,
okay.
Starting on a Monday, it'll be the first match. After that will be BLG and FPX. but that will be a game that helps decide whether or not they can make it into playoffs. And really, really important kind of series for them. EDG, they've got Baron.
Guys.
We do not care about this Dragon, guys.
Give up your base for Dragon. All in for Dragon so that you don't get 20k gold lead. All right. Because if you fight, you give away 20k gold lead. All right. Oh man. Yeah, 20k is so locked, dude. It's so locked. Oh, they're death rushing.
Right. Can we? Okay, so this will be an objective bounty if Ultra Prime can steal this.
Or if they get some of these shutdowns. Everyone on EG has shutdowns.
That's true.
We just need to get some kills, guys, to keep my bet alive. But they're already on the wrong side of the river. And Palkia.
No.
All right, good Featherstorm from Baya. So he doesn't get grabbed by the pop loss, but here's their entrance to it. How's going on to the back line. See if they get any of these kills back. Maybe there's a hope. No, it's all crushed under the heel of EDG, and the gold lead should go over 20k. We're at 19.
Yes, they're going to get mid-wave. Let's go, 20,000. Yay.
I'm waiting. We're not. Oh, come on. Let's see. I think they should get all these turrets, right? Oh, we're so close.
There we go.
20k. All right, that's what we're cheering for, because that's how badly EDG just wiped the floor with Ultra Prime as they 2-0 them to start off their last 3 series of the regular split.
Show me that gold graph, LPL. I want to see 20,000 on it. I need to see it. Great job from EDG, a 2-0. To be expected as we came in, but I know we were kind of riding a little high off of an insane series from Ultra Prime. EDG showing that they are still head and shoulders above the rest of Group Nirvana.
And while, there isn't much to break down about this series, I do kind of want to go back to the convo we were having before all the 20k gold lead shenanigans coming across. Last thing I'll say about the 20k gold lead, it was just because I can't remember in the many random tier 3 NA games that I casted, if I've ever seen 20k, I'm going to pretend like this was my first 20k gold.
There you go.
It probably wasn't.
The first 20k you remember.
Yes, there you go, for that marker. But let's remember how big of a series this was for LGD. You talked how much about how Ultra Prime, what this meant for them. They're going to be playing LGD. With this 2-0 loss for Ultra Prime, LGD are officially locked. 3rd seed out of Group Nirvana.
That is true. With them being 4-4, Ultra Prime cannot beat their game record right now, and more importantly, that game differential. LGD are 9-10, so they're at a -1. Ultra Prime now with this, they will move to 9-15, which puts them at -6. There is absolutely no way that Ultra Prime can beat them in that sense. So, unfortunate, especially for an Ultra Prime that we're kind of getting a little bit hyped for, but kind of sucks when some of your last couple series are up against really big teams. And the funny part of this too is that Ultra Prime's last series is against LGD.
Yeah, so for all the talk we had about, I don't want to damper that. Group Nirvana still has more important games much later than it did last split. But with this result, that last matchup for LGD becomes officially a tune-up match. Or if they're really inspired by which team they want to let into play-ins, they can play really hard, or who knows?
I'm sure Ultra Prime do not want to get into play-ins, guys. I'm sure of it. They would not love to play a single best of 5 to get back in.
I'm saying for LGD, right? It's like the only stakes you have in that series is, do you want to ruin Ultra Prime split or not? And a tune-up for that play-in stage.
Trying to see what else. So this is, again, still really big kind of implications. Real quick, either we could do this, I think, before some of the stats. Thank you. I do kind of want to see if we can get the standings up really quickly, because what this means now, Thunder Talk and LNG have a chance. LNG we saw in Split 1. Somehow they avoided relegation after being the worst team in the league. Can they make the magic happen again? That's up for debate. But this leaves that the ability for those two teams to make it into play-ins for that last spot.
Ooh, yeah, and that's so crazy that LNG are still going to have hopes. Are they playing? Who are they matched up against? I believe
LNG, unfortunately, they have Thunder Talk and EDG. There's a 21,000 gold lead. Yes! Okay.
Wow.
But yeah, the last 2 games, especially that last game for LNG, playing against EDG, not exactly exciting. And that'll actually be on Sunday. LNG play 2 back-to-back games. They'll be playing on Super Saturday, first against Thunder Talk, and then Sunday, like we had mentioned.
And you know what sucks for LNG is you'd be like, oh yeah, EDG, they've been locked play-ins, right? Like they've been dominating. They shouldn't have anything to play for for that series. Yeah, they aren't allowed to drop more than one game in their last 2 series. And you think they're going to want to do it against LNG? Nah, so. Hey, again, feeds into the narrative. Basically, every Group Nirvana game, maybe down to the last one we get for this split, is
all
going to matter to somebody. Yeah.
That's cool. That's awesome. I'm super happy about that. There's so many times we get into like the last 3 days. It kind of feels like the end of school, of the school semester. You're going into summer. You're like, okay, the last couple days of school don't matter. And same thing usually for a lot of our competitive formats. But here in Group Nirvana, at the very least, the last couple games going into the end of the split are going to mean something.
You know, the funny part about that analogy is like, for me, the last couple days of school, the only reason they matter is because you get to do like fun things in the class.
Yes.
Like you get, like watch a movie, or like everyone gets to play board games. The equivalent of that for us and all the viewers at home is that in those games that don't matter at all, usually you get fun champion picks. That's like the equivalent of getting to watch a movie in your final class, or play board games all class long. It's like, hey, you're gonna see some champions that weren't picked all split, because why not?
I'm just really happy that we got to have. I'm trying to think about some of my last days of like elementary school were not great. I had there was one day where I brought like 150 Pokemon cards, but I didn't have a place to put them, so I had them in my my cargo pants. So I was walking around with a fat stack of cards, and then like the last hour of class, my teacher's like, oh yeah, those are actually not allowed at school. So she confiscated them. I don't know why we're doing this on one of the last days of class.
Oh. All right, you want to hear? I have one. Okay. I
gotta do this quickly. Remember, got MVP coming up.
Okay. So you play. People played sports at lunch. Obviously, I look like a guy that played sports at lunch. You know, football, touch football. The last touch football game I ever played in 6th grade, my final year in elementary school, somebody elbowed someone trying to catch a ball under their jaw with their tongue sticking out, and they bit through their tongue in the last football scrimmage we ever played. So that's
tough.
one of my bad memories.
Yeah, that would be the last time I played touch football. I agree.
Yeah. That was that's
MVP.
the one memory I have. I feel like Junhao. Yeah, you're going to sit with that one for a second. Xiaohao, I think, might deserve it, but they might give it to On because he was like 5K up on his opponent.
We thought he was going to get MVP for last game, or at least I did, because he started off the game 3-0. There we go. Double 2-0 Xiaohao MVPs, going up to 8, which does mean he actually climbs up to Tai, Jackie Love, and Monkey, as well as Nayo and Tarzan. So currently, there is a 5-way tie for most amount of MVPs, and 2 of them now belong to Group Nirvana teams.
2 of them belong to Group Nirvana junglers. And that's funny, knowing how much Group Ascend junglers have changed around. Guys, don't get crazy, all right? We've had enough swapping there. But hey, speaking on Group Ascend, that's where we're heading next, folks, as this has just been a little bit of a warm-up for our very fun series coming up next. It is JD Gaming, with still a little bit of hope to get into top 4, but they got to go up against a BLG team that just had one of the worst single throws seen all year in the LPL, and they are definitely mad about it. We'll see how that series looks after intermission when we break down the 2 teams. We'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back with us here, LPL English unofficial broadcast through our first series in expedited fashion, thanks to Edward Gaming, looking a lot more like the EDG that went a perfect 10-0 in games in their first round robin of Group Nirvana, but it is now time to focus in on Group Ascend. We have ourselves at an interesting crossroads, all between BLG and JDG, as we always like to talk about standings implications, but also, momentum-wise. I think these two teams are momentum-wise at similar spots, maybe, potentially, and standings-wise very far apart.
Sure, both of these teams are on loss streaks of, or I guess JDG have won at least a game, but they're in different spots right now. BLG are concerning themselves with finishing top 4, and JDG are really, really worried about having to play a play-in's best of 5 against a Group Nirvana team. Yeah.
So how do we remedy that storm for JD Gaming? Well, maybe try and capitalize on a Billy Gaming that, you mentioned it's on a 2-loss streak, but vibes-wise, I would argue worse, knowing how badly I keep bringing it up because I had to watch it live. Well, a lot of you had to watch it live. I had to be a part of what I watched Billy Gaming do with one of the greatest leads I think I've seen them in a game. We're going to move past that, though, because I do want to introduce JD Gaming, as their roster has been, under a bit of changes when it's come to Split 3 so far. So let's get a look at JD Gaming's current roster heading into this matchup. It is Xiaosu in the top lane, Shun in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, Pays, and the newest support to enter JDG, Shuo, stepping in for another series here.
It's been tough. I mean, we looked at the changes, even with the support change coming midway through the split. It just doesn't seem like this team is gelling right now. Scout is having one of his worst years we've seen from him so far, and I just think that the changes don't fix what was fundamentally wrong with this team, which is mid-jungle is just not working. Shun and Scout seem like they're not on the same page. Especially from Split 2, where they were doing a lot better. I think with more of the carry junglers out, we haven't seen that kind of style really rock here for JDG. And taking out Ala, unfortunately, for a top laner who doesn't really play a lot of the carries, has left this team in a situation where you're lacking firepower now.
Yeah, the firepower is the great way to put it, because it cannot just all lean on Pays, who I do think has also, dropped down with his efficiency compared to Split 2. It was a really high bar for him to clear from Split 2, especially Rumble stage to Rumble stage. But you need more than just Pays as a somewhat reliable person in the firepower department. And while it hasn't really been Xiaosu in this split, I do want to give him some flowers here, because when it comes to this guy, I think he's been the best at capitalizing on the tank top supremacy we've seen in these metas.
I've been really happy to see Xiaosu, especially when we kind of look at RNG being one of the worst teams in the league. I mean, they got eliminated in Split 2 very early on, and now no longer part of the LPL for 2025. Seeing Xiaosu and the rest of his boys get different spots on LPL teams to different levels of success, there was questions about whether or not this was actually going to work, and he has started to make, I think, a name for himself to be one of our best top laners in the league. The only caveat I will give him, I think that he has not pushed his carry matchups in more meaningful ways. I think his Rumble is really deficient, and the only champions we've seen him have really large impact on are things like the Renekton, like we see on our screen, and the Cassante. So if we are going to see this JDG do anything in playoffs, it needs to be off of playing around our solo lanes and seeing a kind of a step up in performance, which is absolutely needed at the end of the split.
Yeah, that's the tough question that we all have to pose towards JDG fans who I know are going through it, especially maybe not psyched in chat for this matchup, but going forward, not just for the BLG matchup, but into playoffs like you're talking about. Which solo lane can you really kind of divulge resources into? And yeah, it's not hard to make a case here for Xiaosu, and we'll see how he looks in this matchup, talking about that, Ulk, because you mentioned we came in talking about all-pro pace. Another guy, he's going up against another guy who I think should be, and hopefully will be, on a lot of us all-pro ballots here at the LPL English, which has been.
Yeah, think about the other top laners right now. Shear's definitely not getting on there. I mean, we're not putting Cube. And you look at the other top laners, who else is performing at a high enough pace in top lane? Bin's doing very well for himself. Flandre and all of AL are going through a weird patch where they're just playing really badly. The Shy has been one of our standouts. So I think when you look at top laners right now, it's kind of Xiaosu and Breathe who are competing for that third spot on an all-pro ballot, in my opinion.
Yeah, that is very fun, again, for a guy that is, like you mentioned, come from the depths that was RNG, but the reality for today is that he's playing against a guy who will very likely take one of those all-pro ballots from him, and Bin, who I also think, one, has shown why I think Bin has been in such a good spot is because he's shown the ability to play the takes like everybody else is at a good level, but then still get those carry-esque performances out of like a Gwen pick or really good Rumble games. But we'll talk more about Bin in a bit. Let's introduce his teammates as well here, the challengers, Billy Gaming on the other side. A roster that has also seen some shakeups, but no incoming shakeups just yet for any of you, speculators when it comes to this roster. Bin is the top side. Shadow is still in at the jungle position here. Golden left hand, Knight as ever, unmoving from this roster. Elk and On to round out the rest of the squad.
Well, we'll touch on it really briefly. There are rumors that Beitron is coming back to the lineup. He's been playing a couple scrims, and it is technically his starting spot. For anybody who doesn't know, currently Beitron is actually out on injury. Usually that has been used as a kind of way to silently take a player off of a team, but with kind of the rumors, and especially with BLG starting to lose, there's a potential that Beitron does come back. So we'll keep an eye out as we go through. Could potentially a mid-series swap. We don't know. And when we talk about someone else that is on this team, Knight may be making a head case for himself to be MVP of the split. Now, he's won multiple MVPs in his time here in the league. Last split, just barely losing out to Kanavi in the jungle over on Top Esports. But so far, his level of play from what we've got from him and the entirety of BLG, especially the start that they had to split number 3, an early case here for another most valuable player.
Also see these clips, but if we left that other graphic up, Alk, while you were talking, I was just gonna stay here with a napkin and just gonna try and erase that question mark. Yeah. Can we get rid of that? I just want to erase that. Yeah, there's no question here. Knight should be in line for another MVP award the way this guy is playing. It's a tough matchup. You know what I hate about today's matchup here, Alk, is coming in as a fresher LPL fan as I have been. Like, if you had sold me I would get to cast a Scout Knight matchup, I mean, I would just get so excited. And reality is a cruel mistress today. Ooh.
For anybody who has somehow missed the last 8 months of JDG, Scout has some of the worst performances of his career, just bar none. He has been playing absolutely below the standard that we expect for a player of his caliber, and that has really dragged JDG down, especially. So it's a tough one, like you were mentioning. I came into this year, I was like, oh my god, I get to see Shun and Scout on the same team, and they've got Pays.
Yeah, right?
This is an insane roster. This should be a super team coming on through, and everything about this roster has really started to fall to the wayside here as we get towards the end of the season, potentially not even making Worlds. I think if a couple things don't go their way, if they fall out in the playoff bracket, we might not even see them in the regional finals after making top 3 in Split 1. A really long fall from grace for such a legendary organization the past couple years.
It is a daunting sort of proclamation you made there, especially for JDG, and see players like that not make Worlds. Well, all right, the only way to pick yourselves back up here if you're JDG is to come online in this series against BLG. And hey, you know what? If you're looking for some sort of hopium or copium here, JD Gaming fans, we get set for this Game 1 draft. I'm not blaming anyone here. This is my first JD Gaming series of Split 3, so they have never lost while I have casted them in Split 3. That's all. That's facts are the facts.
That is true. That is true. I think you might be getting a first one, though. You might get a first one tonight. We'll see. We'll see. If they pull off a victory, that puts Billy in I think a 4-series losing. No, that would put them in a 3-series losing streak. And think about the difference in opponents that they've lost to. They lost to Top Esports, which again is another top-level team, actually the first-place team here in the LPL. And then they lost to IG. So you get into that situation, and now we're talking about, okay, who else is BLG going to lose in the back half of the split? Because even look at their further opponents. They're going to be playing FPX. I think a scheduled win, and then something miraculously terrible happens. and an IG who is a reschedule because of natural disasters. So I doubt we're going to be seeing too much different here coming into this, and we need to see JDG actually surprise. Otherwise, Billy will be locking up a top 4 playoff spot.
Let's see if we get any of that surprise coming in to our Game 1 draft, as we are already locked and loaded there and already flying through bans. Varus Pantheon off the board here for BLG. Seeing Rumble likely to stay up here potentially, and also Talia and Azir, 2 big mid laners that have constantly gotten banned in this first phase. Yunara taken away, though.
All right, Talia. I think Aurora is also something that we've been seeing BLG really prioritize.
Be careful.
Mid lane's going to be so important in this matchup. I think Knight has been, you look at the stats, this guy is by and far the best mid laner in the entire league. And now we're getting Scout, one of his most comfortable champions in the Azir.
Is he going to get zigged? Oh, okay, I mean Talia's great. I'm not gonna discount it, but I was just so inspired by the little run Knight went on there, where he was like, "Yeah, you guys know Ziggs is a huge counter to Azir, and I'm already one of the best laners, if not the best, in all of the LPL. So why don't I just slam that matchup?" He's not gonna go towards that. He'll take the Talia. So still, I called out Scout a comfortable champion for him, but tough to always lane against Knight, especially when he gets his hands on Talia.
Shouldn't be too much of a hard matchup here. Azir is going to be really comfortable, I think, playing in this kind of style. Just have to be worried about what kind of access BLG will have. Now going ahead and having both of their solo laners locked up. Bin's Rumble has been on a tear so far here in the LPL. So glad to see that he is still continuing this level of dominance. What are we going to get from JDG, though? Because this could be an Ornn, and talking about that tank top laner, Xiaosu could potentially fit right in and really counter what BLG already are showing.
Still, obviously, they'll have Wukong, Xin Zhao, Jarvan, really high up in priority now. If you like a Vi taste here, a lot of options for Xun and Shadow to both try and turn towards, but it's going to be the Wukong here for Xun. Curious if we're going to try and get that tank top out of the way now. I would assume so. I expect JDG to leave their bottom lane through the second phase of bans, because there are definitely a lot of matchups that I think they would like to take off the board if he is allowed bans. Into
Xin Zhao, like you were mentioning, already still up for BLG if they really want it. There's no Trundle in the game either, so gives them some dueling prowess there. What are they going to go for from JDG? Looks like they're taking their time on the spot. Could go for Sion too.
Whoa.
All right. Before we talk anything else about draft, if BLG do not lock anything in, there we go. We're getting a remake.
Yeah. Okay. Thank God.
So
I thought I had to watch the worst design champion of all time.
You don't like Quinn?
Oh.
Quinn's really strong, actually. I thought Quinn was way worse before they added Synchronized Souls into the game, but now that that's in, I actually been having a lot more fun playing this champion. I agree, though, this champion was really, really terrible for a long time.
I'm not going to deny that there are strengths to it. I just hate the champion. I'm not talking about where it is in the meta. That is the most annoying champion to play against ever. So, yeah, that's my campaign. Thank God we got out of that spot. But, yeah, that does mean we're going to have to rewind the draft, remake it here, and we can start theory crafting on what took JDG so long to lock in that third pick. I wonder, do you think they maybe going back and forth between picking Xiaoshu a pick here, or maybe trying to get something for Zhuo before that second ban phase? I don't think they would have picked AD.
JDG have been having some weird issues. I know that they had a remake in one of their last series. Also, I've been having an ongoing, fake back and forth. I think that their crowd mics have been bugged. Usually they have a really loud JDG fan who leads the fan cheers, but you can barely hear them when we get out of draft. So, again, still hoping that the engineers over there can get the sound fixed, and hopefully we get the setups as well.
Man. Whew, I was about to be so excited to watch Ulk try and break down a Quinn Rumble matchup. Have you ever casted Quinn? I can safely say I've never casted a game of Quinn.
I've probably casted one Quinn game, but definitely not in the LPL. I've missed.
Oh yeah.
When I joined, Thashai was still taking a break, so I didn't actually get to cast any Thashai Quinn games, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think it had to have been a long time. If anything, I've probably casted one in a random NA tier 3 collegiate event or something, some random ass games, maybe an OQ, but it's tough. Either way, think about the champions that we saw, right? We had Azir and we had Wukong set up. So I think already you're setting yourself up for success, giving the Azir the ability to actually properly team fight. And then from Billy's side, you're going to have a Rumble and Talia. I want to see if BLG are going to kind of play a little bit more on side lanes, because Bin, you look at his stats, he has the lowest kill participation in the entire league for top laners.
Shocking, yeah.
50.4%. And then you look at his other stats. Second in gold per minute and CS per minute. Third in DPM. This guy is really insane. He's actually, if I remember correctly, I'm going to just go ahead and pull up goal. I think he actually has the lowest KP of any player in the league.
That's wild.
Yes, he does. He is the lowest kill participation of any player here. It's Poppy instead of Wukong.
I'm so confused. What are the rules on that, though?
So, as long as the enemy team does not... Usually what happens is like, they're done in phases, right? So, JDG are on blue 2 and 3. If the enemy doesn't make a pick, you are allowed to remake draft, usually. So, if we got out of this one, and let's say their third pick from BLG was wrong, as long as JDG don't ban a champion, there would be an ability for BLG to ask for a remake. So,
right. I was just curious how they were allowed to switch out the second pick. I switch out the second pick. But hey, you know what? We don't need to dwell on it because we got more of the draft to look at here. Shadow's going to go not for the Xin Zhao, not going to take the Wukong that wasn't picked now. He's going to go for the Skarner with a Talia.
Yeah. Okay. So, it does mean that BLG are a little short range, and I don't like the options into Poppy and Sion. Sion is just going to be able to tank this early laning phase very, very well. Poppy, again, all about the stall here for this Azir. We get in the second phase of draft with these bans. Gotta be thinking about Alistar. Alistar for JDG would actually be a very potent combo. Things like Rel as well for the immobile carries showed so far from Billy.
Wonder what pay... I feel like this comp auto-locks pays into wanting to maybe... sync up with Scout sort of power spike timeline. So you're thinking third-ish item around Azir as well. What champions fit that kind of profile? You would think like Xayah if you want the safety. Smolder's still up there and available if Pays wants to lean on that. Kai'Sa can kind of scale. Yeah, into a short-range comp too. So now we know the two support bans came Zhuo's way. So Pays is really going to have his pick of the litter here on what support he wants to fit into this comp.
We're just getting rid of all the primary engaged supports, like all the premier ones. I mean, Rakan, now we have the Nautilus. Kai'Sa's the champion that's going to be banned here. So for BLG, still a lot of options. I think a Lucian on first is fine, but you look at how many tanks. I've actually been a really big fan of the Kraken Slayer on Lucian. We've been seeing a little bit pop up here and there. It does mean that your first item spike is a little weaker, or that your first item spike is a bit more powerful, but you're a little bit weaker on second and third. So I'm going to go ahead and take away that Alistar that I mentioned. And for JDG, they still need a little bit of damage from the bottom lane.
I understand Corki definitely answers a lot of the damage issues and will scale well kind of next to the Azir. I do just worry about this Corki playing into an Alistar running at him, the curtain call, a Skarner coming and grabbing his short range there. I'm curious how this fits in, but Corki Rel is a very, very potent bottom lane combo, but you're not a fan of.
Corki Rel can be super dangerous in the laning phase. I mean, level 2, these guys can run you down. Honestly, level 1 with the ability to use the crash down can be a kill, or at least a summoner spell very early on. But into the Alistar matchup, I think that On has way too many ways of stopping this engage. We need to see Xun and Zhuo playing in tandem together. They have a composition that works really well around playing around 2 items. They're going to spike incredibly hard. Any early dragons they can grab are going to be great. BLG want to take this game late, and we did not get to really talk about game time. And we had a very fun graphic setup for this. BLG have not won a game, or they've won 1 game out of 6.
Yes.
Going anywhere past 40 minutes. I don't think you want to get into this situation with a Sivir on your team.
I do like the Sivir, though, seeing that Corki Rel bottom lane. Yeah, here you can go. Here we go. You get to see the eloquent. I love when we can get the Michael Scott memes going in here. But yeah, this is This is I think it was put well as there's a Goldilocks zone here in BLG games, it feels like.
Yeah, 30 and 40 minutes. The fact that in their second round robin, their average game time increased by 4 minutes is really insane. By the way, if you wanted to know the sample size, first round robin was 15 games. We're not done with the second round robin, but they've played 14, so I feel like this is a apt comparison that you can make here. And obviously you can see that their average game time as well kind of increasing alongside the average game time of the entire league. Very, very difficult spot. There are a lot of avenues to play. Let's see if Billy can play around those first couple objectives. Dragon stacking, I think, is going to be very pivotal for them, whether or not they can try to keep the pace up against JDG scaling.
As we hit the rift here for a very important series for our two teams, momentum-wise for BLG and JDG, keeping their
敌
playoff
军还有
hopes
30 秒
alive.
到达战场，碾碎他们。
You see what I mean? You can't
Yeah.
hear them. I don't know what's
No.
going on. The Beijing crowd, they're getting done dirty. Because I've loved them every time we've come to the JDG arena. But I don't know what happened halfway through Split 3. We just randomly lost the ability to hear the crowd. Which makes me very sad.
It is very unfortunate. Wow. Hey, okay.
全军
Analytics are in love with JDG this game. I've rarely seen the line stay one color the whole game.
I don't think I usually ignore this. So this is my first time seeing that. I can guarantee that.
Okay, so the statistics, the AI, what as Cubby likes to call it, definitely backing the JDG comp that I do have some concerns with as we get to see some of the rune choices here. I think Elk picking Sivir here is massive. I think mainly because it should nullify, if you're positioning correctly, Elk and on the power of this quirky rel, and you should be able to kind of coast into a safer spot mid-game.
Is that level 1 we were talking about? And On does take a pretty massive trade, but could have gone worse if Joel had actually landed the crash down.
They survive now. It is very fun, though, that we have this matchup, right, where it's the nullifying power of an Alistar and a Sivir by deleting waves into a quirky rel, because you highlighted it well, all coming into this matchup. We felt like bottom lane 2v2, Elk and On are going to be much more, not just aggressive, but should have been much more successful, but they've kind of drafted against that identity.
Oh, On! Let's go. Showing a little bit of the mechanics there. Gets the headbutt and cancels out the crash down. Now, both junglers are heading down to the bottom side of the map. And while I would say that for what Shadow needs to do in this game, he's just here to protect his lanes, Shun actually can play a little bit more aggressive. Poppy is going to have so much early damage and actually has opted into the phase rush, so really wants to get into fights and then immediately peel back out and give his team a little bit more space to work with.
Both those junglers likely could intersect here towards this bot side crab. Scout going to get an early ward down as well. They should line up just about the same time as that crab spawning, so bottom lane priority is going to become a pretty big part of if we see any skirmish happen in this bot side river.
Do you think that BLG should be able to grab it? I mean, you have Sivir, right? Shun's actually going to skip his 6th camp, see if he can make any kind of action happen here. Joe's looking.
All right, they already got On kind of trapped up here. He burns the heal first. He's going to flash, get away from the wall into the headbutt, but On should be slowed up and taken down. Pays is going to grab first blood. Shadow's just a little bit too late here to find a response, even though Elk has lethal tempo going. Elk has to be very careful how far he extends himself forward. BLG look like they don't want to stop pushing. They're going to let Pays out, and they're going to give away that first blood for very little.
Ooh, and this might turn into double scuttle here for Shadow because Shun still has to do his Krugs. And by the time he finishes this, look at where On is moving. On is moving immediately towards the top side. Maybe has to even kind of correct his pathing because, I mean, Pays wanted to catch that last wave. Otherwise, he would have missed about a wave and a half here under the turret. A nice advantage. It was the first blood going over to JDG, but Shadow is going to be a little bit ahead of his counterpart and getting that level 6.
That's a pretty critical ultimate, as it really should help this jungle matchup here for Shadow. I'm curious to see if we have a swap spot here too, as Bin has gotten a couple waves under Xiaoshu's turret and got the reset coming across from Elk. Looks like he's just going to go back bot side, so BLG not going to initiate a swap.
Yeah, Pays being stuck under his turret. He needs to be very careful about how he plays this. When you're playing against Sivir, finding timers to go back to base is really, really key because of the fact, you know, we've talked about it every single time we see a Sivir, just her ability to be able to clear waves. We're going to be a little late to this for now. Obviously, Rumble will probably be looking for a teleport coming up soon, but Zhuo not only heading towards the top side to help out Shun, also to pull the wave and protect it. Seems like still. Let's see if Corki's able to grab this scuttle, or grab this cannon. Okay, so he does. Thank you to thank you to Zhuo.
That's the way to make your AD carry happy right there, is to save him from the cannon. Was asking to see if BLG would go for the swap, and I forgot the fact we have a Scion in the game, so JDG is obviously going to be the one that want to initiate that first. Is Elk is going to help out his jungler, tracking Jun a bit more towards his clear, gets that late ward down. Dragon is up and available, but like I talked about in the last series, especially from these group Ascent teams, and most importantly, Scout got the flash out of Knight there. Hold on. Is he back?
That is really good. That is exactly what we need to see. We don't usually see this very early on. Like, Scout should be fine, but, I mean, being able to force that flash does mean that a Poppy can be very dangerous when we talk about playing on Grubs, and I think BLG want to be the team that get these Grubs spawning in 2 minutes. Taking that away from an Azir who's going to get gold on a side lane and hit these turrets can be very, very good about impacting JDG's potential pace in this game.
Shadow maybe looking for a play to punish this Scion. It's hard to cut through this health bar. Good headbutt pulverize on, gets him back though. There's no angle for Xiao Shu to just ult his way out of this. Shouldn't even expend the flash here, really. He is just gold. Given over to Elk on a silver platter there as BLG are on the board.
And Rumble is catching a huge wave on top side. So now they're going to execute the swap. It's going to be Zhuo with his Spellbook teleport, picking up this wave. They're going to move themselves back into the bottom side. Maybe this opens up a timer for JDG to go for the Dragon. Yes, Xiaoshu will not be here, but BLG, they don't exactly have the perfect spot for them to start this up. And again, Knight does not have flash, so Scout's going to get mid-wave. Let's see how they can test for this upcoming objective.
Well, though, he's going to catch both bot laners backing, but On flicks him back towards his team there. Zhuo's going to flash back, but the Impale is here for Shadow. And Zhuo getting himself caught here, like we talked about, a huge pain point for both of these supports.
Well, BLG thought, okay, look, we could have potentially made this, you know, if they're going to waste our time, we could start the Dragon. Instead, it's just going to be Shadow getting another Scuttle Crab. And a pretty good advantage here for BLG. The first 2 kills of the game, or they got 2 kills for themselves, and both of them onto Elk, who is starting to prove himself as the best AD carry once again here in the LPL. He has been so consistent for this team. You think about his stats going into this season, he is first in the league for gold per minute and second in DPM. Just an absolute amazing pace that he is setting for himself as one of the more maligned players, I think, throughout the years when you look at him in previous spots here for BLG.
My sweet LPL English mod team, I'm sorry for what all just caused in the Twitch chat with that statement.
Look, he's been underrated. You could say last year,
No, I
like,
agree
okay,
with
well, he had Bin and yeah, but I'm saying, like, Bin and Knight last year, for sure one of the, like, 2 best players in the entire world. And it's very easy to look like a great AD carry when you're Knight and Bin as your solo lane.
Yeah.
That's just a stimulus package. It happens. But this year, where they haven't been as solid.
Oh, Scouts. Okay. Flick back onto Knight. Problem is JDG. They're looking for the play. The flash forward onto Shun. They grab Knight. Scout doing some heavy lifting in the early game with this Azir. Gets Knight knocked down.
And he polishes 2 solid plays onto Knight before that flash is back up. JDG were already starting up the Grubs. This solidifies their ability to grab this. And now, Scout's on the bottom side of the map. He's under 0 threat. He's going to catch this wave. Knight has to answer him on the bottom side of the map. Otherwise, 3 Grubs Azir picking off turret plates. And they get the flash from Shadow. JDG's early game this time around, looking clean.
Getting some new life into a team that's been such a sore spot in LPL conversations here. And as much as we've talked about, a lot of pain points for JDG, you know, some of the roster swaps, it's just a factual statement that if Scout can return to form, a lot of the other ailments of JD Gaming will start to go into the wayside.
All right, BLG, they're going to make a heavy play in the bottom side. You can already see that On is making his way and starting to put down vision. Has spotted Shun on the Raptors. Wonder if this is going to be any contest. Just with Shun starting his red, he still has jungle camps. This should be BLG's objective, and I like the focus that they're putting towards the bottom side of the map, mostly just to help Knight rotate down in his bottom side and take control. But Azir's going back up into the top, up into mid lane, so I think a really good allocation of resources going on through for JDG.
I want to just keep tracking how Billy Gaming best utilize the true mid-game power of this Sivir, which is moving over and creating wave issues. That's why Sivir is such a powerful and, in some aspects, annoying champion to play against. Is no matter what play you're making across the map, if you're JD Gaming, Elk is always going to make waves such a pain point. And like you talked about early, with it already being a 2-0 Sivir, Cole should be completed not too far along. I feel like JD Gaming need to make some sort of proactive play to kind of shut down the scaling AD carry on the other side, as their own AD carry gets caught and has to lose his flash.
Pays a lack of discipline there. You have no vision on the bottom side of the map. Your support is near mid lane. Your jungler also just reset and went top side. You have to play with some respect to your opponents there. So losing his flash, a pretty costly mistake, but there's no objectives to play for the next 4 minutes, so Knight still has flash. They're going to try to cheat. Okay.
Maybe see if they can at least get the flash out of Knight, but he's pretty disciplined to just hold on to it, knowing the wave is going to block a lot of Paze's damage there. So Knight going to take a decent chunk, but he's got TP, and he'll catch this wave uncontested.
Yeah. For the most part, I think it is just JDG trying to see if they can get a recall in for Paze. If not that, then get a little bit more vision to protect him.
Ooh, okay, Scout waits for On to go in, then throws him under the turret. That forces the Unbreakable Will out. Shadow over the wall going to come in next. Ro does not have Madness, so remember there's no ultimate here. There is Impale for Shadow if he wants it, but I like the patience knowing that Elk isn't going to bust through any of these health bars at this point in the game.
Wait a minute, no flash and a teleport behind from Knight? Can they make this play? Shadow is in the area as well as On.
Okay, Shadow falling behind Zhuo. Pays not going to get flicked back, but he does get stunned. Barrier down. Shadow should set the kill up, and Knight's able to grab it.
The original part of that play was just to try to steal away Shun's camps, and that seems like that's still going to be the case here. Knight's now going to get a plate for himself on the bottom side, and it is going to be the Raptors going over to Shadow. They get the teleport eventually from Xiaosu. But JDG are now a little bit behind the curve. They're going to have some gold issues. It's going to be Elk even clearing a mid lane wave.
Yes.
And another plate for himself.
This is what I was talking about, Alk, right? Is JDG, not saying these plays are bad, not saying these looks are bad, but every time you go away from Elk, which is most of the time mid lane, he's just going to get a bit more out of these pushes than any other AD with this Sivir. And it's going to become a problem. We talked about how this comp really works well for a Sivir scaled up later in the game, even if BLG are not the best 40-plus minute team. Feel like JDG really have to find a way to slow this Sivir down sooner rather than later.
What this game comes down to, and what most League of Legends games come down to, is resource allocation. So watching Scout continuously dodge ganks as well as create opportunities for his team is keeping them in a really solid spot. The one thing that I will note, we're getting closer to that dragon spawning, and with Herald on the same timer as this objective, watching how JDG moves Scout around the map and get him gold is really important. Whoa?
Whoa, caught up a little bit too far forward again. He's going to have to commit the Magnet Storm. We talked about in the pre-show how a pain point for both these teams has been their support's brashness with their health bars, and it's about the second time I've seen Zhuo a bit too far forward.
I mean, Zhuo was already a really questionable move onto this team when we saw him move from... Scout. Okay, that's unfortunate. He still has his ultimate, and he has multiple members on his side of the map. So, again, a good look. This time around, though, was not mechanically as clean.
Knight's starting to understand that Scout isn't messing around as much in this matchup. Able to avoid that Shuriman shuffle, as we like to call it here. Looking forward, though, we've got the Rift Herald in about 45 seconds, spawning just about in time with this second Ocean Drake that's been a bit delayed. Want to see some big items if they can come through on either side. Knight gets his Archangels completed by this point. Should be a Seraphs pretty soon.
Should be Nashers here for Scout when he recalls, and he has a TP advantage over Knight. Wonder if they're going to be willing to play for this. Honestly, okay, they're going to use the TP now. He's going to get to this wave at the same time as Knight, but the rest of his team is playing towards bottom side. So is Scout going to stay in this lane and look to use some of those grubs, or more likely, he's going to move into mid lane and give JDG some flexibility as to which objective they want to play for? Xiaosu just uses ultimate though. He's not going to have any impact on this fight.
No TP, no way to ult forward. Bin has TP advantage, and his Rumble has been the best of the best, in my opinion, when it comes to the LPL. Most importantly, I've been so impressed on how there's been multiple drafts I've seen from BLG where we come away like, oh, where's the setup for the Rumble Equalizer? It doesn't matter with this guy. He knows how to pinpoint position it, as we see BLG start up that Herald, and they're going to bring Bin in here with that TP advantage. JDG, we just got to let this one go.
How are we going to answer this, though? Because Xiaosu's sitting in mid. Scout is going to continue to take another wave. BLG, though, they're going to move all 5 members into this play and look towards the Dragon. Scout's going to potentially get a full turret for themselves. I mean, they're just going to look in mid, take the first tier 1.
Okay. Yep. They're not slowing down. First brick would give them feats of strength. A couple more autos to do it. On the hunt, Pop, they're going to go forward. Shun's forced to flash away from Shadow, who does with the Impale. Pace is able to Valkyrie himself back to safety. With mid in their control, they should be able to take this Dragon at the cost of that top tier 1 turret.
Getting the flash out from Shun is a great look. Thank you, Shadow, for getting yourself into the pit with this one. The Herald is going to go towards the bottom side, but this is solo gold here for Scout. I think that cannot go understated. Gold for Azir, getting him closer to his second item. A very, very good look. And we saw it at the very beginning of the game, and we'll see how he's able to utilize this. Scout is going for the Jack of all trades rune on the Azir, so he will have access to more ability haste later on into the game with more items that he already has. So his AP, he has attack speed, he has ability haste, he has flat movement speed and MR. He has a HP from the rune, so he's already at 5. He's getting closer to 7 here, and almost 10. So gonna keep track of that as we get further in the game.
One of my more favorite runes that League has introduced is that Jack of all trades, for sure. So we'll look forward to your tracking of that so far, as I would like to revisit the tracking of Elk so far, as he is one of the largest gold leads over Paze in this matchup. And with that Colt completed, I don't think he's far off from what I assume will be a Flicker Blade. Yeah, look, like that. He sells the Colt and he completes the Flicker Blade. So Elk, again, I know I'm beating a dead horse a little bit here, Dimitri, but the Sivir being ahead of schedule is such a positive trend here for Billy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Definitely helps them in their team fights. It's going to be a huge aspect of their damage because the solo lanes provide some of that immediate potential in a fight, but the Sivir, you let her rip in a fight, that's going to be a potential spell doom for JDG. Now, what did we talk about from draft? For BLG, while some of their scaling is going to be able to match the champions that JDG are going to have on 2 and 3 items, what they are going to be hopefully looking for is dragon stacking in this game. Already 2 dragons at the 18-minute mark, and with a third one potentially in 3 minutes, they can maybe start to feel a little bit strong. And they also have the feats of strength, which can give them minor edges, especially once that gunmetal grease for Elk is completed. Think about the movement speed that Sivir will have access to.
Movement speed buys more time, more autos. And that is how you want to play out this Sivir. As Shadow looks for a play on to Pace, but the TP behind, he actually can't back out safely. He has to run his way back through mid lane. Unstoppable Onslaught, not going to hit on to Shadow there from Xiaosu, but still a good look nonetheless, even if you do lose your top laner's TP.
An Otacon spawns on the bottom side of the map in a minute and a half. Don't expect for it to be started up quite so soon, but always have to think about 2 items going to potentially be landed here.
Shadow.
Oh, looking for Shadow.
Onto him. On is zoning out onto the very powerful Scout, and Pace is cut off by a good equalizer there from Bin. Knight not going to find the flick back, but is going to have to flash over the Drake pit, as all of JDG have now crowded around that side of the map. Scout going to get engaged on by On.
This is
He's going to
fake.
throw him back towards his team.
Woo!
Another ult being traded there, and nobody drops.
No Magnet Storm, and Shun also missed his Keeper's Verdict. BLG are going to play really heavy for this next wave. On has teleport thanks to the Unsealed Spellbook, but the mini wave's already gone. They can't play on this timer. They're going to lose out on gold. Scout can teleport. He can move up in the top side if he wants, prioritize that gold. So important for them right now. they're overplaying because if they find a pick here as BLG, that makes the Otacon in 20 seconds very, very appetizing.
Bot tier 1 turret is going to finally go down, but let's see how much more value Scout can get out of this sort of blank time period before the Otacon spawning. As the Otacon spawns in the Dragon in a minute 20. This is a similar spot we saw happen in our first series where the team that is looking to go push the tempo. Dimitri gets benefited by the fact that both these two huge objectives in the next couple minutes window are on the same side of the map.
Yes, very, very important. Kind of wish. I'm going to be sad when they remove Otacon in Split 3. It's really depressing. And we're going to get a map
Split 3,
change.
my friend.
You know what I mean. When we get to the third change, when we go to
Yes,
Demacia
yes.
and we get, I'm very depressed. Otacon has been a very fun objective, if not very overpowered. So it's gonna be JDG taking control of the mid wave.
Nice. Without flash, caught out of position here. All's gonna try and kite for him, but he's dead. Scout finds the first kill and gets the Emperor's Divide onto Shadow. Sure, he gets the Impale down, but there's nowhere to take these captors. Knight picked off and JDG pounce.
And now that's the Otacon, 2 members down. BLG have no way of fighting this. There's no ability for them to maybe push. They can try to go through mid lane with this Sivir, but by the time they get through all of this wave, the Otacon will already be gone. BLG, massive pick, and this comes from that fight we saw around this Tri-Brush. Knight losing his flash now turns into a huge lead here for JDG, and potentially more. I mean, the Dragon spawning now.
BLG, Honda was playing on Wakna. Thin wire there. BLG aren't going to let this Dragon just go to the wayside. They have Knight TPing in too, but Shadow is just now leaving the fountain. Elk being able to really carefully split the spell shield on the first knockup. Shuna's going to jump on top, but that's a huge Weaver's Wall coming across from Knight. Is going to keep Elk safe. The fight going a bit long here, so watch the Sivers gets caught here by Zhuo, but Elk just does too much damage, and JDG might have overstayed their welcome in this bot side river.
I think this should have just been them committing for the turn. Oh no! Barely do not catch out Scout. 3 Dragons now to BLG. Finally, they had their solo laners in position, and Elk, big time, Mr. Consistent, is able to keep them in this game. Now, can they grab solo in 5 minutes? This could have been a huge win for JDG.
This was almost so risky, though. What? This is, I just feel kind of icky calling this out. Knight getting picked.
Yeah, and,
It's a dime
and then
dozen, guys.
Scout now. The ultimate to push them in. There's no room for BLG to really fight. I mean, right now, Rumble is hitting the mid wave. And we get to take a look at this again. Elk, so dangerous. Yes, he does get ulted, but the cleanse to be able to help. And then he just rips apart this fight. This is what BLG's composition can do in optimum situations. But how often are you going to get that kind of spot where Sivir can just free fire in your backline, when there's a Poppy, when there's this Azir and Corki who are able to fire away? There's the AI. The AI has now fixed itself. It is not only just JDG. BLG are slowly starting to ramp an advantage for themselves. And I have to imagine is because they've already found the first 3 dragons.
Without a doubt. It's just such a massive win con. And you now got Elk, who's sitting on a huge chunk of gold with that Noon Quiver already completed. Expect that to be a shield bell, maybe to survive some of this extra burst. Oh, no. Actually could be an LDR as well. 2 options there. Whatever can help this Sivir go best from front to back. But the spotlight really just is on how much time Elk can get in these fights going forward. We've seen some heroics from Scout with some pretty good Shuriman shuffles onto Knight, notably. Shun has been trying to mark Elk, but he is now going to be flashless while Elk has flash. So at least for the time being, I think it is a little bit more difficult than usual for JDG to even try and pounce Elk, and it also relies on the fact that he's not in a great position, which virtually this entire game he's been positioning at pinpoint accuracy.
Yeah. I am looking right now at Scout. We talked a little bit about that Faded Ashes. He is still sitting on 7. He has not gotten any items that are going to give him more ability haste. So kind of unfortunate there. He's going to probably stay at 7 until he hits his 3rd item. And with him being Faded Ashes, I imagine this is going to be that Bloodletter's Curse that allows him... No, it's going to just have to be Leandre's. That's really terrible. I hate Leandre's right now. He has almost no AP in this build right now. And that's that LDR that you were mentioning for Elk. So big power spike, I think, coming in for BLG.
It's only going to get worse. Now it's Infinity Edge time here for the Sivir as well. Weird little sequence there we saw, both our teams positioning everybody around mid lane, trying to get set up for this Baron. But I like Scout shifting up towards the top side, saw that wave could be in their possession.
Where is Zhuo?
Where is my support? Where is Zhuo? He has some
Oh.
Magnet Storm crash down flash all to get out, and he's completely caught. An absolutely head-scratching play from JDG's support, and it might cost him even more. Paze has to flash away from Shadow. Elk is flashing forward on the Sivir, and he's gonna get the kill onto Paze. Elk has got killer instinct down right now in this series.
And that's just Baron. That is Baron for free going over to BLG. Now, what the hell is Zhuo doing there? Like, he has teleport in 5. Are they going to actually make a play for this on the side of JDG? I don't think you have to. You have Baron spawning in a minute and a half. Do not ruin this game right now. Zhuo's going to make a really far... Okay, I think this is very fake,
Baron's
guys.
gone. Baron's gone. There's nothing to fight for, and how you see Shun get punted into all of BLG. If Elk remains untouched, I don't think there's anything for JDG to do with it. Is it going to turn that LDR right towards Xiaosu, who is not taking enough to deal with it. Flashes out. Keeper's Verdict's going to punt out only Knight. Elk out of position for now. Bin does get exhausted. But Billy Gaming exercising some caution of their own, knowing they don't need to fight. They got the Purple Worm down for themselves.
All right, 50 seconds. Let's get our recalls in. BLG find themselves on the precipice of really being able to take it against JDG, where Scout still untouched in a lot of these fights. He has not died. He finished his 3rd item. We talked about supports having such a big impact. It's going to be positive and it's going to be negative. Zhuo thought he had an angle here, thought he was going to be able to look for something, but BLG, they fade back into their side of the map, and as soon as Knight finds this, Zhuo knows he needs to leave. Usually we're on. BLG support as a big problem point for this team. He has the highest amount of average deaths, or the 2nd highest average deaths, and the highest amount of average assists in a game in the entire league. But Zhuo, a pretty perplexing move from LNG, has been the point of huge amounts of criticism as we move into sole objective for BLG.
No TPs available for JDG, really hurting them right now. They would love to try and maybe fix top wave for their advantage, to get this Dragon a bit of a tougher spot. They can't do that. Baron sending down mid-wave minions, and now it's BLG. They're right on top of the Dragon here. Weaver's Wall comes down from Knight. Jun is on the wrong side of it, does have Flash. He's going to have to go for the 50-50, and he will steal it away. Jun saves JDG away from a Chemtech Soul. How mad are Billy about it? Jun going to flash out of the pit. Shadow trying to hold the front line as they get the pick onto Zhuo, and now On the Hunt is popped in. Oh boy, look out for the ripping and roaring Sivir. That is Elk just to run over the rest of JDG. Shun and Scout can only leave the dead corpse of Xiaoshu there, and Dragon comes at a price for JD Gaming.
You saw the damage there at the bottom. Elk with 5,700 DPS in that fight. Shun's probably going to just die, or at least give up his red buff here. Now Talia has teleported to the top side. BLG are going to explode in gold. They lost the objective, but with Baron still on their backs for the next 30 seconds, they're going to grab bottom lane, mid lane, and top lane tier 2s. They're going to go all the way up to 7,000 gold in the league.
And hey, guess what, guys? It's me, Slayer. Once again, ready to talk about Sivir. This is going to be an IE on back. Good luck, JD Gaming.
Here it is. Let's see it. And we're going right into a replay. I love it here. I mean, Shun's still in range, so this Talia wall is not perfect, but how are we buying space? The whole idea around this JDG composition is you have a Poppy and a Rel to give Paze and Scout free time to hit. Scout is not hitting during all of this, and Zhuo dies way too quickly for this to ever exist. Not even using the Poppy ult early enough for this team to actually properly play out team fights. I feel like the jungle and support for JDG are not giving this team enough avenues to play. Scout, I mean, Shun almost getting caught there. He's going to use the steadfast presence to get him out of the way, but JDG, man, now 8,000 gold ahead of their opponents, and I mean, they don't have the soul, but I don't think it matters. I mean, Baron's going to spawn in another 2 minutes, and because of the desync in the spawn timers there, BLG are really strong, and it's not even the Infinity Edge like we thought. He didn't have enough gold, instead opts for the pickaxe and gets those gunmetal greaves, so even more MS available to this Sivir.
And that IE will be there by the time Baron comes around, for sure, with the way he's cutting down waves. And you talked about how you want to see more playmaking from Zhuo and Jun, which they haven't necessarily been able to access so far. How do you find it now? Because I think Poppy and Rel are two champions that are so indicative on nice flank angles, looking for, forcing fights on multiple fronts. Now, it's so hard to ever get in position for any of this stuff because you have waves just getting shoved down your throat constantly. Knight's going to have TP and Weaver's Wall back up. Elk deletes these mid waves. Bin deletes bot side waves. This 1-3-1 is going to make it so hard for JDG. You can see they're just clumping up around brushes trying to check if somebody accidentally walks into them.
You do have a Zir turret available here for Scout. That should give them some breathing room around playing around this mid lane wave. Big thing for me is the fact that BLG have not given up this mid-tier one. It's an objective bounty that's available for JDG, but would, I think, open up a little bit of time for the waves to be in a little bit better of a spot, but I think you hammered it home very perfectly there. This Sivir is causing way too many issues, and Elk still has all of his summoner spells, and he hasn't died this game, so kind of has to be a now or never moment. Baron spawns in a minute. 45 seconds after that will be the dragon, and another soul potential here for Billy.
How much space can you buy JDG for Scout here? He is your win con. He has 3 items done. Might even, I don't think he's going to get to this Void Staff he's likely looking for last in time. But it's a lot of pressure on Scout's shoulders. They're going to get the Zir turret up here to make sure to stop the intense pressing of waves down this mid lane, but they still have to walk their way back towards this Baron pit that is very, very dark.
JDG, who I think BLG moved a little too quickly though. They still have another mid lane wave that they can play with. JDG summoned the Azir turret. It is slowly starting to whittle away. You can see that BLG, they want to play on this wave. This is the most important one.
Holy moly, goes in first, equalizer down, not getting a lot of value out of that. They've at least sectioned off the 2 takes away from the rest of the team. Keeper's verdict gonna fall completely flat there from Shun. So a couple ults off the board from both sides, not a ton of value, but BLG a little bit more healthy.
They might be better with HP, but I think they're a lot weaker when you think about their combat effectiveness. There's no ult for Elkanon, no flash available for this Alistar, and there's no equalizer for Bin. So I think JDG have a little bit more time and space to play with. Keeper's Verdict, like you did mention, did miss, and there's no flash here for Pays in this upcoming fight. So watching these 280 carries and watching if Scout can finally find a team fight for him to win, where he's able to be that Emperor of Shurima and bring JDG a first game victory. Bin right now has teleport, and he's doing Dragon by himself.
Oh, this is sneaky. The stall game is in here for BLG as they eventually landed into their Goldilocks zone of game wins. And here comes Weaver's Wall from Knight. Hayes and Scout on one side, the tanks on the other as Baron resets. Remember, Billy, they're buying time. This is all a ruse. JD Gaming, where is Bin? He is not here, so you have to force fight. Flash forward from Shoot, gets right on top of Knight. Sivir is still protected as Max Storm comes down, and Elk can start raining in this damage that JD Gaming have no answer for.
Scout!
Scout goes after him with a huge Shuriman shuffle, but he's gone too far forward on his own, and Pays cannot step up past this equalizer. Scout falls, Pays is down. You got your golden goose, JD Gaming, but it's too little, too late. Ace and game 1 over to Billy Gaming.
Talia now teleports to the bottom side. That was as good as it was going to get there for JDG, but it's still not enough. They don't have the grubs, but they got a huge minion wave, and they can also have a mid wave if they don't have enough time to finish this game. Billy with an immaculate team fight around the mid lane finally close out this first game.
All of that went down without Bin. He TP's in at the final hour to save that team fight. Shun should respond here, but there's no one to clear out this wave or make this even contestable. Billy Gaming are going to take a 1-0 series lead as they look to lock themselves in top 4, to lock themselves in to a 3rd straight playoffs.
I'm glad that On and Shun are still having fun. Every time we've seen this matchup between these two guys, Shun obviously facing off against his former team of last year, always having a lot of fun. Always some good laughs and some good banter between these guys, but a disappointing game. Honestly, I feel bad for Scout. He played a lot of these fights very well, but he has no front line. His jungle and support were not in great spots coming into this game. And we talked about AD carries being very important. That Sivir being kind of a lock and key for this game.
Yeah, I am excited to see the damage charts because I think Elk is about to pop off of them, like 4-dimensionally at this point, not 3-dimensionally. We talked about a lot of things we wanted to see going into this series. You mentioned the AD carries. We talked about Knight. We were happy for JD Gaming for what Scout put together here, but whenever this game looked like it was getting closer, I hate to kind of dogpile on one guy, but Zhuo, it just in the worst times, this guy just got caught, and it's been a pain, maybe the biggest pain point I would argue for JD Gaming this split.
I remember one of his first series coming into the team, he played this Nico, and he was just really off on his timings about when and where he would try to find fights. We're seeing this still. This is a problem that we very early on discussed coming into this move. Like, why is Zhuo the player that we're picking up from LNG of all places? Surely there's another support. I can't imagine that EDG are going to give up Palkia so early on.
Right.
But I'm baffled. I'm confused, and it doesn't seem like that was the fix that JDG needed, nor kind of maybe the boost that they were looking for. Maybe they saw all the other teams making roster swaps and they were kind of winning. Like, okay, IG's doing well with Wei. BLG changed out their jungler and they're looking great. Top Esports got a different support and they look good. So maybe we can get in on that.
Did they forget that they already did that though? They already swapped a new support in. And it's like, Wick wasn't here in Split 2, everybody. So Wick, I don't know. It is I will say there are at least some positives to take away from this series for JD Gaming, but the positives, in my mind, you're going to have to try and spin towards the play-ins the way this series is going.
Yeah, remember, JDG, if they want to keep their game differential alive, at least for playing against IG and AL for a top 4 spot, they need to win a single game. It doesn't matter if they lose. If they do lose today, it will mean that kind of fate is out of their hands. They're hoping and expecting that AL or IG will lose one of their future series and potentially give them a leg up. Not to mention that they're also trying to face off against Weibo, which they will play twice to finish out their schedule. But very tough. The damage spread on this one, kind of disgusting. And finally, we got a good game here from Scout, but it just was not enough. Also, taking a look at his Jack of all trades, after his second item, he stopped stacking. Once he got the Void Staff, or the Blighting Jewel, he did get Magic Penetration percentage, which gives him an 8th stat, but really hard depending on what your starting items are. You have to be very particular when you take this rune.
This fight from Elk was so wondrous. Just walking that tightrope. It's bias, AD carry bias here. My favorite thing to watch about competitive League of Legends. But speaking on that Jack of all trades in Scout and how much we propped him up, I want everyone to kind of, while all these plays come across, watch how much range and space Scout really gets to even utilize this kit that he was so far ahead in. Don't. You already saw Zhuo get caught. That's not the point that we need to make.
I want to see it again. I need to see this guy get caught.
D1 hating.
Look, he was. This is not supposed to happen to my boy Pays. I spent all of Split 2 talking about he's a top level AD carry here in the LPL. Him and Leave, my 2 boys from the AD carry position, doing very well in Split 2, but now on different trajectories. Pays feels like he always has to squeeze like water from stone to get anything done for JDG. I mean, Lee's been looking good, so I mean 50-50 on my players here,
going.
But this fight is such a depression. Just, man, Elk, the fact that he gets to walk up as this Sivir, beautiful stuff. He feels no threat, and even in this fight where he gets caught, it does not matter.
I mean, just look at all the damage he puts out on those tanks, those bouncing blades. Scout's such a nice hero play, but up until that TP, BLG were fighting 4v5, and it was still that close. So
JDG never found a fight in between that timer, because remember, it was, we're going to play on this mid wave. Okay, we're a little bit early as BLG, and we used all of our ultimates. We're like, okay, this should be a way for a small window where JDG could look for something. They had to commit. They either had to go towards top side and finish the Baron and force it, or look towards the bottom side, get on this dragon, and do something. But we never saw them commit to a play, and that might end up kind of biting them here in this series, where, I mean, Bin was doing dragon, and by the time he teleports, his ultimate is back up. So the fact that we couldn't punish like a 60 to 80 second window, really, really worrying. Especially as we get towards the end of the season. We are now 7 days away from the end of our regular split, going into play-ins. and JDG potentially are going to be looking to play a single best of 5. Elk earns his
There we
MVP.
go, yeah.
I think we're not scared about JDG in play-ins because more likely they're going to be playing one of the, bottom of the top 4 for play-ins of Group Nirvana,
Yeah.
but it's just after that becomes a little worrisome.
Because for JD Gaming coming into this calendar year, into Split 3, there are 4 LPL World spots on the line in a team with Shun, Pays, and Scout. No matter who the other 2 have been at top and support, should not be missing Worlds. And that is why we are worried about them in playoffs, because if they bow out of playoffs, they bow out of Worlds. And, well, if they bow out of this next game, they are bowing out of top 4 and playoffs. Is that our reality? We'll have to see once we get into that Game 2 draft. Billy Gaming, JD Gaming, Game 2 coming y'all's way after another break. Happy to have you all back with us here on LPL English, as we could be in for a banger game 2 here if Scout can get some help from the rest of JD Gaming, it feels like, as we saw some positive signs out of the mid lane and some similar soreness out of other parts here as JDG are, well, they're down to the wire here. All a win here, they're still alive in game difference and playoff conversations. A loss, play-ins it is.
Yeah, it would be really tough. The fact that they wouldn't be able to catch up with either AL or IG would be kind of damning. I think also maybe it gives them a little bit of like a, I hate to say it, but like a weight off their shoulders, because now they know that they're there for the play-ins, so they can play a little bit looser in some of these series, and you can maybe kind of bounce back and look towards going further. I don't know. I'm kind of take a look right now. So AL only have 2 more series. JDG, if they lose this one, would also have 2 more series, but they'd be 0-6, or they'd be -6 in game differential if they get 2-0'd here. They do technically have a chance of making top 4, but it requires them to beat the rest of their opponents.
And some help, right?
And some help. Again, they're going to be facing off against JDG, or the JDG will be facing off against Weibo twice thanks to a reschedule. So, you know, possible, but
yeah, possible.
Yeah, that's the only way that they could. They would basically just be contesting AL for a 4th, and then you obviously are expecting potentially Weibo to beat them out for that spot as well, since they have a very similar game differential there.
Yeah, I do hope, while this is an important thing to track with the math still being online like you're talking about, I really think for JDG that they should just as a team be past playoffs conversations. There are a lot more important things to figure out right now. Yeah, sure, you have to play an extra best of 5 to get back into playoffs, but at this point, you just, especially subbing Dwo in halfway through the split, you just need as many games as you can get with this 5, if you're rolling this 5, at the very least.
They have only beaten WE and FPX. And they've
Everybody's
already played those
beating
2
FPX.
yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, hey, FPX haven't, they took their 1 series win versus IG for some reason. I don't know what happened there.
I can't believe that
and
happened,
WE,
though.
same
That's
thing. They've beaten up on FPX plenty of times. So, I think that barring some massive upset coming on through, I think we've already seen JDG find their 4 wins of the split. So, when and where they can find more is going to be kind of a tough ask. And yeah, I have also been very fairly kind of past it, but you never know. Random things have happened before. LNG somehow didn't get eliminated in Split 1, and we somehow got WE to finish top 5, top 4 in Split 3. So
yeah, we somehow have WE. We somehow have WE in conversations for world spots. So anything can happen here. Moving into this game 2, though, I talked about a lot the pain point that was the BLG loss to IG, where I will still hold true that they, across all 3 games, were winning 85% of the time in the games. What did you see from them in this last game that, you know, maybe any reassurances that they're back into form? Any concerns?
it's hard because you're playing against JDG.
Yeah,
so like
I
you
know.
gotta take everything with a grain of salt if you're for BLG. I mean, at the very least, you can think of this as like a palate cleanser. Okay, we lost against IG and Top Esports. Let's move on. Let's go ahead and take our series wins. Let's try to move forward and kind of finish out the rest of the season. You're going to have another game. The next one is going to be against FPX. So a free scheduled win, as we kind of talked about before. And your last series of the split is IG. That's going to be the biggest test for them as we go into playoffs and potentially deciding our second and third spot, because BLG are 8-3 and IG is 7-3. So imagine BLG win today, they go 9-3. They kind of split open the gap between them and the rest of the block, but because they're a game ahead of IG could still clinch second here.
Right. As we get set here for this game 2 draft, I want to try to make a mental note to revisit some of those convos we're having about how important slotting BLG is into those, what spot they do in the top 4, but we'll save that for another time. We are into this draft, And we're seeing some similar champions come off the board on both sides. No Gwen for Bin to utilize. No Aurora for Scout to lean on. Pantheon and Nico also. So good amount of playmaking coming off the board with some standard picks, I would say.
So for JDG, what is their last ban going to be? Could be... You could look towards the Zinzao if they're not willing to first pick it, but still very popular. Trundle, so the bans are staying very similar here for JDG. For BLG...
Yunara ban?
Yunara
Yunara
is something.
yeah.
We haven't really seen Pays play this champion all that well.
Karma.
It's like they're getting rid of the Karma for potential Ezreal, so maybe this is the Kaisa game that we get for Elk here, if that's the kind of lane you're setting yourself up for.
We'll have to see here as the Wukong does get selected as one of those premier junglers left up by this point. Wonder if we're going to see the Zinzao as the immediate response, or are we going to get Elk on the Yunara? Hey, listen, I think this champion is very good for damage, but requires a lot of sharpness when you're gonna pilot it, because it is very easy to be caught out and punished. But I do think that Elk is really on it this series. He showed it that Sivir game. Nonetheless, they're gonna get an easy task on the Annie as an explosive fight starter locked into the mid lane.
Also want to remind everybody that Elk is technically 0-2 on the Yunara. One of the games that they played was a really heartbreaking defeat versus Weibo, where they kind of got stomped for a large portion of the game. That was another 50-minute game that they played. And then the last time we saw the Yunara champion, or the first time we got it from Elk, was in that AL Game 3 50-minute game yet again. Big long gaming coming on through, so some really easy setup though. Annie is always going to be a premier engage champion for the team, and kind of simplifies the tools and the way that BLG are going to fight.
All right, and we're going to get the Pays Kaisa. So this is, we're eating good for the AD carry talk in this game, without a doubt. Elk looking for his first Yunara win, and then an LPL Kaisa in Pays' hands. Eating good indeed. Looking, though, at what we want to see from the rest of these two comps. If I am JD Gaming, there we go. Galio locked in. I want consistent, reliable, threatening crowd control onto this Yunara, because Yunara needs time, needs protections to thrive. And speaking on that for BLG, yeah, let's lock this Renata in. I already think this is a great Renata angle.
This is going to be a game that's very short range from what we're seeing already. I mean, JDG, with the fact that they have the Galio and the Wukong, and Kaisa is going to be great for that. BLG now, so they want to try and fight fire with fire. Get away from the Ambessa, or get away from this Galio, get straight into the back line. I'm a little worried here for BLG though. They'll have a ton of setup, or a ton of damage here from their champions, but can they ignore or get around this Galio is going to be a very big question. So we get in the second phase. I like the Renekton ban, one of Xiaoshu's best champions. And so what's the second one that we're going for? We're going to get rid of the Cassante. There's still an Ornn available here for Xiaoshu.
I do like, I always like banning Rakan with Wukong. I think those two work together very seamlessly. And again, despite all that front-loaded damage you're talking about, the BLG are going to want to play through the solo lanes. I still think they need to afford protections for Elk. And he's already lost what I thought would have been a really good tool here with the Renata, as they prioritize Bin and Bessa instead. So where do you go here if you're on to try and play a little bit more protect, a little bit more engage?
Could try
Braum,
Nico
no
if you really want to like slam
Nico
the laning
ban.
phase, and then you have a massive spike on 6. But they're just going to go for the ultimate, that pick a potential, especially with the fact that you could just press R on Kaisa and stop her from ever playing. So very easy dive here coming on through. BLG have a load of damage. What is a jungler here for Shadow? And for JDG, where is the damage aside from Kaisa right now? I need to see a strong top laner, and that just doesn't really fit the archetype that we've gotten from Xiaoshu.
And you can't pick Cassante here. You cannot afford to pick Cassante unless you really wanted to pull a split 2 NIP style of, all right, AD carry, you got us, buddy. You got us, right? Damage. Jax. Picking Jackson to Bin is a bold claim to make.
Okay, I mean, it's fine into the Ambessa, can really trade with her, especially kind of matching some of her power spikes on 1 and 2 items. JDG are very good with the kind of agency that they'll have from some of their lanes, playing around Xiaoshu, but I just don't think that they have the damage to be able to get through this team. they'll have a ton of crowd control. I mean, Leona plus Jax, you have the ability to say, okay, you don't have flash as this Yunara, you don't have flash on Annie, you're going to die. But we actually need to see them execute, and that has been a huge problem for JDG.
Massive problem indeed. But so okay, so lanes here. I feel like top lane is just going to be so volatile, right? Because mid is kind of Annie and Galio, Yunara, Kaisa, like early, not a lot of action. I'm curious to see when we unlock Zhuo and On to kind of get on the map once when we get into that early phase here.
We'll see what the supports are going with, especially you'll see whether or not we are playing more a little bit for the lane. Both of the AD carries, not short range, but you think about what they're able to do in fights. And if you have a spell book, maybe we're looking to play a little bit later into the game. The Jax matchup actually is not bad versus Mbessa, so I imagine we get into a situation where mid is very hard to move away from as BLG. Top lane's going to be going your way. Again, I need to see Xiaoshu step up, because if he wants to be in that conversation for a top 3 top laner and make an all-pro ballot, games like these are going to make or break, I think, from a community perspective, for analysts, for, I mean, even looking at the Chinese broadcast, if you want to make a breakout split for yourself, I think having a Jax versus Mbessa matchup versus Bin and winning, you have all the
Huge
tools
statement.
here set up for your success.
And they're going to need to utilize them now if they're JD Gaming. As while it may not be a big thought for this team now at this current juncture, a loss here sends them away from any sort of playoff conversations, and hopefully the home crowd of Beijing will give them a boost as we hit the Rift.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
I don't even want to say better. I don't want to say better. That's about the same as what we got in game 1. Again, crowd mics. Last time I'm going to say it.
Nerfed.
I'm saying last time because I'm expecting this to be a 2-0. All right, we do see, essentially, the AI believes that JDG will win at all points. Now, what did we see in the last game, or in the last one?
The same thing.
Exactly. And then JDG kind of got, they got AD carry diff, not going to lie. So
yeah, I'm gonna seal the point that our awesome producer Kai made with a lower third. Just remember, every time you see that AI graph in a JDG game, that it's technically the noise is coming from in the house on that one. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That's all I'll say. Yeah,
There we
thank you, Kai.
there we go. There's that lower third. So junglers are on the opposite side of the map, but a lot of vision placed here from BLG, not only to protect their Raptors, but also to see Shun's, knowing that after he moves off of his second camp, they'll know, okay, he's pathing down towards the bottom side of the map. Will mean that Elk and On need to play a little carefully.
And while we have a little bit of a lull with full clears coming across, Elk, I am a bit of a fake AD carry player in the fact that I have not really even gotten much of a grasp on Yunara yet.
what?
But I know you have. Oh, okay, hold on. All right, Paze is already down cleanse. Okay, we got past that. That's fine. Talk to me, and maybe people haven't got to see too many Yunara games yet, about how this champion progresses through a game.
Well, I really like Yunara in the laning phase for her on-hit passive with her Q. I think she's really strong. Might be able to see a little bit of it here.
Cleanse out
You
of
can get
Elk.
a longer trade, especially with lethal tempo early on. You can actually be very, very potent. She's a champion that really scales as we go later into the game.
Oh, no. Okay.
Kind of abuses Kraken Slayer, which is a very strong item. I think that's why we've seen some of the changes around AD carries and the champions we have seen. Shadow's invading early because he knows he has bot lane prio, and also Knight got to be able to
Knight here
move.
too, yeah.
Scout has to teleport back.
Okay. Gonna get this red buff done and dusted. Both junglers have smite. It's gonna drop aggro, so all right. Just slow down the clear of both of our junglers, and we're gonna see Shadow make the long walk up to his topside quadrant that is plentiful in camps.
So, two things. One, Elk took a reset here, and that means that the wave is going to bounce into him. He also bought the Cole, which has a really good effect. If we have any Urgot players here, Cole is really, really OP on that champion because of the on-hit passive of 3 HP per hit. When you have the Cole on Yunara, she gets to abuse that passive very, very well. And very similarly, like I was saying, with things like Kraken Slayer and Runons, her on-hit passives just become absolutely insane. So as a 1-item and 2-item spike, she becomes extremely obnoxious. Oh no, Shadow.
Wow, I love this read here from Scout. Shadow's just dead. Scout really locking in on this early game phase where he's been such a question mark for much of this year in.
And now Shadow is really screwed, right? Because he invaded onto the bottom side for the red buff, didn't get it. Shun now gets his Raptors and his red buff. So Shun's in a great spot, and we cannot say the same for his counterpart on Billy. Shadow, I think, has jeopardized a large portion of this game now, at least the early game.
Talk about how important it is playing on what lanes have prio in this early game. You saw JDG benefit from that. Okay, hold on, Scout. You don't have enough damage to make this kill, right? Okay, never mind. We talked about, lane priority for invades on jungle camps. We talked a lot about Yunara now as Elk. You're seeing trading into Xiaoshu and how much you can learn from this new champion. All this stuff you can very much so apply to your own solo queue games, folks, at home. And there's no better place to learn how to gain LP than the pros and our sponsor, Prodiff. Use LPL 10 to save 10% off. You can learn from the best in the NACL, the URLs, and even the LTA. And you can get 10% off using our code LPL10, our awesome sponsor here in Split 3. Shout out to Prodiff.
Yeah, been really helpful. Yeah, just try to abuse them because Yunara is getting fixed for this next patch. I don't remember if it was 2016 or maybe 17 where the on-hit application for Yunara actually got fixed a little bit. So they did fix some of her bad interactions because sometimes it wouldn't proc an additional time. But it also made it so that Kraken Slayer doesn't apply twice. Sometimes that would happen with some of her Q bounces. So we are seeing a swap. We'll see how much gold Pays can get on the top side of the map versus Mbessa. It seems like JDG were preparing a dive. We're going to move away from that as Bin has hit level 6. And that will mean that BLG get a little bit of a load time for Elk on the bottom lane and are able to grab themselves the first dragon of the game.
Storyline to track, though, is how is Shadow going to try and make up this gold hole made here up against Shun, who is, 700 gold. That is almost all the JD Gaming gold lead here. And it might dwindle a bit as Xiaoshu caught a bit far forward. I would have thought that they'd want to take that trade into him, but TP's now coming out from Zhuo just to make sure that Xiaoshu is under no threat.
That is the point of Spellbook. You can show up on one side of the map, recall, and immediately come down onto the bottom side. So you can see Pays backing up a little bit.
Whoa, all right.
Really good use of the Q. Are they going to go for a dive? I mean, Shun doesn't have level 6. Once he kill the minion waves, kill the minions, now he hits it. Good timing.
Yep, now they're going after TP coming across from BLG. They're going to go on to on. They're going to allow Elk to kind of stack up and free hits. Turret shots are doing a lot of damage. Xiaoshu has to flash away. Is Elk going to flash after? No, Knight is here first. Lands the stun and make sure that the Jax is sent packing.
Okay. Didn't get too much off of that. This taunt does not matter. Shun can come through. Oh, wait a minute, it's mattering.
No, it does matter because Shun pops over the wall and executes him. TP, though, coming behind for On. Elk does not have ultimate yet, can't transcend. Scout makes sure that Shun gets hooked into the public execution. And Bin gets himself the first kill as well.
This should have been a good spot here for BLG and for JDG to say, okay, look, we got the bottom side dive. We prevented On from getting anything, but, I mean, Elk got that wave for himself. He got some assists during all of this. And even Bin gets involved. He TP'd away from the top lane wave that he had an advantage over Pays. And JDG now get punished, kind of hand in the cookie jar moment there for them.
Still at about the same gold lead, and they also grab control of the feats of warfare. So for that nice edge the feats of strength can give, they are a bit ahead of the curve in that aspect. But Grubs are now on the map, and with all that chaos, we're at a bit of a weird spot where resets and setups are not as pristine as we expect to see them from LPL teams around these Grubs.
BLG need to be careful though. Right now what's happening is they will have the ability to kind of go onto these grubs now, but Zhuo is 1 minion away from getting level 6, and that is a experience differential between him and On. They're going to play on this next wave. I want to see if maybe JDG are willing to play. You have the Galio ultimate, Knight actually using the Tibbers to force Scout to recall.
6. There's a Solar Flare online for Zhuo. Second grub secured. On is actually looking to turn here onto Shun, who does not have the Cyclone, but there's a Solar Flare. On's going to eat the stun. Good Crescent Guard actually knocks Zhuo out of his Zenith Blade onto the other side. Hero's Entrance going to come across, not going to get knocked up on anybody. Elk waiting to hold that Transcendence, but he gets jumped on by Shun. Good cleanse, flash back out, but Pace hunts him down and finds the trade kill. Pace with a double, looking for the triple, potentially gets Shadow, will not be able to find that trade. JD Gaming spring the trap at Grubs.
No Tibbers, and Scout gets to teleport. That is a huge game changer there for Jindong Gaming. And with our top laners not going to be able to answer, Bin didn't have teleport because he made that play on the bottom side. Level 6 for Zhuo becomes a massive part of this fight. I mean, look again at this. Sun is waiting, there's no damage here, and the wind becomes lightning misses. On can do nothing, and look at Tibbers! Tibbers is far from this fight. He is getting no efficiency from this. Galio gets to join, and then these kills onto Pays can potentially make or break all of this. A single grub going over to JDG. Not bad, but BLG need to reassess how they set up objectives, as this has been a massive pain point for them all year long.
Oh, now they're going to go after Bin. Well, Board's going to scout him out, so the dive won't really manifest there. Loving to see that Shun and Zhuo are moving around a lot, though, as a hit squad. I always think that's a huge part of enabling the Wukong. That's why I usually see the Rakan. He can be so slippery and work really well with this champion. But Zhuo trying to buddy up with Shun. Maybe it'd also cover for some of those more aggressive stances he takes, as we saw in that game 1.
BLG, if you can hear me through the ether, we are not playing this dragon in 50 seconds. We have no summoner spells on Elk. On will have his ultimate, but Knight just teleported top lane, and Galio will have ultimate for this next fight. Please, for the love of God, do not fight this. Let's just get gold onto Annie, and we can play the rest of the game. We already got the first dragon.
Stall game, something that we talked about a lot. BLG are not too comfortable in. We mentioned the game timer stuff here for BLG. We'll revisit that once we get much later in here. But speaking on that dragon spawning about 10 seconds, I wanted to see if maybe any big items come through here. Scout, okay, so Scout's going to get that first tank item locked in. Yeah, I like this already from Billy Alk. They're sacking the dragon, they're taking plates and just trying to catch up a bit in that gold department where they've fallen a decent chunk behind.
Let's just make sure our solo lanes get into a good spot. Annie gets her first item, maybe 2 items. You can be in a really fantastic position in this game. Scout taking the very defensive path through his jungle. Doesn't know that On is here, but he has a lot of stats. I think he should be fine to just walk this out, especially with Phase Rush. How many plates does Annie get? She already got 1. She has 2 grubs, so she's going to get 2 at least here.
Should stop at about 2 and walk out there. Zhuo's going to catch that reset. JD Gaming are trying to collapse on this top side. Good sidestep from Shadow, so he doesn't get stunned by the Solar Flare, but does have to burn his Crescent Guard. Small price to pay there for BLG.
BLG do lose access to the waves, though. On took a recall and hasn't used his Ghost. They know Shadow's on the top side here. So Pays gets to crash a wave. Maybe they go for a dive. Maybe they try to push off BLG from some of these waves, get something in return. Considering Knight got 2 plates for himself. Maybe get something for Scout.
This dive seems really treacherous. They got Shadow and On here as well. Dredgeline not going to land. Bot side, I do see some shenanigans coming across from Bin, who has gotten himself a lot of solo time of his own. But nothing really manifests.
Alright. Just some more items to come on through. Pays and Elk now done with their Kraken Slayers. Some fights between Xiaoshu and Bin.
Here we go. Grandmaster's Might out. Bin, he has Public Execution. He's trying to hold on to it. Flash is available for Xiaoshu if he wants to try and dodge over that ability. Bin maybe thinking he can get it done without that ultimate. Blast Coat coming over. Xiaoshu waiting on the next counter strike. Bin's going to flash out. Public Execute in. Both top laners have to burn the flash.
All right, so Bin gets a minor advantage here. He knows he can't stay because he won't have seen where Yunara is gone. He does have Shun walking towards him, so seems like Bin's just going to be able to push this wave. All in all, the game's looking pretty even right now. Scout does get himself almost that second plate in the top side. We'll have to wait another wave. It'll be the last one here as we get to 13:30 on the game timer. And for the time being, I like the spot that JDG are in, especially with Shadow's early game still hurting him. 1,500 gold down in this matchup, and a very, very strong Wukong, but a single fight can change that. They can grab the shutdowns, or they can look for multiple fights, and Shadow's always going to be relevant in this game just by way of him being the Sin Sao.
Cole's going to come off the board for both of these ADs now. It's going to be big as we track these two scaling ADs and the fun matchup we have with Elk looking for his first Yunara win. And we'll just Pays playing LPL Kaisa. I don't need to sell you any further on that one. Plates off of the board like you talked about, Alk. And for JD Gaming, something that we had a worry about them with a lot of this split, which is fighting cohesively, fighting correctly for their setups. And there's no excuses here with the lead that they've gotten. They've accrued for themselves, and how strong they should be around this Rift Herald in about 30 seconds. I still feel like BLG, it's really tough to argue fighting over anything coming up in these next couple of minutes.
So, I'm looking at experience right now. Knight will not have level 11 in time for this fight. I don't think it matters. It's 20 seconds off of Tibbers being up and available. Bin doesn't even want a TP. He's going to take control of mid first and allow his team to have pressure over the top side of the map. JDG do not have any way to enter. And with Knight dropping these waves, it seems like Scout's going to answer this first. He'll have level 11 on Hero's entrance, which is not bad. Do JDG opt to fight this when they're having to walk into a Nautilus and an Annie?
They shouldn't. They have first brick for free here on the spot side with South Shore. That will lock them in feats of strength. Do they teleport him in? Yes, they do. On a flank as BLG look for the fight first. Good use of Trickster there by Shun to get himself back out. Joel going to go in to set up the Hero's entrance, and they try to blow up Shadow, and they do exactly that. Stun going to land from South Shore. Look at Scout fly into the backline. Elk's going to immediately cleanse, but now he's got to deal with Pays right on top of him. Both AD carries trading blows, but Pays is bigger. Pays is better, and JD Gaming just wiped the floor with BLG.
1 for 5 ace, and they grab the Herald, and they're going to get 2 turrets potentially off of this with the bottom lane and now a top tier 1 for Scout. JDG can do no wrong in this game as the dive composition is working. Shun is untouchable on this Wukong. And so much setup. The dive from JDG working so well. Look at this ultimate from On. He tries to do it onto Shun, but immediately uses the clone, gets right out of to dodge. And what can BLG do? We kind of waited. We're talking about, okay, we're giving up the wave, we're gonna play on this and make it impossible, but no one from BLG is doing relevant damage onto the carries. There's too many tank stats from JDG.
JD Gaming, with their backs completely against the wall, eyeing a potential top 4 spot. They need to grab at least 1 game win here from BLG, and man, what an all-out blitz they have put together in this first 15-minute frame. And now they're going to start really reaping the rewards that will start with this Infernal Drake that BLG have no ability to try and contest. And, well, Alk, we got to start talking about ways we feel BLG can work their way back into this game. And I don't think those combos start anytime soon on the game timer.
They will. They can't even get an objective bounty on top side now because Scout's answering this wave. It's really tough for JDG, or for BLG anyway, to answer. They gave up a lot of resources to get someone like Knight ahead, but that hasn't been working. And Xiaosu on this Jax matchup, we said that the lane was going to be a little bit more difficult, but I mean, he's been perfectly fine. Bin has not really been able to push some of this Mbessa's power. Now they have the Herald spawning in mid. This will be the mid-tier 1 falling. And with all the jungle camps going behind, I have to imagine the game was kind of ruined when Shadow didn't get anything on red buff and then got invaded immediately. That spelled a lot of really big worry points for BLG, and if there's any point that they can maybe fight, I have to imagine when Elk hits his Yunara 2-item power spike with Runon's Hurricane, that should be a spot for they can play.
Oh, they're collapsing. Going after Xiaoshu. Bin teleports in. Knight does have the stun ready. Layers it down first. Drops Tibbers through. Xiaoshu is picked off here. Question now becomes, do they want to give the gold? Public execution does have to be used here. And wow, that took a lot more time than you thought. And what does JD Gaming gain doing that? A valuable mid-tier 2 turret.
They have to do this, though. They have to be able to at least like ease up on one of the lanes. Say, look, we're going to trade one of our turrets. A second turret, though, becomes really costly. And that is exactly what JDG are going to do. They are splitting BLG across the map right now. Bin should be able to grab this bottom lane tier 1. I say that, though. You see multiple members are coming down, and there's a teleport available for Scout. I mean, we're looking at this. I'll be honest, Slayer, I don't care about this replay. What I care about is that Paze has finished a Rage Blade already in this game, and that is going to make it very, very unplayable for BLG.
And that may be putting it lightly as we come back to live and see.
Stop. It can still be a 4-0. What? Hey, whoa, 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 whoa! What the hell? Hey!
Listen, all right.
Are we even allowed to use that?
I am the one non-admin here. I'm going to take a backseat. You guys got this.
As an admin, I did not approve that. I mean, I'm all for making jokes about me. What? Wait, dude, I guess we already used it, but, you know, I feel like the 50 semi, like, why did he say fuck me for? What did I do?
I mean, hey, listen, it already came up on screen.
Yeah, like, what the? All right, well, whatever. Anyway, JDG can take this Baron really, really quickly. Oh, we're making engage on the Scout.
We're going on to Scout. We're going on to Scout. Is it going to work too? Wow, all right. Now we're going after Shoot with a depth charge. Home wants to keep the pressure going. BLG on the back, so they need to find a way back in. They've got Elk transcended, but they need to get to Paze, who does get knocked out.
They're doing it!
Timbers dropped on his head. Paze is down now, and Elk is free firing. JD Gaming collapsed at such a critical point because Otacon is up.
Well, okay. The lower third, we could still get a 4-0 tonight. That's an Otacon
Don't
going
say
over
it
to
again.
BLG. There we go. I need that GIF. I want to be able to use that in my spare time on Discord. I'm sorry, I need that.
Not on live LPL cast.
Maybe not as a lower third, but I do respect that we did it. Either way, Otacon here for BLG, and a massive swing for them being able to grab that, because now they get the bottom lane tier 2. That was also potentially an objective bounty going over to them. So they do lose their inhibitor turret, but that is exactly the kind of find that BLG need to get back into this game.
They do that without having to sacrifice a ton of key summoners, I would also point out. Elk is still with both of his summoners up, but take us back through this sequence here all first.
So look at where all the rest of the damage, usually what happens is Scout or someone else gets caught, Scout can collapse inward, but I mean, no one from JDG is here. So this is a lost cause, and On finding a fantastic position onto Shun. There is just no ability for JDG to play. Xiaoshu's already late to this. All of the crowd control goes on to Paze. And that's just the fight won there for BLG, and at an important time as well. They still have a lot of gold and a lot of ground they have to make up, but 40 seconds before this dragon, and now they're starting to kind of make that pace back into this game.
I still want to point out, hold on, Zhuo's getting engaged now. He's going to try and turn it good. Solar Flare down the hero's edge with Elk using the cleanse to get himself back out. Here comes the re-engage though, and Scout gets 2 into the counter-strike stun. What a layer from Xiaoshu coming across, and Elk is down. 90% scattered, and Bin has no way to clean up this fight on the backside. And with that inhibitor wide open, JDG, if they can find these last couple kills, they might just silence the comeback with the win right here.
It's only 2 members. It's On and Knight. Knight does not have Tibbers, or I'm trying to see. Yes, Tibbers is up and available. This is just at the end of the game.
Oh, and Scout flashes right on Knight's head, says, no, sir, this game is over. JD Gaming find their one big win. Playoffs is still a reality for this team.
How the hell do JDG of all teams find the shortest game of the split? 23 minutes.
Wow.
What the hell was that? BLG got absolutely clapped.
Hey, listen, the BLG game timer still holds true. We were sub 30 minutes, and BLG do not win games. Sub 30 minutes.
Hold up. Let me, I'm going back in the math. So, all right, sub 30. They're 1-1. They're 2-2. They're 2-3.
Oh!
2-4, or 3-4. 3-5. 3-6.
Oh, it's getting
All right,
worse.
they're 3-6 for
Okay.
sub 30 games.
Is that counting this game?
Not counting this game. So
3
now
and
they're
7.
3-7.
Ooh.
All right, so the
Okay.
Goldilocks zone for
It's
for
real.
BLG is 30 and 40 minutes.
No excuses outside of that. Yeah. Man. I can't believe that game ended. It's just... You know what's hilarious? This is kind of similar to how... I know that they weren't ahead in this game, but it's kind of like the IG Game 3 where it was like, oh boy, you lost the team fight in the worst spot. They lost the team fight right in front of mid lane where there was a open inhibitor.
That's what you get for making that GIF. That's what you get for throwing an F-bomb on this.
What am I supposed to say? I've lost my co-caster.
I'll just cast from the ether. It's fine.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, from the
Come on, Slayer. Let's close this one out. You know, now
close this one out.
Here
We still have we have a bunch of graphics to run through. We gotta break down some post game stats. Here's what we take away. JD Gaming. You can take away the record for right now. We can ignore Game 3 for a second. They can still get top 4. But boy, does it take a lot of help.
Okay, I wanted to see the official game time. 22:35. That is potentially the second fastest game of the year. First one does go over to JDG versus OMG over in Split 1. That was 20 minutes and 27 seconds.
Oh, Lord.
The second closest one would actually be in Split 1 playoffs, BLG versus Weibo, or sorry, Split 2 placements, FPX versus NIP, 22:47. So second fastest game. Incredible.
So what you're telling me is JDG's Goldilocks zone is sub 25 minutes. They're 2-0.
There we go. Just a really fantastically played. Again, have to imagine the game was really hard to play from Shadow in his early game pathing. Not usually a mistake that we see from this player. I know that Shadow got a lot of memes towards him when we saw him first join this team, but I think he's been playing really, really well with BLG just by himself, not just by having so many incredible players around him. But this was a game that we kind of maybe would have expected from him back on FPX, making a lot of early game plays, and they weren't able to properly leverage the bottom lane prio and Annie moving over, so kind of backfiring on them, and then JDG just became way too tanky. This is the only fight that BLG were actually to handily win.
Yeah, and it was a kind of handed to them start to that fight for sure, but just a minute later, or minute 30 later, we fight again, and game 1, there were a lot of mistakes from Zhuo. I think this Leona worked very seamlessly for JD Gaming to start a lot of these engages, because you talked about how ahead Jun was, but it can still be a bit tricky to navigate such a high lead when you're a key engage tool for your team. I think Zhuo did a really good job kind of taking that burden off of the back of this Wukong to carry through with the Cyclone, not having to be the first thing to start every one of those winning fights you saw.
And kind of a head scratcher, because how do JDG now play 2 games that look decent enough that I think they're actually making some improvements here? Even that first game, Scout is playing better. Game 2, Scout is still playing better. If we can keep this up, and that's the biggest pain point, is I've wanted to believe in this JDG roster. Split 2 was an absolute disappointment with the way it ended, but for the most part of the regular season, they were getting it done. Can they actually make it in time for playoffs, though? Can they make it in time for the regional finals? Because I'm looking at championship points right now. JDG are in 7th place. They have 20 points, despite making top 3 in Split 1. an immediate bow out at 8th in Split 2. They need to make massive strides going into this playoffs if they want any chance of seeing a Worlds qualification.
And it is still just as chock full of pressure having those conversations. But for now, let's all bathe in the glory of Scout getting a player of the game. This Galio was awesome. The way he was able to just aggressively land these double man taunts under that back line of BLG, it's what stuffed out any chance of those fights going the right way.
And a very well-earned MVP for Scout here. There's been some that I've been a bit questioning for, but his Galio was impeccable, and honestly, he did not deserve to lose that last Azir game. So we'll see. Can JDG find a massive upset win? I think that would be a huge win for them, and especially keeping their potential top 4 dreams alive.
Well, we had a nice appetizer to this series courtesy of Billy Gaming, but JD Gaming just dined and dashed away with our second set. It all comes down to the good old-fashioned dessert, the sweet treat of any sort of LPL English series in the regular split. Game 3 coming your guys' way after our final intermission. Hello, all you lovely LPL English viewers. Thank you for sticking with us through another break because it is time to decide our final series of the night, and it has been an intriguing one at that. BLG looking like they're back in form in Game 1, smashing their opponents, JDG Gaming making similar mistakes, and then Game 2, your second fastest game of the entire year, going the way of JD Gaming, keeping their playoff hopes alive, all but it faint. Alk.
Yes, one single game helps them keep up the game differential versus AL and IG. Really important matchups, especially because JDG are actually going to be facing off against AL, I think tomorrow at the very least. So, yeah, oh no, sorry, they play on Sunday. So,
Sunday.
Either way, they need to find wins and they need to find them fast. And from this series, if we just take it from our very limited sample size, I think Scout has gotten the better of Knight so far in this series.
Okay, I thought I died. I heard you say Scout got the best of Knight in 2 games, and I thought I went to like purgatory or something. Woo!
Happens.
Oh, you were serious? No, I'm kidding. You're right. That's how crazy world we're living in right now, and I'm very curious to see what the mid lane matchup looks like because Scout. I will say that Scout has done it on the Azir was a staple champion of his a lot, and he's had a lot of success on it. Then he goes on the Galio game, where I think you get a lot of the pressure taken off of you because you kind of just get to be a playmaker and nullify a lane. Wonder what he taps into for this Game 3. Also wonder what Knight's looking to do here is, like you mentioned, it's just been kind of slower these starts. He got caught in spots in Game 1, slowed him down there, and how much would BLG lean into kind of just getting him going and running over a game like he has done so many times?
JDG winning that game means that BLG should have access to blue side, right? We're going to be into draft very, very soon. Xin Zhao's gone. You have Wukong gone as well. Trundle still is up, but in my mind, I'm looking at Victor and I'm looking at Aurora. These two champions, very, very important to these two mid laners. And we've seen it first picked time and time again, so it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary to see it here.
Wonder what the jungle priority also looks like now, too. Like you kind of alluded to a bit. J4 still up there and swinging around. We've seen in some Nirvana series the AP junglers start to creep out as we are on 25-16, where some of them have gotten some potency. It would be a fun spot to see maybe Shun or Shadow tap into those, knowing that both Shun and Shadow have the ability to pilot those carry junglers, albeit Shadow doing it on a much different team dynamic when he was piloting those.
Aw, man. No more Nautilus jungle. Yay.
Fake.
I don't know. I think it is just it's an AP version of Vi. That's essentially what it is. So that's the draft pan. Again, we are in the home arena for JDG, so imagine we're going to be getting into draft very, very soon here. BLG on the blue side like we expected.
Kindred ban from BLG. All right, that's an intriguing one. They're already double banning Shun, maybe showing their hand a bit here, saying, all right, Shun, we dare you to lean on some, more crutch-like jungle picks here. Don't see an Aurora ban yet either, Ulk, for your Aurora B1 stocks, as it's a 3 ban for Shun. All right.
3 jungle bans. What are they setting up for? Trundle. Trundle's been banned the entire series. I still don't like it, but I mean, there's no Scion in this game, and maybe they're expecting some kind of matchup that helps out with an Ornn top lane or versus an Ornn top lane. So
it's like a 2-for-1 special, right? You get Shadow on his most played champion with his time in BLG. You also can directly counter Xiaoshu's champ pool as one of those tank players, but you left the Renekton up, and yeah, that's right in that guy's wheelhouse.
I mean, honestly, now this just means that BLG can just take Ornn.
Steal Aurora.
Like, one of the few champions that we've actually seen from Bin, he's played really, really well, has been the Ornn. Strong solo lanes already coming out the gate here for JDG, not just in the laning phase, but talk about team fight presence. Xiaoshu has made his name and his bread and butter so far in Split 3 on this Renekton.
Lovers duo coming through for some safety and some supplemental engage as the J4 coming across, and I'm going to steal a little bit of my lovely Colorcaster's thunder here. I want to make sure all you know that Featherstorm does not get you out of the Cataclysm. It just delays your fall into the Cataclysm.
And think about the circles here. You're going to have J4 ultimate that basically makes it easier for Aurora to deal all her damage. You're potentially even going to set up someone like Xiaosu. So BLG and Trundle need to be very, very wary. We get into the second phase of bans. Orianna taken away. I'm surprised because usually Orianna, you're kind of fine in this matchup versus Aurora, and then you add on top of it the application of a Jarvan usually can be a little bit more wary. So what else from mid lane are we going to be able to take away? Maybe...
Yeah, I feel like Victor now seems like a scary pick for Knight too, right? You're just an immobile mage where a Cataclysm is a huge threat. I wonder how much that makes Knight feel wary about leaning on any sort of control mages. And you won't even
go into
Victor,
Ryze here? I mean, we don't usually see Ryze. Typically, Knight has kind of moved away from this champion and more focused on its counters like the Galio. His last 2 Ryze matchups, we actually saw him play Cassiopeia into it. So
True,
I wonder
yeah.
what kind of mid-champion. We're probably going to be getting something very new from him in this split with all of the mid-lane champions either being banned in the game or through Fearless.
I wonder... Trying to think about how an Akali angle could work, because I think Akali can make it like this 3-set kind of painful from JDG to deal with. I wonder how much more a Lucian lock-in makes me want to kind of slam the Akali. This is a short-range AD carry. I'm also just begging for a Knight Akali game to just take over a series. Yeah. What a treat that would be for our frontrunner and MVP.
Yeah, it can't be Sylas this game. I think the problem with Akali is who is she going to be matching on the side lanes here. Renekton's not going to be a very fun matchup for her. This is that Ornn that we had set up at the very beginning of the draft as potentially an answer for one of our top laners, and into the Renekton. It's going to suck a little bit early on, especially in terms of the wave clear, but...
Can't pick those, Knight.
Yeah, all of those champions gone through Fearless. I remember early on into the year, Zoe got a little bit of attention, not only in the patches, but on some of our mid laners.
Oh, please. Anything with the Ryze. The Ryze is just so boring.
It's
Come
good
on,
for
Knight.
the lane, but talk about, like, getting later into the game. Too much HP stacking from this Jarvan, from this Renekton. It's going to be the Ziggs, so BLG, they want to slow fights down. They want to be able to control the terrain here. I don't know how I feel about this. Remember, BLG have not been able to win very many games going that late.
Yeah, that's why I feel icky. Like, what's going on here? BLG want to play a 40-plus minute game where there's Ziggs and Zyre just Exodia, but JD Gaming, not only the team that is, you know, the underdog, but also the team that I feel like has really played early games better across this series, are indexing once again into a very powerful mid-game power spike. I'm getting goosebumps all because this draft, reflecting on what we've seen in this series so long, I think we're about to really see some haymakers thrown from both of our teams.
Strong 2v2 here for JDG in the bottom lane. I think watching mid lane for our observers is going to be really key. Seeing how Knight is able to pilot this Ziggs. He's been our best mid lane Ziggs player in the entire tournament.
Far, yes.
And you're going to be playing into a Jarvan. I'm kind of worried. I mean, your wave clear is great, but watching how Scout pilots this Aurora, if he can take this matchup against Knight, potentially saves their season here and keeps them in contention for top 4.
What a spot this is. JD Gaming, yes, they've gotten the playoffs, still kept alive, but how big would it be to take a series off a BLG team that, if they lose here, are on a 3-game slide with rumors already swirling around their jungle position once again. This is one of the biggest single best-of-3s Group Ascend has produced so far, with just a week time until playoffs come. But right now, enjoy some more home Jaios.
JDG Arena says, no, Slayer. You will not enjoy home Jaios.
Enjoy this, definitely not by dude, these graphs.
Another AI graph saying JDG have a winning spot, and you know what, Slayer? I'm inclined to agree with them. I'm very much looking forward to what JDG can do. I mean, I'm just looking at this. 1 and 2 items, your solo lanes are going to be an advantage. 3 and 4 items, Lucian starts to become really dangerous. I wonder what version of Lucian we're going to be getting from Paze. Again, I talked about Kraken Slayer being very, very good. I think that true damage application that you'll have versus a Trundle and an Ornn could bail them out. So let's see it. Let's see if JDG can execute on a composition and provide one of our bigger upsets that we get at the end of the season.
It's all out in front of you, JD Gaming. It's how can you execute from the first couple minion waves here. And that Lucian lane, both junglers for the first time this series are going to be pathing towards each other, but look at Zhuo already flashing on top of the BLG bottom lane to very middling effect.
I mean, doesn't matter, right? Like, it's Zhuo losing out on his flash and his heal. I don't think it matters all that much. You're mostly just fishing for that heal away from On, so I mean, level 2 power spike coming on through soon for Zhuo and Paze. Elk has to be careful. One more minion.
Take over now. On is very far forward, but all right, they're both able to get to level 2 at the same time. Puts up the shield to block some of Elk's damage back. Looking for a pretty big blade call. He's got at least the tempo stacked up nicely, but everyone's going to settle down a bit for now, looks like.
All right. So, 3 camps. Wait, Scout already lost Flash. What the hell happened here?
Oh, and he cancels the back with the satchel charge, but you needed that. Oh, Shun. Where's the flag to my drag, Shun? Oh my god, nice!
No!
All right, all right, all right. What's going on? All right, the mid lane returned back to the... Forget the last 2 games, all. Okay, now Shadow.
No, and guess
Shadow's
what?
gonna get baited, Shun. Guys, it's game 3. Stop flipping it. Why are we going flipping everything?
Oh, who wins the smite? Come on, Shadow, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, smite it. No, all right, Scout's gonna be able to move on forward. On should be fine.
I don't know what to make of any of this. Okay, all right, all right. Everyone settle down. Night is first blood.
What?
Oh my god, we're going again.
No, that's fine.
Again.
He has bot lane priority.
Okay.
He's allowed to do this. Joe's also missing out on a fair amount of experience. Shouldn't. I think you just need to be able to give this up. But Aurora's coming. We're getting more fighting, boys.
Oh my god, we're fighting over a grub. Shadow's gonna get stunned. Pace flashes on Shadow's head, and he's gonna find the kill for Scout. Uses the invis to get back out to safety. Elk now gets a huge blade caller onto 2, but has to flash back over the wall and shoot once again. Does not flag and drag. He just tries to throw his spear back out, and BLG are able to come across with a 1-for-1 trade.
All right, so Scout is officially out of this game. He has died twice. This is how he lost his flash the first time. Oh, it's just disgusting, man. You're playing Aurora. This is one of the easiest champions to play. Has an incredibly broken passive, and especially in the lane, should be able to deal with most matchups pretty fine, but now he's flashed, he's died twice, and lost his teleport. This is possibly the worst case snenario here for JDG.
Xiaoshu, though, trying to make it up a bit in his own solo lane. Down goes Bin.
Former RNG top laner Xiaoshu has solo killed former top lane RNG top laner Bin in the Renekton versus Ornn matchup. And not to be noticed, but Bin did already have Bramble Vest. So
that's bad.
Everything is going topsy-turvy here. I think this is fine for Shadow to do. You're playing Jarvan, you're playing the Trundle early on. He does lose his flash, and this Braum is really, really potent. I think just not really maybe expecting that their bottom lane would be so late, and also I think that the Xayah and Rakan have not had the best kind of go at it early.
Love this, though. We came into this matchup talking about how, oh yeah, Xiaoshu, you know, you might earn yourself a third-team All-Pro. He's like, but you're going against maybe the first-team All-Pro. In this series, I mean, Bessa wasn't super effective from Bin. By the time we got later on into that stage, he's able to throw his weight around in game 2. And now look at this. He sent Shun up for a 2v2 gank. Elk gonna get the blade caller down, but it doesn't matter. Xiaoshu taking over on his patent Renekton.
There we go. Okay, 2-0 feats of warfare going over to JDG. This is a good start, and this Renekton is going to be a problem. Have to make up a lot of lost ground because of the differential in mid lane. I mean, Ziggs is essentially saying, okay, Scout, can you get back in the lane? No, you're just going to have to soak experience from long range. Scout, just come on, brother. Come on, man. do not get solo killed again. You're already out of mana and you will not have teleport. But can Renekton hold the burden of this game where you're still waiting to see if Lucian Braum can get much done?
They're not really too far ahead in CS, and all right, let's take stock of where we are on some of these neutral timers. We've talked endlessly about how both of these teams are so hell-bent on early dragons, but we're at that minute 30 mark, Alk, where resets are going to have to start moving here for Grubs, which seem to like more here, trying to set up for that objective in about a minute 15 time.
Well, I mean, they are bringing Renekton. Oh, if Renekton dies here, this is a huge tragedy.
He has Dominus, but yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. On doing a really good job to space him out. No flash as well on this Renekton, but they're going to respect that ultimate and not look to try and all in him.
Well, to answer your question, now I really like BLG's odds, because basically they're trapping Xiaoxu here and forcing whether or not someone's going to bail him out from this lane. Teleport from Zhuo is really far out still, and Shun has just now finished his red buff, so he has access to that Cataclysm.
Just wait out this Dominus. I mean, he gets a good Call of the Meek heal. Yeah, that ult being offline, I don't think JD Gaming can really afford to stick around here. Knight obviously has first roam. He's coming up the river with Shadow as well. Bin with no teleport, but this feels greedy.
This could be good for JDG, though. Not only with this engage on the but...
Okay.
Oh,
on the other side, Zhuo's holding the wall up. Grand entrance over the wall, knocks up Shun. The Blade can't get the Blade Caller. Pace steps up for the first kill. That's Jungler for support. BLG gotta like that trade with the Grubs about 10 seconds out.
I think JDG are really happy with this because who has teleport in this instance looking at the bottom side? Bin has to move himself all the way over to this objective because it seems like BLG really want to play. I mean, 3 Grubs with the Ziggs. How can you not like those kinds of odds? And Aurora will have access to that teleport. So JDG can take a run at this. Let Shun maybe farm up 1 or 2 of his topside camps and make another run towards this. And it's very, very playable around this objective. Take a look at this one more time. Shun has the ultimate. It's so easy to play, and I love the kind of difference in the fights here. Xiaoxu holding off multiple members on the opposite side, and you get a Pays kill. I think you're happy with that.
One Grub secured for BLG back in live as JDG will try and make the stomp here, but Zhuo gets routed around, puts the shield up, gonna break soon. How far down to about half as neither support has access to their ultimate. Shun trying to get a high sway with one Grub, but Scout getting engaged on the top side, gonna get knocked up, trapped, thrown against the wall between worlds, does not save him. Scout dropped for a 3rd time, and that secures 3 Grubs to Billy Gaming.
My brother in mid, please, we have Flash! You can't die so dry like that. And that entire objective, yeah! Like, that's 3 Grubs to the team with Ziggs. I'm hard-pressed to find whether or not they're actually going to be able to do anything. I know we had some questions about whether or not, BLG were able to handle this game. I know we were really excited for this draft, but if Pays cannot deal with the Ziggs, depending on what his first item is going to be, I see the fact that he has double longsword and pickaxe tells me he's going for Essence Reaver, so yeah. He is never hitting through Ornn unless he gets an LDR second, and I have problems about where Ziggs is at right now. Already 25 CS up, and it's 50 gold, or it's 500 gold, but it's gonna feel like more because of the experience differential.
This growing nagging pain for JD Gaming is trying to put Scout in a lane where he could just comfortably farm, but now he's in a 1 versus 2, having to farm under turrets. That will open up Shadow to really just rock on over here, and if he wants this dragon, take it, but the one thing that we kind of skipped over a bit that I really want to punch home, we have 3 Grubs on the team with Trundle and Ziggs.
Oh, yeah. And potentially now the first dragon of the game as BLG take control of space. No level 6 here for On. It's just, I think, a big game changer. And Zhuo will have the ultimate still here. I mean, Scout is waiting. He is between worlds, will be coming up soon. But it's BLG with first say on the mid wave.
And Bin has TP here, so he's gonna TP back top. Okay, so both top laners are gonna stick around towards this top side as everyone backs away from that Drake pit. So just a little bit of a tease there from Shadow to what could potentially happen on later.
Right now, it looks like Shadow just wants to be able to farm up a few more camps. Zhuo almost finds a pick onto Knight, maybe force out a summoner spell, but that is not going to come to fruition. Seems like for now, they're going to see if they can force JDG's hand. Let's get our bottom lane in a good position and potentially force for some of these last couple plates. As we are 11 minutes in, we have 3 grubs, as we've mentioned.
They're going to catch Scout there, who still has his flash and between worlds. BLG not going to drop anything on the Aurora. It's very pesky to deal with, but they are getting chunked decent as there goes on, looking for the quickness. He is going to get the charm onto Scout, but he has between worlds. Going to create some more space. He still has his flash. That's the Aurora ultimate down, and once again, a bit of a bait and switch coming out of that Drake pit.
Orin's move down. This is going to be turret plates. I really want us to show bot right now. He's going to get a little bit of damage onto him, but I want to see because they're setting up with Trundle behind. On has heal. He's going to use it now.
Good knock-up. No chance for Scout to flash, and the TP from Xiaoshu is just a bit too late. I feel like I would have liked him to just stay up topside and know that Scout was as good as dead.
Scout's going to die. It does allow for them to play for Dragon, right? Because BLG spent their timer going for that dive and killing Scout for a 3rd time in this game, it means that it opens up a spot for them to go for Dragon. So JDG now going to grab the first Dragon at 12 minutes. We're going to see our top laners trade turret plates. This does slightly advantage BLG. Obviously, gold is very nice. Solo experience for a champion like Ornn is going to feel very, very good here in this game.
Huge.
He'll be getting closer and closer to level 11.
Yep, and those big ornaments provide even more value past the gold grab, which is still mostly dominated right now between lane to lane by Knight on this Ziggs pick that he has been the sole patent holder of in the LPL ever since he started counter-picking this into his ears and never looked back by this point. I'm actually curious, Alk, if you have time, has Knight dropped a Ziggs game yet this split? I would assume not.
I'm going to assume no, because he plays it in very, very specific spots. I can check real quick. Doesn't take all that long.
Assume he's 3-0, if I have my math right.
Should be 3-0. Let's check. Oh.
You got some time. As Xiaoshu's looking to try and hunt down Elk, setting up for a flank
round.
He is
2-0 currently on the Ziggs this year. Once against Weibo, once against top esports.
Yep.
And it's funny that this happens right after we talk about that Scout has been gapping or playing a lot better than Scout for the last 2 games. And we get a generational Scout fumble going into game 3. So it's tough. It's tough here because now JDG, they're going to get outranged from the Ziggs. They're going to get out-tanked by a champion like the Ornn, and anybody who goes forward, like a Jarvan or even this Braum, even this, I think, Renekton, Trundle just takes care of them with the Subjugate and the Chomp.
Yep.
So
it's just, it's what hurts the most is that it feels like there's no window for the Aurora to bounce back, and it's hindering the rest of their team so greatly. I don't want to pigeonhole so much of this onto Scout and how far behind he's become, but you really needed this Aurora to be such a big presence going into this mid-game, not just for Scout, but for Pays on this Lucian, for this Renekton from Xiaoshu, who could be so threatening. Now they're trying to scramble and cover for how bad mid lane has gone, and like you called out, buying time, as weird as it seems to say for BLG in their late game woes, plays right into their wheelhouse this time.
I think you also have to think about what the other players on this team have done. I mean, Shun, we talked about that level 3 gank in mid was useless. Oh.
All right, Death Rush, they're jumping, dropping the Cataclysm, everything on to on. Pick up that kill as the culling does come across. Shadow does not get stunned up. They're able to find themselves a good pick off a good old-fashioned Death Rush.
All right, it's going to be them starting up this Herald, though. Ziggs does have teleport. Scout as well, but he is nowhere near level 11. So this objective should be going over to JDG, barring a massive comeback fight here from BLG.
On already back out, trying to run his way up towards the Rift as the Herald take is stalled. Scout TP's in. So does Knight a bit safer towards that mid-tier 1 turret. Ben is in a very audacious spot right now. He's between Xiaoshu and the rest of his team, but nobody really seems to pay him attention, and Ben is going to flash over the wall. Scout also has to burn his flash as well, and it looks like we're in a 50-50 this Herald as the Inferno Bomb comes across. Shun able to secure the Herald, but not the Eye just yet. Here comes the Ornhorn. Good block from Joel to make sure that Ben can't recast it towards his squad.
Oh, the between
and
worlds.
Scout goes in for the Eye, and he's able to get it. He's going to pay it with his life, but who cares? He's already 5 deaths deep now.
That was also the flash out from Elkanon. It's not pretty. BLG, you can kind of see this game is getting a little weird. We've seen it time and time again. You have a Ziggs and they have 3 grubs. This top lane turret is going to be gone with this next wave coming on through.
Shadow's just going to try and hold it with Dominus. Doing a good amount of damage onto Shadow. He gets stunned up and he gets cut down. Knight has aggro. He has to flash over the wall, but Chu's going to follow him and land the Braum stun. Boy, what a high bounty to pay for one measly turret.
Why the hell are we not instantly proccing the W? Just kill the turret. Knight, I don't know if maybe they were waiting to kill the rest of the wave, maybe expecting that they'd have a lot more agency under the turret, but a huge mistake coming in from BLG. Where the turret, yes, it goes down, but now JDG, they get a little bit more time on the map. Scout's going to pick up this bottom lane wave, and he has a Herald to himself. Take a look at this replay. We're going to see how Scout grabs the eye of the Herald. You were right to call. He's already 1 in 5. I don't think it matters all that much. The flashes from both Elkanon might come back to hurt them. And then look at this. Like, they get the Demolish proc here. Just use the Satchel Bomb already. Kill it. What is the point? Now you've lost Flash as Ziggs.
Oh. Why are so many of these game 3s where we see the ugliest League of Legends? Oh.
Right, Dragon spawns now.
Up, yeah.
That, if JDG somehow are able to grab the second Dragon of the game here at 1740, would be feats of strength. And so far, Sun has been the master of the smite this series.
Does he have another steal in him? Nope. He's going to give that one over. Shadow going to grab it, and they're going to try and cut off. Escapes toward mid lane. Very treacherous brush to watch it, too. Glacial Fissure down first from Zhuo. Works his shield a bit early as well. Scout poking and prodding, but Bit's going to go in with a double knockup into the Infernal Bomb with the charm over top. That is the piece de resistance of the Billy Gaming comp. And it finds them a pretty critical kill onto Scout. Now they're looking for more. Good block from Zhuo again on the call of the Forge God. Xiaoshu into the back lane, but where is the rest of the damage? He has to flash over the wall, but Shadow will follow him. Zhuo to fall, and next is the big croc going down with one more bop from Knight as he takes Shadow with him.
That's an incredible fight, but BLG, they still have their Ziggs. There's going to be them pushing in the mid lane. Should be another turret alongside grabbing the Dragon. Haze cannot do enough damage in this fight. Second item, Navori Flicker Blades here. And a contentious one as we see JDG still have some fight left in them. But they're missing so much damage with Aurora getting caught yet again. Scout, man, you need to step up, especially with how close this series has been, how close this third game is right now. Been with a massive knockup, setting up for On and for Knight to just rip apart the backline.
So nice. We had to see it twice.
I mean, this unbreakable. Twice now we've done it.
It's just, I feel for Xiaoshu because you called it right. I don't know how he trades Shadow. If the rest of his team was so much better positioned to utilize this croc, oh man, JD Gaming could be so far ahead through a top laner that not only people had doubts on coming into this split, the shoes that he was going to fill, but we had doubts on carry potential and bringing it home. He's done everything right this game. Look at his gold lead compared to where the rest of his team is, and it feels so little.
And now he gets another turret, opens up a 2,000 gold lead. How are JDG going to use this Herald? And more importantly, leverage Xiaoshu in these fights in a meaningful effect. Because we talked about it from draft, the Aurora is an incredibly simple champion to kind of pilot. She has a very robust laning phase, and while yes, you do get outranged by something like the Ziggs, this should not be as bad as it's turned out. And we could kind of see if it wasn't for Scout right now, they would actually have a more resounding gold lead here for JDG. They're only 400 gold behind BLG at this moment. So let's see it. I mean, Otacon spawns on the top side of the map. You can see that JDG are pushing off the top wave first. They want to see if they can either make a pick or force BLG's hand around this objective. Scout does have teleport, and Elka's nowhere near the area.
Knight without flash. Big thing to track here. He'd love to get that back up before any fights start for this Otacon with the threat of a Cataclysm looming on his head. Is that a mobile control mage? Scout, remember, got the eye, and he's dropping in mid lane here. Looking to make a little bit of a backdoor play for a mid-tier 1 turret. BLG, how do you respond? Do you take Otacon? Do you cover mid lane?
Wow,
I mean, don't even lose the turret.
Nothing. Wait,
Okay.
that Herald did absolutely jack all. So Scout's going to go bottom lane. So it'll be one more wave for BLG to play with on top. As soon as Scout shows on that tri-brush on bottom lane, have to imagine that that is the go button for BLG.
It's either go button on the Otacon or go for a fight. There's the quickness charm. They're dumping a lot onto Zhuo. Gets the shield up, flashes and heals himself. The Inferno Bomb gonna go wide. TP is coming in from both Scout and Bin, but there's Elk going forward. The Blade Caller into the Featherstorm. What a way to set up BLG! It's leading forward with your AD carry, and boy, do they cash in!
They're gonna go for a mid-tier, a top lane tier 2. How much more can they grab? They're gonna ignore the Otacon for the time being, get the gold first, and then move on. This should be them starting up this objective, and in a fantastic fight. I mean, Bin with the Call of the Forge God again. No longer able to be blocked by Zhuo. And now they'll get the mid lane tier 2, but at what cost here from JDG?
I just want to get into this replay yesterday to see Bin and Elk taken over in this fight. Yeah, let's get another look at this.
Think about it, man. Just all of this engage on the Zhuo. Doesn't use the Unstoppable. I think a little too late for it at this point. And it is an investment. I think if either the Renekton or Roar were able to get faster to this fight, this could have been a fight that JDG wins. But by the time they get anywhere near this, they have to back off. There's no possible way for them to walk forward. It's 2 versus 4. So Otacon goes over. That experience that is going to be between them. I mean, Bin's about to hit level 14 with one more wave. Maybe he even picks up a minion ward or something. Like, he's going to be able to hand out another masterwork item. And we're not even just looking at the other lanes as well. Already a two basically level and a half here lead for Knight. So Dragon's going to be spawning, and BLG have absolute control here in this game.
JDG, there is no reason to fight over this Dragon. Get your waves in order. Maybe threaten mid lane here. This is the first Drake. Xiaoshu's flank maybe opens up a path here. Also got Shun on the backside. They're trying to pincer BLG in. They have to be pretty careful about how they go about this. Elk has no flash. He's going to cast the Featherstorm. Shun is looking to go in for the Cataclysm, but Elk is untouched. Nobody can get towards Elk until it's too little, too late. He falls, but who can really clean up the rest of this fight for JDG? Because Knight is flashing after and perfectly predicting Scout's movements in fog. It's only the bot lane for JD Gaming, living to tell the tale. Scratch that. No, don't scratch it, but it's still a win for Billy.
It's a freebie at this point. BLG now get to push on 2 waves. Ornn's going to catch mid, and Ziggs 3 grubs. And guess what? He's just going to absolutely annihilate this objective. 50 seconds before Baron will be a formality for BLG. As they put any questions about whether or not BLG are in form. Some questionable and shaky games so far this series, but despite some of the quality, we are getting really strong performances from BLG and their members.
And I really want to punch the ticket home that it's been Elk and Bin in this series in particular so impressive, and you'll get to see it in this last fight.
I just love this from Bin. This is the trade-off, right? When you're playing into the Renekton, yes, you'll lose early, but come late game, the Ornn is almost unmatched as a top laner when it comes to scaling, and it comes to the amount of stats that he'll get from his passive, not just the ones that he gives to his teammates. So, doesn't matter that he's down 1,500 gold and 60 CS. This Ornn, with the Otacon experience, is just as potent as this Renekton. And now BLG gets to just play right in the face of JDG.
Yep, blocking the Ornn horn, but you can't block the big bomb from Knight. Down goes Scout and Zhuo, and everything just crumbling here for JD Gaming. Baron's going to go down next, and it's only Xiaoshu that's able to find some remnants of a response.
All right, Paze is going to go mid. How much does BLG actually lose for this? Because they haven't started up the Baron. I think if JDG are playing smart and they're playing with their timers, now Xiaoshu could actually move up into top lane or move into this mid lane. They'll get 2 turrets for this, and at least the one way that you can try to counteract a Baron is if you push all of your lanes incredibly deep so they can't use the Baron.
All right, quickness out from On. Pace has flash, though, and he gets over to the blast gun. They're a little too late, so yeah, pretty good chunk of change. JD Gaming grab, but it's still Baron and 3 grubs on a Trundle Ziggs team.
this map doesn't matter, or this wave doesn't matter here. Shin's looking for something.
All right, there's the Cataclysm. He
Right.
just gets the flash out. That's a good trade. Valuable trade for later.
Valuable trade, especially for the Dragon in 2 minutes. Not a wave to play, but bot lane's going to push for BLG, top lane's going to push for BLG, and now with all of them around mid lane, be pushing in mid as well. Expect for them to use this Baron for the entire duration so they can put themselves on soul point 2.5 minutes time. Imagine that this turret does not exist for very long, and that is true.
Do want to point out really quickly, book purchase for Knight, and him and Elk have those first Orin augmentations coming across, so even more burst from the main damage dealers for Billy going forward.
Not going to push much further than that. Let's go catch our bottom lane waves. Maybe get some vision on the bottom side jungle in favor of BLG. And an important game. Again, we came into this talking during the pre-show. JDG needed to keep a single game victory if they want to stay in contention for top 4. They've done just that. But this game has been an utter collapse from them. And we're moving into that Goldilocks zone. 27 minutes, we're getting closer to 30. Xiaosu with a flank. Can he be the Renekton that saves the game for JDG?
He's got to go soon because they've lost out on that turret, and triple inhib, a second inhib going down is not long for this world. They do get the engage on the Shun. Defensive Cataclysm, he's already dead, and Xiaoshu not able to snap engage in time, and now he's kind of left in the wasteland that is behind BLG's siege. And the Dominus is going to run out pretty soon. This is all just too misconstrued, and now the knockup slayer between worlds just tickles this BLG comp as they're stacked together. Ornhor going to land once again from mid. He flashes over, and Elk gets the kill. And they might not go for the dragon. Here comes the final march forward for Billy Gaming.
Oh, there it is. Just completely blow up these turrets. Dwo, he's going to be gone. JDG, they're going to be completely wiped off this last game.
Bit of a head-scratcher series from BLG at points. The results-based analysis is going to prove pivotal here as they get rid of the final members of JD Gaming and look to move to 9-3 and stay in contention for the top spot in the LPL.
What a fantastic Ziggs game yet again from Knight, keeping up his streak, 3-0 on this champion so far in Split 3, and just dominated Scout in the laning phase. We saw in Game 1, Azir versus Talia, Knight is getting pushed around. Game 2, yes, we got to see him on the Annie, but I don't think that we got too much of a difference there from Knight. This Ziggs, he piloted it to perfection.
Yeah, and he goes to 3-0. Knight, this nice pocket pick, is undefeated in all aspects. But JD Gaming, you know, I want to take the optimistic spin for a second here before we kind of continue to hit the nail on the head that was this mid lane. I think Xiaoshu has really shown just that he can be such a bright spot for this team if they could just figure out some other inconsistencies with how much is riding on their playoff run this split.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, those first couple games, we got to see, I think, a lot of Xiaoshu in the top side versus Bin really holding his own, and I think proving that some of these RNG members deserved a second chance. I mean, you look across the board of where they all landed, the only person who's found success is Xiaoshu. Like, Milky Way is no longer playing. Obviously, I think a little bit out of his control. Jiachi on that FPX roster, the same, still decent enough, but you're an AD carry on a bottom team. You're really not going to be able to do all that much. I think we see that on a player like 1xN as well. Niket going over to NIP, and they are at the top of their group, but you're in Group Nirvana, so kind of results are a little skewed in that manner.
Yeah, you're in Group Nirvana with Doinby, so you lose a couple points there in that one. To get word, we got updated standings here, so if we can throw those up, Kai, and soak in where we're at, as we are officially over the final weak point in the Rumble stage here. So in less than a week's time, this entire standings will be filled out in all its beautiful colors.
It's going to be really fun, especially as we get further into the season. I'm looking at tomorrow's matches, IG versus FPX and LGD versus EDG. Another kind of decider match in Group Nirvana about whether or not LGD can lock up a 4th place spot, but EDG obviously really big and powerful opponents. And then I'm looking at IG versus FPX, kind of keeping their run. Looking at the rest of their series, they have a lot of games still left to play, so it won't really clinch a spot too early on. But imagine they go up to 8-3, makes it difficult for them to lose a top 4 spot.
Yeah, 8 can really help them kind of separate away from AL. It really feels like. I don't know the AL's final 2 opponents for this split, but IG
JDG and WE, bro. Those are scheduled wins.
Okay, all right.
Scheduled
so yeah,
wins.
IG really need to also take care of their scheduled wins, right, against FPX, and what a showdown that's going to be. BLG IG again, a series that was supposed to happen so much longer ago now goes to the last day. That's going to be really fun for those playoff implications. But let's zone back in on this game 3. All can talk about another game where it felt like some early decisions completely just took out the knees of a team. Game 2 was BLG and Shadow. This time it was JDG and Scout.
That was tough to watch. I feel like I kind of got baited. I'll admit it. I reacted to results-based analysis. I saw Scout play 2 decent games. I was like, okay, he's back. Potentially he's back. And then he lost his flash within the first 2 minutes of the game to Scout, or to Knight, solo.
And then he dies with flash like up in spots where it's like, come on, man.
Oh yeah. A tough sight. And
I feel for you, JDG fans. I do.
Yeah, JDG fans have been absolutely suffering so far this season, just in general. And for BLG, a much needed win. I'm still worried about the form of this team because we are seeing that while their objective setups aren't the cleanest, they are getting back to that level of we are just going to out-hands a lot of our opponents. Bin,
True.
I think, having a little bit of a quieter game. Elk and On still firing away. It is so inspiring to see these 2 players, especially in Bin and Elk, as the 2 players who have been on the roster, at least some of them, the longest. Obviously, Bin, Elk, and On staying from the years before when they had Yagao and Sun. So to see them continuing to have that level of success, and especially for a guy like Elk, whose career has almost not really... He's always been more underrated than necessarily like the best player on this team. Even back when it was Yagao, it was a focus on, okay, you have the best top laner, one of the best laners in the league in Bin. How do we kind of use that and kind of use the aggressive nature of a player like Shun to set up for a player like him and Yagao?
I think Elk deserves his flowers in this series without a doubt, and I think Elk can really help lift BLG in spots where, like we mentioned in this series, right? Well, here's how I'll sell it. Knight, this game 3, he's going to get player of the game. His Ziggs does it again, but you don't get to this spot with Knight in this game 3, in my mind, without Elk and the performance he put in game 1 and the ability he was to carry this fight in game 3. And if you can get wins as BLG when Knight doesn't have to do like everything, that is so valuable in any spot. Rumble stage, playoffs, and beyond.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because Elk is probably not getting a MVP vote this game.
No, he's not.
I'm definitely going to be going over tonight with the absolute mid-canyon that was opened up. And funnily enough, that does kind of mean that our MVP standings are a bit more skewed. We have a 5-way tie for first place, like we talked about in that EDG series, with Xiaohao getting his 8th MVP, Jackie Love, Monkey, Nayo, Tarzan, and now Xiaohao being 8 MVPs, tied for first. Knight, if he wins this one, he will have a tied record at 6th place. And do you want to guess who is in 6th right now?
I feel. Oh, is it the Shy?
It is Scout. Scout has 7 MVPs. Now, if Knight wins this, he will also have 7 MVPs. So,
why does Scout have 7 MVPs? All right, you know what? I don't want I don't want to knock this guy while he's down, but that is hilarious to think that those two are going to be even at MVPs in about 30
Look,
seconds.
they've won
No idea
11
what we just
games, so more than half of them have been because the Scout's an MVP player.
Apparently, according to voters that aren't us. There we go, Knight. You are now tied number 6 with Scout, but have edged him out in today's series and done it in bombastic fashion. 3-0 on the Ziggs Pit. Keep it in the back of your minds, because when we get to best of 5s and fearless scenarios, you are going to see more Knight Ziggs. I guarantee.
Remember, JDG have only beaten WE and FPX, so
twice.
There's not much to take away from this win, if we're being honest. It kind of sucks, especially when we talk about the pedigree of some of these players on these teams, and just we're at the end of the split, right? We got 7 more days after this, but we want to see more. We expect more. We don't want every game to be kind of just, hey, goes to script. BLG end up winning. They end up going 9-3. I want to see some kind of improvements or evolution from this team.
Yeah, because evolution's important for the playoffs, but I also want to, again, preach that Worlds, the big stage that is the true, captures the true ire of teams like Billy Gaming. You got to be on your A game, and that's why we are so harsh on them in these spots where we expect more from them. But Ulk, who never disappoints us here on the LPL English team.
Who?
That is a select few of awesome people that I'd like to shout out right now, and thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Always got to shout out those awesome people. And all, maybe lesser shout out, but still one to everybody at home. Following, subscribing, whether on Twitch or YouTube, just chatting it up, viewing. It really means the world to us, and it's been awesome to see how much you've boosted us all up here at LPL English across a singular year of 2025.
It's been 8 months, 9 months if you consider we also started with Demacia Cup at the very beginning, or the very end of 2024. It's been a long ride, but guys, we're like a month and a half away from the end of the season, which is, I think, really, really powerful. So, yeah, an ununanimous MVP vote for Knight. Everybody across the team over on the Chinese broadcast voting for him. I think well-deserved. And an MVP over to everybody who has been watching through this year. If this is either your first series or one of the many that you've caught from this broadcast, this is not possible without fans like yourself being able to make this possible. So thank you again for all of the support you've given us, and hopefully we can finish out the season strong.
We're looking to finish out tomorrow some more standings. Group Nirvana maybe gets more figured out thanks to LGD taking out EDG, and we'll see if IG can keep up their pace at the top of Group Ascent. So make sure to tune into LPL English tomorrow for more action. But for now, we're going to send some love over to another Twitch channel. If I know some of you guys need your worlds fixed because it's still a far ways away. So you want to stick around and get some nostalgia, make sure to follow the raid. But we'll see you guys tomorrow for more LPL action.